Hello, hello. It feels like forever since I've been in here. Hi, Danny. Oh, you're the early bird tonight, aren't you? First in. Just the early bird tonight. Oh, crikey! First in. I hadn't turned the telly off. Whoops. Oh, bear with me for 1 second. Oh, for God's sake. What am I doing? I'll be back in. Right, I should be back. So about that, I had a worse photo on the planet on. Green eyes, hello, my darling. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're feeling okay. And I hope you're just prepared for carnage this evening. Loved your vacation. That place is gorgeous. Oh, thank you, Danny. Actually, I was going to bring up your program from today. I know Green Eyes, you've subbed to Danny, as everybody else is, and I will bring it up when we get more people in. But yeah, Green Eyes, as you'll know, the name Mary Bell very well, as most people in England do, or from England. And Danny has covered the Mary Bell case and covered it very well. Hi, Frida. Hello. And also, Frida has been posting videos of Lieutenant Pigeon? Lieutenant Pigeon. The pigeon, anyway. Do you know, I can never remember. Yeah, it's very good, Green Eyes. Yeah, and Frida's got a pigeon that keeps trying to nick all the birdseed in a little garden. So, but yeah, that the history that was on my little video, Danny, about, I presume you knew who Paul Jones was. I've heard the name for all the years I've gone up there, but it never actually twigged with me that he was the Paul Jones, stupidly. So yeah, I thought I'll actually do a live on him because he was quite a brutal man. He was quite brutal. Oh, at Green Eyes. Oh, is it another one of those great big humdingers that you get? No, you hadn't heard of the Mary Bell case prior to someone suggesting. I'd never hear of that. Do you know what, Danny? I think it's because, comparatively, we're a very small island, and you have not that it's a wonderful thing to brag about, but the USA has so many more crimes, and other than Jack the Ripper, really. I mean, we kind of hold the record for that one, but yeah, you have so many much more world famous crimes. So although things like Mary Bell are massive to us here, and there are some cases people won't ever or shouldn't cover, I don't think, as many of us do, like the James Bulger case. That's something that, because it was such a brutal case and his family are all still with us, and it was fairly recently. But things like this that maybe people in other countries haven't heard of. But yeah, Mary Bell. We've got a few like that, actually. A few cases like that. So yeah, I will cover Paul Jones. I mean, I don't know if any of you know the background of Paul, or John Paul Jones, who was actually born as. Danny, I was watching about the woman in Detroit, I think, who beat two of her kids to death and put them in the... Oh, yeah. I watched that as well, Green Eyes. Well, it might not have been the same program, but I've seen that. So I'm just having a little swig of my pop. I'll tell you another one as well, Danny. for some really good stories. I mean, I know you've got an unlimited supply, but there is a great channel on here, and it's called True Crime South Africa. And oh God, what's her name? Nicole. I think it's Nicole Engelbrecht is the lady who runs the channel. Really, really good channel. But the murders or the cases they cover, a lot of them are murders. But oh my God, they're horrific. I think South Africa has, you know, they kind of reached a new level of brutality, I think, with the murders and the crimes that go on there. So, but that's a very, you know, a great channel, very worthwhile if you're into the true crime stuff. So, what have we all been up to in the last 2 weeks, really, since I've been online? I mean, I know I've nipped on. I nipped on to see Frida's pigeon videos, but I haven't really seen anything else until today. Don't know how I came about it. It was an interview with her. She had no remorse. No, yeah, I know, green eyes. There's, oh God, what was that other girl? There was another one that was a bit like the Mary Bell case. Oh man. You see, Mary Bell, she was for a while, as a child, she was imprisoned not far from where I grew up. There was a secure unit, which was girls only. It was actually run by nuns. It was at like a psychiatric place in St Helens, and Mary Bell was there for quite a while. Did I watch the video of Oh, green eyes? Yes, I did. What a lunatic is she? Oh, while I think on, I'm going to drop the link and try and pin it because I keep forgetting to do this. And then if anybody wants to come up, because obviously everybody's welcome tonight. I know that Denny, as and when she gets off from work, she is going to come up. I'm going to do a little bit of fun. I have invited Uncle P. Has that worked? Right, let me see if I can pin this. No, I can't. Right. But Uncle P is working quite early tomorrow morning, so she's said she'll try, but she can't promise that she's going to join us. Yeah, green eyes. I could not believe what I was hearing. Well, that's it. We do need the bleep machine with Uncle P, don't we? But yeah, it's excuse me, absolute open panel tonight. I also, which is pot kettle black comes to mind. Yeah. I got a bit lost on that video though. It was so right. Was somebody streaming that had gone on originally? Did I get that right? Because the thing is, I'll tell you, and I'll be honest with you. Do you know who I can't stand? I cannot stand the woman, that juror. She's so holier than thou, isn't she? Like the bloody school headmistress. Or actually, no, I wouldn't say the school headmistress. I would actually say, you know, you had like every single school in the UK had a megalomaniac dinner lady. Do you remember back in the day that you know, the dinner ladies used to cover you for your sorry, Danny, this is, I mean, it might be a thing in the US, I don't know, but over here you had at school the dinner ladies, they'd serve you up your dinner and, you know, your lunch and what have you, and they'd make it. Well, at break time, especially where I was growing up, when you had your morning and afternoon breaks and your lunch breaks, the dinner ladies covered them. So the teachers got to, you know, go and have a fag or a pint or whatever it was they used to do. But the teachers got a break. So, and there was always one dinner lady who was evil in human form, always. They were bossy. I think they were just kind of really upset that they never got to be a teacher, and they loved to boss people around. And that is what that year one reminds me of. The megalomaniac. Yeah. Snake, yeah, more like a snake in human forms, a serpent walking on legs as if human. That's that's her. Yeah, there definitely is something iffy about her, Frida. I don't care anyway. She blocked me. You know, when she went on a mad, anybody saying anything negative about her, you know, kind of the truth, basically. Yeah, she didn't want to hear it. Not at all. I also would like to apologise to everybody and anybody who heard my last live that I had to take down, because I kind of didn't realise until the next day that I had gone live. That's what alcohol does. So I'm incredibly sorry. And this is why I don't drink, because I can't hold my alcohol. And it's also why Porky said I'm not allowed to drink, because I get stupid. So for anybody who actually witnessed that, I'm very, very sorry. I'll drop this link again and then we can get anybody up. So Green Eyes, please tell me, how was your visit with your mum, and did she get off okay? And are you okay? That's the main thing. Oh, Godfrey, no, it's... Oh, you saw it as well, Green. Oh, God almighty. It was like the next day, you know, when you wake up, and I was thinking, did I go... Why do I think I went live last night? The worst of it was, though, everybody, is that my friend passed out, okay? And Tismy Denny can bear witness to this, because I actually gave her a video call showing her my friend unconscious on the grass. Cooper, be quiet. Happy and shit. Frida, let's say more like an absolute drunken... I sounded like a shameless hussy, effing and jeffing. Drunk live was so funny. We all have those moments. It was another side of you. We were laughing with you, not at you. Oh, damn it, no, but it was shameful. Oh, did I show her? I didn't know she was... Oh, I didn't know I'd put that on me live. Oh, God almighty. I knew that I'd shown it to Denny, because I rang Denny up. And I was just talking absolute boo-boo. And showed her, I did her a video call. I'm like, look at me friend with a pile of purple sick. Oh, is that what I did, Green Eyes? Oh, my God. Oh, your mum went back. Oh, business class. Excellent. Flown business class. Stop. I've flown... Stop. Every time I try to speak, this dog. Stop now. Stop. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Good boy. Well, I've flown... I was just going to say then, till the dog started barking, I've flown business class once. And it was only because my friend was actually head of an airline. And she got us upgraded. This is when we went to Australia the first time, and she got us upgraded, and it cost us virtually, well, it was like next to nothing. I'd never be able to afford to fly business class unless I won the lottery or something. What's Danny said? Green Eyes, did you live before in the UK, move away from home, or did your mum live in Australia, move away? Just curious. I'll let her out. I know the answer, but I'll let her answer that. Unless you want to come up on the up on panel Green Eyes yet, or do you want to wait till this storm's passed? And as I said, anybody's welcome. Where's this bloody Denny? I'm going to have to send her a text message in a minute. Flew first class with Emirates going to Barcelona. Caviar in a shower. Well, when I did the business class to Australia way back when, there were actually... Oh, Cooper, stop. There was actually... I ran up a credit card bill like you wouldn't believe, because there was roulette. You could play roulette on the screen, and I was just flipping running. You know how you do, and I'm like, oh, it doesn't cost a lot, this. No, it doesn't. But when you're on a 23-hour flight, yes, it does. So now stop. Stop. Every time. Stanley said here, Cooper just trying to be the YouTube star he is. He's trying to hold him back, but no one can stop Cooper's shine. If you change the N for a T, Danny, you've kind of got that more right. It's nobody that can stop Cooper's shite. Oh, and I'm having doing nursemaid duties as well at the moment with Porky's Puddy Tat. So we had him I had him at the vet's on Wednesday. I mean, he's ancient. He's really, really old, and he has got virtually no teeth left. He's senile, and he's really funny because he's been attacking Porky. Porky couldn't get near him because he's senile. It kind of doesn't know who he is or where he is or what have you. And he turned from this loving, gorgeous, friendly cat into a saber-toothed tiger. And he weren't walking right and what have you. Anyway, so I got Porky to get him in the cat carrier, which he did with surprising ease. I mean, he'd set himself about an hour to try and get the cat and, you know, have lacerations and missing fingers. And he just let him pick him up and put him in the carrier. So I got him to the vets, and basically he had ingrowing claws in one foot. So they've taken 2 of these claws out, and he's on antibiotics for a week, and I've got to take him back on. Oh my goodness. Look who's in the house. Oh, hey, Uncle P, your nephew, he's just heard you. If you want to come up, babes, there is a link here. I just mentioned as well, and I said you might try and get in if you could. See, Frida, hiya, Uncle P, and Green Ice's Uncle P. We're still waiting for Tismy Denny, and Danny's in here as well, all the way from America. So we're still waiting for her to come in. You see, I wanted Uncle P because I thought if we try doing Worst Singer in the World karaoke, Uncle P and I do a fabulous Patti Page rendition. If any of you have seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, and they do a rendition when they're on the bus of Patti Page singing, you know, I don't care if the sun don't shine. So when we're in my car, Uncle P and I sing that all the time. And we do it bloody well, if I must say so myself. And right on cue, the dog has started licking the floor. Favourite film ever, must have watched it 30 times. Well, we literally do. For 2 women, we make fantastic drag queens. So, so I think, seriously, if I can get Uncle Peter come up, we should sing it to you, because we've had people laughing in my car before now. Right, give me 1 second because I'm going to get this dog sorted. Come here, Coops, come for a treat. Cooper. Cooper. Here. Hello, everyone. Can't get your mic working. Hang on. I might be able to get. Oh, hang on. We've got Denny in the house.
Hello. Hi, gorgeous.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Right, Denny, have you got yourself muted, mate?
No. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Because I can't hear you. Oh, and you've gone. Uncle P can't get a mic working. Try harder. I don't know where Denny's got. Oh, I think this is gonna be one of those nights where we have technical issues, but it wouldn't be a hug-a-thon if we didn't. Denny's been and gone Frida. Well, while we're waiting for it to come back, sorry, you can come with me while I try and get this dog sorted again. It's every time I come online, he gets this nervous, like this acid reflux thing, and it's like an anxiety thing with him. I don't know why he does it. Right, let's have a look. Denny's here again. Let's try her. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello. Kiss. Everybody else can hear me except you.
Right, why can I not hear Denny?
Oh my God.
Right, hang on a minute.
Oh,
have I done wrong?
Oh,
Muted her by accident.
you
Give
might
me
have muted me by accident. Hi, everyone in chat anyway. Hi, Frida, Danny, Uncle P, hello. Good to see you. And Green Eyes, of course. I hope you're doing all right, darling.
Right, give me a second. Right, I've muted her. So unmute.
Hello.
Right, I can't. Why can I don't know why, but I cannot hear Denny. Do you want to try again, babe?
Yeah, man. I'll
Yes, got you.
Oh my gosh.
I've got you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Hello.
Huzzah. That was strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, I could see your little thing flashing, as they do.
My little thing was flashing, so I was here. Yeah, hello though. Hello, gorgeous. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I've just had the dog as usual. Decided he wants to do that licking everything off the floor thing to be sick because he's got excited because he's live on YouTube.
Oh, it's all just too much, isn't it? It's just too much sometimes. So, Cooper, you're all right, mate. You just do you.
Well, I've just found out because I didn't watch it back. I've just found out. I'm busy talking on here just before you came in, saying about apologising for me going live, saying you remember until the next day, and I was thinking, did I go? Why do I think I went live? And I went and had a look, and then shit bags. But I didn't look through it. I just I heard the first couple of minutes. I'm like, oh shit, that's going off. What I didn't realise, because I said, oh, and the funny thing was, I did like a video call to Denny, and I'm showing him a friend lying unconscious on the floor, and Green Eyes went, yeah, we saw her. I've obviously then gone live as well, showing.
Yeah, you ran into the back garden and you were sort of parading your poor friend like a zoo animal. And she was just so out of it. She just couldn't even hear like anything, you know. She was breathing, thankfully, and there was just that massive pile of purple puke. Oh, fucking! It looked like some Harry Potter shit. Because I said to you, "Why the fuck is the puke purple?" You were like, "The red wine." I was like, "Oh my god!"
Hello.
Hello, I'm here.
We've got a threesome.
Woo!
Hello, my darlings. How are you?
Yeah, really well. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking.
I'm great. Thanks so much. Great.
Well, Jackie begged me, and you know how I love a beggar.
Yeah. No, well, we've been begging. I've been like pestering her to get you back up here for ages. Apparently, you had the audacity to go on holiday. I mean,
cheeky cunt, cheeky bastard.
yeah.
Cheeky.
She's here. She's there. She's not been on the bloody channel for 30 seconds. That's it.
Hello, Coops.
We were just saying MP about I didn't realise I'd actually shown not only Denny Laura unconscious on the grass, but I'd actually put her on my live as well.
Yeah,
Jesus.
She didn't just show. I mean, she showed this. I mean, I'm glad Laura had trousers on in retrospect, because you was just like, look at her, and then obviously I was laughing. I admit, because it was funny, but yeah, she was just completely unawares, like to her weird Harry Potter.
Oh dear God, that sounds awful.
And then I bet you don't remember, do you, Kiss? But she started. So when you'd phoned me, Laura started sitting up and went to lean over into the place where the sick was. So I was shouting through the phone like, "No, Laura, no, don't lean there, no, Laura." And then you were like, "Laura, that's where your puke is." And then she just laid back down where she was.
Oh my God. No, I don't remember. All I remember, like I said, was ringing you up and pissing myself laughing.
Yeah. You were like legging it through the house. What a bloody crackpot.
And while she's unconscious, I was eating mine, and I happened to look over. She's lying on the floor with her back to me, and all I can see is her going,
oh God.
But I carried on eating, and then I went to see if she was all right.
Sounds delightful, darling.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was one of those. But sorry about this. I'm just going to drag this dog out.
Well, you don't do it often, do you? So.
Well, no, you know me and alcohol. We don't. We're not good bedfellows. If I ever go to Uncle P's, I have like you make me a skinny gin and tonic, don't you? And it's like a thimble of gin in a
which is really hard given I'm 100% Irish.
Small portions.
To be sure.
Oh, hang on. What's
now,
this?
Jesus, we all say that now, Jenny. They all say it over there.
Oh, have I myself off, or am I still here?
No, you're still here, love.
You're
sadly.
still here, yeah.
Hi, Mrs. Mercury. I haven't seen you sneak in the room. Hello. Well, I was going to say, Pete.
Yes?
Do you fancy giving the room a rendition of our page?
Of what, love?
Of our Patty Page.
I don't care if the sun don't shine.
Free night.
Oh, I don't know how many people are listening, but I don't know if their ears might bleed.
No, they won't bleed. They will rejoice with love.
We can just do a verse, can't we?
I don't know the words, but I can do some good humming.
Right, okay. We'll just go straight into it. You right, Pete?
1, 2, 3. I don't care and don't shine. I get my loving in the evening time
when I'm with
my baby.
I don't care if the sun's around. I get my. You singing?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, it's probably a good thing, mate.
I can hear it. It's lovely. Carry on. Is everyone sounds cut out?
We're back again. Because I get going when the sun goes
down, and I meet my baby.
That's when we
kiss and kiss and kiss, and then we kiss some more. Don't ask how many times we kiss
at a time like this. Who keeps
score?
And I don't care if the sun's
sun don't shine. I get my loving when the sun goes down. When I'm with my baby.
There you go. That's for Green Eyes.
There you go, Green Eyes. Big hugs. So Green Eyes, she's just said she's going to go and grab another coffee. I just wondered how you're doing, Green Eyes, how you're feeling. Obviously, we know how you're feeling, but how are you? How is it? You know.
Yeah, she was saying her mum went back on business class.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, here's one. While I, on my first day back, I was flicking through for stuff to watch, as you do on the telly. And because up there at that cottage, they've literally just got terrestrial, hang on a minute, sorry about this. The dog's eating cotton now. I don't believe he's doing this. I'm so sorry, everyone.
I can absolutely fucking believe it.
Yeah, I can believe it too. It's like a ritual. I think it's the energy, like, because obviously Kiss is like, I don't know, it's whatever energy she's got to come on here, it weirds him out.
Yeah, he's doing it every single time I come online, this happens. He's trying to eat his toys, the string toys. Cooper, stop. Cooper, stop it.
You're fucking talking to yourself again, mate.
There's no dog there.
Oh, God. Sorry about
that. That's why you told people you don't really have a dog, Jackie.
Yeah, we don't believe it. We need proof.
Do me a favour. Could you two chat amongst yourselves for a second?
Yeah, so the sound's going in and out.
Right, I'll just let you two chat for one tick.
So, Jenny, what's going on, mate?
Well, mate, not a lot, but then a lot. It's, what I mean? I've been busy. Things are going really well. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah. I don't know if people know, I dog walk and pet sit.
Do you? Is that like your daytime job?
Yeah, that's my job.
That is the coolest job ever. You go into people's homes?
Yeah, I pet sit people's homes, so I look after their homes and their pets while they go away. So at the moment, I'm not there tonight, obviously, but at the moment we're looking after 2 dogs, a white German Shepherd, a Cocker Spaniel, an iguana, and a one-eyed cat.
Oh my gosh.
He's also incontinent, but you can't have everything.
Where's the tiger? I asked. Where are the tiger cubs?
Yeah, well, we keep that in the garden.
Yeah, I would do on a long chain. Are all those animals under one roof?
Yeah, mate.
Oh my fucking God. So they love their pets, but then our pets are creeping up. We've got, it's only a gerbil. I won't, my other son would love to have a tarantula, but there is just no fucking way. No way.
Fuck that.
No fucking way. Because them things get out. That's
it. Yeah, they
fucking
do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
no.
Oh, guys, I'm back.
The house is pretty haunted as well, so.
Is it? So how do you react to weird feelings? Do you just go with the flow and think whatever and notice it, or do you get a bit weirded out?
I get a bit weirded out. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, it's not really my bag, but there's something very funny upstairs. I don't know what it is, but
where's that, P?
In You Will Know the People. It's a white German Shepherd.
Pardon? His name begins with H.
H.
Yeah.
Not great. I've stayed there a few times before, but I've always slept downstairs with the dogs.
Oh, is it an old house? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, people keep dropping out. I'm
it's weird, isn't it? The sound keeps going a bit scatty.
Yeah. It's not an old house, I don't think. It's quite a big house. But there's just some funny fucking energy upstairs, and Terry, who's my partner, she was there doing a few nights, and she went out to the landing and she just heard this really fucking big sigh.
Oh.
And Terry's not really, you'll know, she's not really that kind of.
It's not.
Yeah, so Yeah, she's definitely feeling it more than I am. So yeah, there's definitely something going on in that house. It feels really sad upstairs.
How long are you there for?
Till Wednesday. It was 2 weeks.
Right, send tea down into Chorley. Near that, I forget what the name of the church is. That big church, the old church that's right in the centre.
Yeah.
Like a new age shop to the side of it. Just go and get some sage and sage the house.
Oh, she's done it.
Has she? Oh.
Yeah, she's done it. So she hasn't said too much about it, and I've got to stay there tomorrow night, so I don't want to freak myself out too much. So
no, fair enough.
I haven't asked her, to be honest. I'm being a bit of a wuss about it because I don't. It's more of a heavy sadness. I can't describe it really. I've never stayed anywhere for this length of time anyway with such a heavy. You just feel a bit down when you go upstairs. You know, it just feels heavy on you, heavy on your chest.
Do you know what that's like? Have you ever heard? I mean, and we all are familiar with the word ghoul, aren't we?
Yeah.
But they actually call, like Beachy Head. Right. So in America, you've got like the Golden Gate Bridge, the San Francisco one, where loads of people commit suicide on it, and it's got this like really weird vibe about it. And then in the country, we've got, I don't know about other countries, but we've got Beachy Head. If you've heard of that, and the fact that it's like one of the mass suicide points in the UK. When people go there, they walk into this like you're saying, then this heavy sadness. It like drains all the happiness out of you, and they actually call it a ghoul. Like what do they call it now? Like a ghoul curtain. So they don't mean ghoul as in a being. They actually mean the feeling. They actually call it a ghoul, this downwards dragging sensation. And it might be that house has got something, similar. It may not be that there's any ghosts there. It's just got one of these very black vibes about it.
Yeah, downstairs is perfectly fine. I mean, I've not felt it downstairs, but as soon as you walk into it's a fairly big foyer inside, and as soon as you walk in there, I've always had this feeling, and then you go straight through to the kind of kitchen area, and kind of sitting area. But, there's definitely something going on there, and I don't kind of want to freak myself out because I've got to go there.
Yeah, because you're there tomorrow, so don't think about it too much.
Yeah,
my plan would be just play dumb. I literally play dumb, and just, they would have to levitate a plate in front of my face before they got a reaction out of me. Seriously, I just really play it dumb.
I'll tell you what, if a fucking plate smashes tomorrow night, Jenny.
Oh no!
I'll find you.
Well, and make a statement. So I do not claim anything negative from this property in Jesus' name.
Yeah.
Protect yourself. So there won't be any smashes. The night will come and go, and you'll be fine.
And as you've said that to me before, hey, when I was having the bad sensations in the other house, thinking there was something there. What did you say? It's the living that can hurt you, not the dead.
Did I?
You did.
Oh, bloody.
How are you not taking your own bloody?
Full of great fucking cliches, me, ain't I?
Oh, sorry, I just saw that.
Many a muckle makes a muckle is my favourite. If anyone would like to know.
What's that?
Many a muckle makes a muckle.
What was that?
It's from French and Saunders.
Many a muckle makes a muckle.
Yeah, it's just fucking nonsense, isn't it? So I've also been bitten, and a dog has bolted on me this week in the last 2 weeks as well. So I'm having a fucking great old time of it. Still, you know what? I came in here for a hug, not to moan.
Sorry about that. I couldn't hear anybody then.
Oh no.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Sadly.
Oh, sorry, just see Mercury said, who's on panel with Kiss and Danny? It's Uncle P. I don't know if you were here, Miss New Year's Eve.
Oh, fucking hell, that was a night, wasn't it?
Oh, I had one earlier, yeah.
You were doing all the accents. Oh, don't forget, there's
Right.
bloody text uncle not answering.
Right.
Greenhouse got Uncle P. Well, do you know what? Here, we'll throw this out to the room. Oh, Mrs. Mercury. Well, Uncle P is one of my bestest friends. She is the master of accents. So if you have an accent, any accent in the world that you would like Uncle P to do,
I
put
can
it in.
do it really shittily.
No, you do it very well.
What'd you say, mate?
I said I can do it really shittily. Hello?
Hello?
Fuck. Are you you're teasing me, aren't you?
Did you like the dial tone? Did you
You
hear
bunch of wankers.
I don't know where Kiss has gone, legit.
I'm here. I keep losing everybody, and everything goes quiet. Can you hear me?
Sadly.
Yes, everyone sounds.
Yeah, you're as clear as a bell, Jack.
You disappeared though.
Well, you guys just keep going completely, and I can't hear anything at all, and I can see your little things are moving.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah. Oh, there you go, Mrs.
Things.
She was would like a lovely Welsh accent.
Well, it's I always can do the accent, badly or not so badly, I don't know, but I never know what to say. See, I should have a book in front of me and read it, shouldn't I?
Well, and also Frida would like a Belfast accent.
Oh, well, that's no problem at all, Frida. I'll go through you for a shortcut. It actually gets better the more I talk. So actually, if I just keep talking, it might sound a bit better, you know.
How about, let me think who's in the chat. Do us a Newcastle one, a Geordie accent.
Oh, do you know what? The Newcastle accent is one of my favourites. I love it, and I was in Whitley Bay a few weeks ago, and I love it there. Like, it's one of my favourite places. Now that has got a good vibe about it. Never mind this bloody haunted house I'm going to tomorrow. Whitley Bay is beautiful. The whole of Northumberland and Tyne and Weir is beautiful, man.
Beautiful. Why, man? You sound like Cheryl Cole.
Do you know, I was just about to say that Cheryl Cole before she started.
Give that guy Cheryl Cole black eye. Back it up.
Oh yeah, do you remember she had that? Was it a fight in a nightclub she had?
Yeah,
she did. Racist.
Smacked the girl was an attendant at the Loos or something.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, because that's who you want to pick on, isn't it, in a nightclub or anywhere, in fact.
Yeah, I remember she was starting right at the beginning. Oh, hang on, now Mrs. Mercury says she can't hear Denny. Oh, flipping heck.
Denny's quite low on mine as well, and I don't know. I thought it was I've turned my volume up and everything. So
are all the volumes up on your master controls, Kiss?
Yes. Okay, I can be fine. It's just me like dropping off and what have you. Oh, I'm just looking at this. What Green Eyes has put. A mum going back. Fillet steak and unlimited drinks.
Nice.
And having a good sleep.
What part of Australia is it?
You're in Queensland, aren't you?
Perth, isn't it? I thought.
Oh, I've got friends in Perth. Do you know them? Kidding.
Yeah, definitely. Australia's tiny. You can walk.
That's what everyone says about Ireland.
Yeah.
You say, you've got family over in Ireland. Oh, Jesus, now, do you know Michael Maloney? Because he knows your second cousin, uncle's father's brother.
Well, they do. Wasn't that? I mean, I remember when I very first started going on to Twitter years ago, and when I explained where I was from, like where I grew up, not from, I grew up in St Helens, and straight away they're going, oh yeah, we've heard of this comedian over there. You'll know him, won't you? Johnny Vegas. And I was like, yeah, meaning I knew of him. Oh no, they thought like, you live in
he was your pal.
I mean, I think aren't we smaller than we're smaller than Texas or something, aren't we?
I don't know, but you can fit the UK and Victoria. Top tip for everybody there.
Yeah, I think you can get the UK and Australia like 31 times.
I'm going on a train to Hexham tomorrow. Do they have an accent? Oh, hang on a minute. I've just remembered Simples. You're up in the lakes at the moment, aren't you? On your holiday? She's going to Hexham tomorrow. Hexham accent. I think it's just the it's like midway, isn't it, between like the Cumbrian accent and the
Cumbria's tough. Yeah, Cumbria's a tough accent.
Well, because I work with a lot of guys from like Workington and Cockermouth, and it has got a bit of a Geordie-ish twang, not the same.
Yeah.
But I hear him talking in Cockermouth and working Keswick even. Cockermouth, a bit of an accent, and then you think, are you Geordie? No, you're not. But it's very similar.
Yeah, I find that because Terry's obviously got family in Cumbria, and you find that they've got a bit of a Geordie accent creeping in there. You can definitely hear it.
Yeah, because you've just got who was I talking to? I'm trying to think now. There was someone I was talking to, and they were in Cumbria, and I can't even remember now. We got talking about the accents and how they developed and what have you, and but yeah. Anyway, oh, and that was the other thing as well.
So that story went nowhere. I was really waiting for
couldn't remember. But, I know, but I have remembered now. And what it was, I said something. My brain. It's my brain. No, I made it first. And then they said, oh, we say that in Newcastle. And then we got onto the whole thing about how the border of Scotland and England was very fluid over the centuries. And a lot of the things that they say in Newcastle, the odd word or two, but they're actually Scottish words, like Wains and things like that instead of Burns. And yeah, so that was all it was. It's just that there's a very, yeah.
I noticed Simple's Meerkat has said feckin', which is a great Irish word. Well done. The feckin' bastard.
23rd this year. What?
Not you, Simple's Meerkat. Sorry, I wasn't saying you. Sorry. Christ.
Oh my God.
This is why I can't do these things, because I upset everybody.
No, it didn't, obviously, you didn't sound like you even said, you were just repeating what she was saying in the Irish accent.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Once in 19 years, 3 years ago. Well, next time you come back, you got to come and visit us.
Exactly. So, yeah, it could be your turn to go to England next. When was the last time you came out here, Green Eyes? Sorry for the couch keep going on and off, because my lovely son Joshua made his dad a cup of tea and not me.
Ooh, Joshua.
Joshua.
Get back in the kitchen.
But he's doing it now.
You need to tell him the rule of the house, because we've got one in this house. If you make a cup of tea for one person, you make it for everybody.
No,
whether they've asked for it or not, it's just a rule.
That's all 70 in your commune, isn't it?
Yeah. Josh, how would you feel about that? Just a half a sugar for me, darling. How would you feel about making everyone tea?
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, he said, yeah, fuck off.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm back again. Sorry, I keep losing this flipping signal.
This is bad tonight, the signal.
I don't know what's going on at all.
Is your signal good? Are you on your phone or your laptop? See, it went again. I cursed it with my questions.
I'll tell you what's happened.
What's
the
happened?
Ghoulies from the house have come to your house, and
oh, don't say that.
That's what's happened. That's why it's dropping out there.
Oh man,
because they might be getting bored, mightn't they? If their owner's away, they might think, "Fuck it, let's go for travels."
Yeah.
If I
We'll have a
wake up
holiday
to,
and all.
eh?
We'll have a holiday and all.
Yeah, yeah, take a leaf out of their fucking book.
Well, they've gone to Mexico.
Have they? Nice.
Yeah. Nice work. If you can get it, I went to Whitley Bay and I couldn't have loved it anymore.
Well, no, exactly. England has got tons of places. I mean, the heat that's been here lately, you could be anywhere, couldn't you? I think we've been hotter than Spain. So.
I've got a tan for the first time in my life. I've got that Irish skin as well, where I hate the sun, and I have a tan for the first time in my life from all this dog walking.
Oh, nice! So it's one you built up gradually, just by going out. Yeah, so that'll last all year now. Just that little one, you'll top it up each time you go out.
Yeah, it's really good. I've never had suntan in my life. It's really weird.
I've treated myself. Well, I say treated. It's not really good for you, but I've let myself. I sort of have an hour. I just time it, so maybe an hour and a half some days, and then I'll go back in. But I've built up a nice tan in the same way. It's other years I've just sort of religiously stayed out of the sun.
Well, I've been a real kind of vampire in that sense. Is that whenever the sun's out, I've been in with the curtains shut, and that's like I can't be doing with the sun at all. But obviously, walking the dog, I've got no choice, and they're such fun.
So it's nice. You've got to love the summer for that. I do appreciate the warmer days.
My Facebook page is Wheelton, WHEELT, and Walkies. If you want to see all the lovely puppies we work with, I should say.
What was it? Did you say Wilton? So
Wheelton. E-E-L. No, E-E. I can't say it properly because of my fucking accent. Wheelton.
Yeah, got it.
Wheels on the bus.
Yeah, Wilton.
Oh, well done, Jack. I can't put anything up. I can't post anything to anybody.
No, it's weird. I can't write in the main chat. I can write in the private chat, obviously, because I just message. But I can't do... And this is on my iPad, weirdly. If I was on my phone, I think I might be able to write in the chat.
I was able to, and then it stopped. So I can't reply to anybody, sorry. Not that you need me to reply to you, for fuck's sake. Oh,
it's nice to have the option. Oh, you're cloud bathing, Simples. Well, it's a little bit cloudy. It's nice today. It's nicer since it's been all week.
Yeah, it's been lovely here as well.
Yeah, it was toasty. Very, very pleasant. And it was that warm that even with the breeze was just warm. Lovely, isn't it, for July? It's
just really nice when you don't get pissed on. I mean, as in weather. I'm still talking about weather now. In fact, I'm talking about all. You see, this is why I can't do this. I lead myself down into a track I don't want to be going down.
Danny did it though. Danny brought it up.
Oh, she's back.
The dog is still back. I know. I don't know what the hell's wrong, but the dog is driving me mad. He's literally eating. He's trying to eat the carpet. I honestly don't know what to do.
Can you not get him a special distraction for when you do this thing, something like a bone?
Yeah,
that he doesn't get at any point.
Tried it, and he waits until the minute I start on. I'm probably 10 minutes in, and then he starts. And I've got
does shutting him in another room do? Does that help?
No, because then he tries to eat everything.
He'll eat the door.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So I mean, sorry, I've just noticed Mrs. Mercury said, did Porky do his ghostly stuff? No, he actually didn't. The person he was supposed to be doing it with had a family emergency, so they've had to put it off slightly, not very long, but it is coming in a few days.
Please don't talk about ghosts anymore. Sorry, but I get really
No, we won't. Simple's just asked what's he like when I come out of the live. Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I mean,
it's attention.
Pardon?
It's attention.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it is. But it's anxiety. This that he's doing.
He's got a little brain damage as well, babe. But you can't underestimate it, can you?
It's just and I'm really distracted because I'm trying to focus on the live and I'm trying to stop him from eating everything that he's You know, like he's got one of his rope toys. I've just caught him tearing off bits of the string and swallowing them, which is not.
It's anxiety. It definitely is. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Poor
I've given
baby.
him milk, I've given him cream. I'm like, is there anything else that I can give to him? I've not got any yogurt in. No, Cooper, stop. I mean, ideally, I'd take him out, but I can't because I definitely would lose you all then.
My two are flat out.
He was until I went
until you start talking,
and then this has started. I think
maybe you should just talk at different times during the day so he can get used to you talking, and he doesn't have to get upset with it.
Well, yeah, he does. He kind of hears. He hears me when I'm working, you know. So I'm on and off teleconferencing.
Yeah, of course you are, yeah.
And he doesn't do any of this. I don't know if you can hear this. That's him.
Yeah, I can sort of hear him gnashing and gnawing.
Everything. It really is bad. I don't even know what to do. P, how long are you here for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool here for a bit. If you want to get him out for a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, I don't think. Well,
for 10, if I just step outside with him and try and get him to be
mate, but you'll lose all your listeners because they don't want to fucking listen to me come on.
They
do.
Yeah, they don't really want it. They're here for Kiss primarily, and we're obviously, this is an evening for Green Eyes, so we could bombard her with questions. Well,
yeah, there you go.
Green Eyes had 3 jumpers on yesterday. Wow, mate.
Right, guys, I'm going to go out for 10, just 5 minutes.
Just go.
Yeah, no worries. Just get him out.
Cheers, dudes.
Oh, Green Eyes, thank you. That's very sweet of you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, do you know that Green Eyes' mum has gone back? Did Kiss just explain that?
I kind of gathered that from.
So she's just been out there.
Green Eyes' mum, she's gone back. She's come back to the UK, and Green Eyes lives in Australia. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So they've just had a lovely 3 months together.
Oh,
how nice is that?
Yeah.
And her mum's literally on the plane now.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard, and look, I'm up north, and all my family are down south, which is usually a good thing. But not over the other side of the world, so it must be even harder.
Even down country can feel like a long way, can't it? But
yeah, it does at the moment. Yeah, my sister's not very well, and it's a bit of a struggle, kind of not knowing whether to go down there or, because if I suddenly appear out of nowhere, it's a bit like, what are you doing here? But she's got terminal cancer, and it's not looking good. So
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's really tough. Mate. It's really tough. She's only 3 years older than me, and yeah, it's.
How long ago had she got diagnosed?
Well, she was diagnosed with breast cancer 8 years ago.
Oh my God.
But she decided not to have any treatment, so they told her to have a mastectomy and have chemo and radiotherapy, and she elected not to have any of that. So she's been pursuing alternative paths and doing different things, but she's got secondary cancer in quite a few places now. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's just, I know, I'm sorry too. It's,
yeah, of course.
What do you do? She's the next. There's 6 of us in our family, and she's the next to me in years. So we really did grow up together. So yeah, it's a sad old.
That is really hard.
We're all here for a hug tonight.
Eh? Can you not get down there? I mean, would you not want to plan a couple of different trips against here? Are you quite close? You sound quite close.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the whole. Well, I've got a whole lifetime of experience, and memories and stuff with her. So yeah, we're close in that sense. But I'm going to see her in August. We're going down to Devon, and I'm gonna take a detour on the way back and spend a few days with her. She can't do a lot, she's just had 1 session of radiotherapy. Thank you.
So she's finally sort of given in and given it a go.
So yeah, because she would have lost her mobility otherwise. So
Right.
then it doesn't become a choice for her. But it's been really, really challenging, because I guess I come from a kind of background where you just do what you're told, especially with doctors and things like that. So for her to just say no, I'm not doing it, is incredibly brave. I think now, probably 8 years ago, I didn't say that. But yeah, she's an
Well, it's
incredibly brave,
her
strong
body,
woman.
her choice, same as we'd all get. She knows what's right for herself. No one
Mm,
can tell you what's right for your own body. So
absolutely.
she's followed what she felt was right. And 8 years is a long time to have had, even though she wasn't necessarily diagnosed, to be terminal the first time round. That's still a really good. Well, not really good. I know it's not as long as you want, but
No, it's hard to find the right word, isn't it? Whatever you say
yeah,
feels like the wrong thing. It's not. You can't say the wrong thing to me. It's but yeah, it's sad on a lot of levels, so yeah, it's she rallies. She's amazingly strong, so she keeps rallying round. We'll see how it goes, but
has she got kids?
yeah, she's got 2 boys. Yeah,
Oh,
she's
bless
got a
her.
grandson as well, who she just adores. So,
Oh,
yeah, I've learned a lot, actually. I've learned a lot about, when challenges come your way, you do learn a lot, don't you? And just the whole kind of idea of not going down the prescribed route, and a lot about cancer and a lot about the treatment that you get on the NHS. And I don't know if anybody, sorry, Green Eyes, guess you won't be able to see it, but there was a documentary on iPlayer. Well, it will be on iPlayer now. I can't remember what it's called now, but it was a woman who had cancer, and it's really worth watching. And I will remember as time goes on what it was called. But it was a really different perspective on whether chemotherapy works, and the percentages of people that it works for is about 4 women in 200 that it actually
it's not great, is it?
preventative.
Yeah.
So there's an awful lot of women out there going through chemotherapy for which it would have made no difference because the cancer wouldn't have come back anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting times.
Yeah, and you've got to do your research. You shouldn't just blindly follow. Like you say, I've read
No.
them same statistics, but it's very difficult to sort of make people. Sorry, my fridge is open. Yeah, make people deviate, like you say, from what they're told.
Yeah.
Not your sister, obviously, but most of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a huge learning curve for the family. Not just because of the cancer, but because of the way she's decided to have treatment and her level of treatment and what she wants, and just that whole concept of it's her body and her choice and her life. And I've always believed in a woman's right to choose and a woman's body. But I've never really equated it with cancer, because I just thought, well, everybody does what they're told and goes along the same lines. But no, she's proved us all wrong, and she's fantastic, and I love her.
Yeah, good for her. Like I said, I've seen someone go through it that was sort of close in in the family line, and that is just horrible. They went the prescribed route, and like you say, who knows how long they'd have had if they'd not had the radiation.
Yeah.
But that's what finished her.
Yeah.
It's just horrible anyway, whatever way you look at it. But no, kudos to your sister, man.
Yeah, no. Green Eyes is saying private patients get much better treatment in Australia.
Same as here, really.
I suspect it's the same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And chemo was accidentally discovered during the war. It was a must gas that they found and killed white blood cells. How interesting! I didn't know that.
Oh, I watched that film recently with Oh, that Rosamund Pike, and she plays actually Mary Curie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and she discovered radiation, didn't she?
The
Unbeknownst
hard
to
way.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Unbeknownst to her, she was killing it. Well, she slept with it under her pillow, man.
Oh, did she?
Well, yeah, because it glowed. It had that nice neon glow, which to them was magical, but of course it was just absolute death trap, wasn't it?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Yeah, well, look, this has turned into an expert Hug-A-Thon for you as well.
Yeah.
Okay, say.
Cheers.
Oh,
Needed.
are your other siblings like pulling in, and are you all sort of supporting each other, or is everybody just doing?
Yeah, no. So they're all down there, and my brother and sister are there tonight with her. So they're all around. But actually, what what can you do? You don't. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want us sitting there looking at her, and there's not a lot that she can't drive now, which is massive for her because she's an extremely giving woman and would spend all her time driving around doing things for other people. So she's losing a lot of that self-worth. Unfortunately, that's how she kind of got her self-esteem. So self-esteem anyway. So I think that's a real big downer for her.
Well, it is things that keep us going as people, like our routines and our habits and hobbies.
Yeah.
We have to somehow learn to define ourselves in new ways, but like the most limited ways. It's excruciatingly hard. It's really, really horrible.
Yeah, there's a couple of people just saying that chemo isn't basically all it's trumped up to be, and I completely agree now. I've kind of seen the other side of it, and I will, if I don't get it tonight, the name of that program on iPlayer, if I don't get it tonight, I will get it to you because it really is worth watching. So yeah, it is a poison. You're exactly right, and that's exactly what my sister said. She said, "I don't put a poison into my body."
No.
And yeah, it's shit, isn't it?
Mate, that is it. It is fucking utterly shit. There is no justice or fairness in
No.
it. It's just such a fucking kick in the crutch.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those seminal, life-changing things.
Yeah.
And it already has been, and it certainly will be as
The
time goes on.
process itself, yeah, you've already sort of been through, like you say, the things you've learned, and you just would never have known, and there's no reason for anyone to know otherwise, because it's just stuff you learn while you're living it and sharing it with that person.
Yeah,
but then
absolutely.
that's good as a family, like you've gone through it together, and the way you can talk about it now, it just shows you've been a support.
Well, I hope so. I know they have been. A wonderful support to her, and there's nothing like being around all the time. And my brother's great at that. My brother's great at just being around and taking the piss and
yeah, and that's the point, because there's a few of
you,
all your different strengths. Like everyone's going to cover an aspect that needs to be covered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. No, Green Eyes. She doesn't take bicarbonate soda. No.
Sorry, one sec. I've just got to shout up my son. John?
I wouldn't know what to do with it. Tell me. I wish we could all talk because I feel really stupid. Talking while you lot are typing away. But I wouldn't know what to do with bicarbonate soda. But she's done a lot of. She takes mushrooms from Mexico or somewhere, dried mushrooms. Not magic mushrooms, but and they seem to have really worked very well. She's looked into it all in great depth, and she's pretty fucking nice, actually. I'm sure you feel about like that. Who's gone home, Green Eyes? What a big partner must have been today. I'm sorry, and I'm sending you a big hug.
Better to be honest than to let it go the waste. Yeah.
Everyone can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You certainly don't want any sandwiches on the picnic tomorrow. But he's
Yeah.
going to get hungry, isn't he, for God's sake? Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean just to interject then. I just had to find out. Well, I didn't buy any pickle, that's why I can't fucking find it. Are we all still here?
Okay. Yeah, no, I certainly will look into that, Green Eyes. Thank you very much. To be honest, guys, I only came on here to do a couple of accents and make you laugh and then piss off.
Oh, sorry. I hope you don't mind. It's obviously like, good to talk, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we'll go back to having a laugh in a bit anyway. So I was winding Jackie up and saying that she'd shown her gash on camera when she went live. I was like, yeah, it's all right until you showed your gash. I was like, no, not really.
Do you know what, mate? I didn't know that gash was a thing, and I was in a meeting once, and there was about 40 people in this meeting, and I texted my mate who was sitting next to me, and I said, "Do you want to see my gash?" Because I cut my hand, and I thought gash sounded quite funny. And she looked at me, two lesbians looking at each other here, probably took on more of a slightly different slang. But and she just looked at me and she just messaged back, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I said, "The cut on my hand," and she was like, "Oh my God, thank fuck for that." And this was all over message. And then of course, any of you who are religious out there, who was made to go to church like I was, we started fucking giggling. And that was just the end of it then. And the more that she laughed, I laughed. And I could see the bloke who was sharing the meeting looking at me. It's just like, oh God, it was just one of the funniest things. So I didn't know the word gash. Well, it can't be a northern thing if you know it. I thought it was a northern thing.
No, well, I mean, I don't hear it a lot. I don't hear it a lot, but
thank you, Green Eyes. So who knew that gash was another word for? I'm just convent educated girl, and that's all.
Gash, yeah,
simple as that.
One of my sisters said it to me years back. So gash, and I hadn't heard it before that. I was like, oh, how disgusting, yet so perfectly descriptive.
Oh, well, Simple's Meerkats knows it. I don't know where you're from, Simple, but
Simples is a
yeah,
bit
I
up
certainly
north.
didn't know it.
Simples I think Simples is from the Wirral.
Well, there you go. That was in Chester. So, thank you, Green Eyes. I will have a look later. I really appreciate that. Yeah, well, this girl was from Liverpool, Simple's Meerkat. So I don't know whether it was from there, but the look on her face, I will never forget.
And just think, she was sitting there contemplating, like,
Simple's Meerkat from Newcastle. Oh gosh, was that accent terrible? You can tell me. I'm really sorry. I do apologise. I have a disclaimer before I do any accent.
It's not good enough, Uncle P. It's not good enough, okay? I won't have it.
I do have a disclaimer that I can't really do any accent. It just, to the uninitiated, it sounds good. And I get away with it for a brief second. But anyone from the area just goes, "No, mate, that's shit. Don't fucking do it again."
That's just common local prejudice. Everybody says that deliberately.
Yeah.
But no, you do. I mean, most people can do an accent. They can like squeeze out 2 or 3 words, and then it disappears. You just end up sounding like a div. But not you. You can actually, you kind of have like a spirit take over you.
That's been said before as well.
It is a skill.
Apparently, it was a Tad Mackham.
What's that?
I'll take that. I'll take that, Simple's Meerkat. I'll take it.
What the fuck is a Tad Mackham?
Mackham is it's Sunderland, isn't it? Simple's Meerkat. Am I wrong? I'm sure you'll soon tell me.
Oh.
I thought it was really fucking good, like.
Sound like Sharon Lake.
Tell me quickly. I'm going to keep doing it now till you tell me. No, I'm getting nothing from you, pet. Sunderland, that's what I meant to say.
Sunderland.
I've got a friend from Sunderland as well. Sorry, I do apologise. It was meant to be a Sunderland accent, so that's why it sounded so bloody good as a Sunderland accent, because that's what it was. Ta-da! Are you making the fucking picnic, or what are you doing here? Are you getting ahead of the game, like?
I literally am doing a picnic for tomorrow. Just
fuck me.
Yeah,
well, at least really fucking tell us what you're having now that we can hear you fucking making it.
Well, hold on. I've done the hubby cheese and chili sauce for his work because he's at work, so they're done. Now I'm just contemplating. I suppose I'll do a cheese and maybe a ham. Not very exciting, is it?
Wow.
Cheese and a ham. I can't be bothered to do egg mayo, and then only I.
No, it's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, and I literally end up eating the whole lot, and it's so fucking calorific, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Simple's Meerkat said, "What about the sausage rolls, pet?
What about
you can pop into Greg's on the way and just fucking buy them. Don't be making them."
Hello.
Oh, Jesus Christ, she's back, people.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't believe what happened. I went to get me, I was sitting in my pyjama bottoms, so I went upstairs to get my going out trousers on, and projectile
You've only
vomit
got one pair, people.
off the dog, all down the stairs, all over the landing.
What the dog did?
Yeah, so I had to clear that up. I finally managed to get him outside, and I've had to walk down the middle of the road to stop him from eating, because the council spray, weeds along the roads up here.
Yeah.
So he's like dragging me into the side of like every fence line, trying to get at weeds. So I've had to walk down the centre of the roads. Just, it's only like a little turn around the block, but he's nearly dislocated my bloody shoulder, dragging me, trying to get to weeds and stuff. But he actually doesn't seem that bad now, apart from doing the crazy panting.
Oh, good. So he's worked some of it out. But yeah, maybe that's why he was licking, because he knew he was going to be sick.
Yeah, well, no, he's actually done the licking to make himself sick.
Oh, right. It's all like cotton. He's got cotton mouth.
Yeah, well, I also found a sock in the puke.
Oh, Cooper, for fuck's sake.
I know.
And that's why he's my Cooper.
Super Cooper.
Yeah.
Guys, like Green's just put, perhaps he just needs to throw up. No, he does it. It's every single time I come live. This is what he does. It's like he can't cope with hearing other voices and me, or even just me on my own.
No, it's anxiety. It definitely is, Jack. You're right.
He doesn't do it any other time until I go live. Go figure.
Yeah. Well, if you've got any fucking listeners left after me going on, I'll be surprised.
What I missed?
No, you haven't missed anything interesting, I promise. And apparently my Newcastle accent sounds like a Sunderland accent, which is all well and good. I mean, if I can throw a dart anywhere near up there, then I'm doing all right, really, aren't I?
I wouldn't know the difference between Newcastle and Sunderland. Wasn't it Sunderland where those Jack the Ripper fake recordings came from?
Yeah, it sounds familiar, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure that was where they came from. Here, now I've got a little topic or a subject to discuss, because I know Green Eyes and Simples are kind of into the whole alien thing. I don't know if anybody watches the Umbrella Academy.
I love that, and I love the chimp. but the chimp went quite early on. I love that.
Right. Well, I haven't watched any of it. And the funny thing was, I was talking about this topic that I'm about to bring with one of my friends on the phone, and she went, "Oh, yeah, they covered that on the Umbrella Academy." I was like, "What? Has anybody heard of the Majestic 12?"
No.
Yeah, Umbrella Academy.
Apart from on the Umbrella Academy, because I think
No.
on the Umbrella Academy they kind of tweaked with it a little bit.
Okay. Tell me more.
Right. Well,
Tell me more.
did you get very far?
Like, yeah, good girl. That's my girl.
So basically, when President Truman he was the sitting president, and then you had President-elect Eisenhower. So he's getting ready to come into the seat of the president. And he was presented with this document, and it was relating to US Army, Navy pilots interaction with aliens. So it was alien contact. It also covered the crashes at Area 51. Is it 51 or 52? I can never remember. Area 51. That sounds familiar. Yeah. So it covered that.
I get confused with that and the nightclub that used to be in America, Area 54 or something. I'm just confusing things, aren't I? Carry on.
Yes. So, oh, there you go. So, as I said, Area 51. As you can see, the alien thing is quite new to me. So anyway, these documents, they appeared in the 1980s with a British ufologist. He claimed to have been sent them by somebody in the US military, and they were copies of these official documents that were sent to President Eisenhower. And Linda Moulton Howe, who most of you will know, she's the lady she's an investigative journalist, but she basically investigates, the cattle mutilations, crop circles, all things alien-esque. And she has been studying the involvement of this group of people called the Majestic 12 for the past 20 years. And it's really interesting stuff. And I thought this will be great for, just for one evening to do a live on this Majestic 12, because it's all about the involvement of these top scientists and how they've been involved with alien technology, how they have basically, it was the government's, it was kind of a go-to document telling the government how not to let things like this out into the public, how to keep them covered, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I was just wondering if anybody had actually heard of it other than, via the Umbrella Academy, who didn't
No, I hadn't. Not at all.
No. It's very interesting. I've read a bit of it, not enough. I think it would probably take me a good week to read it all, enough to feel confident, enough to do a live on it. But it's very, very interesting stuff. And obviously, this was because apparently President Eisenhower wanted to make all of this public. When he saw it, oh, hi, Jules. Hello. Sorry, Jules. Hi all, I'm here with a big hug for Green Eyes. There you go. It's Green Eyes, it's called the Majestic 12. So, and apparently Eisenhower was wanting to make it public. And the minute that he said he was going to make it public, people started to come out debunking what was being said, as they do. The 1980s documentation that was received in the UK, that was very quickly debunked. However, I've watched a program with a member of the US Homeland Security. He's retired now, and he's actually confirmed that yes, this documentation was accurate and that there was a disinformation campaign going on. And then look what happened last year, or was it the year before? President Trump, he released it. He got them all to release the fact that, yes, there has been alien contact with the US military, and it's been on a regular basis for decades.
Oh. Wow, I don't really know what to say to that. Sounds really interesting. I will come in again to your live
So
and listen to that.
what's Frida just said? What I don't understand is why, when the military see UFOs, they always look far away. With all the technology they have today, you think they would have better pics. Well, it's like blob squatches, isn't it? If any of you have ever been into Sasquatch, and they laugh about it because they say that with all the modern technology, nobody, apart from that film from was it the 1950s? It was taken. Of the Sasquatch, the female Sasquatch walking in the woods. Apart from that, everybody just gets kind of blurred or very fuzzy, and they call them blob squatches.
Oh, wow. Can I just say that I was talking about Pat earlier and her cancer, Jack. So,
all right, people know.
I was just saying to everyone about this really good program, and it's called it's Horizon, and if you go on to iPlayer, it's on Horizon, and you should be able to find the actual one on there. You won't see it until you click on it, because I had a bit of trouble finding it. But if you put Horizon in, it should come up with a list of programs that they've done. So it's really worth watching.
And what's it related to? Sorry.
Just about how pointless for thousands and thousands and thousands of women, it turns out, that chemotherapy is.
Really?
How pointless it is, because if you have it, it will probably make no difference to cancer returning or not. The cancer was never going to return, but the NHS gives it as a preventative.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's quite shocking.
Oh yeah, it really is worth watching, and I won't try and get the stats to you now because it will all be wrong, but I think it was something like, out of 200 women that they would give it to, only 4 women would actually benefit from it, as in the cancer would return and the chemotherapy would prevent it or lessen the effects of it returning.
God.
So all these women are going through, and people, I guess, are going through chemo for no fucking reason whatsoever.
Yeah. All manner of people.
Well, no benefit whatsoever, rather.
Yeah.
And is it for all cancers or just breast?
This one was just particularly looking at no, I think it was actually. I think they were looking at breast cancer in that case.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was the woman who had bowel cancer. I think it was. It wasn't Deborah James who's just died. It was another woman. It's a brilliant mathematician. I can't remember her name either. I might just get the program up now and I can tell you a bit more. But she was deciding, because she had radical surgery. She had everything removed basically, and Dr. Hannah Fry, she's absolutely brilliant. I loved her in it, in the program. She was absolutely brilliant. Really helped that she did it. I think it was unfortunate that she obviously ended up with cancer, but it was really making sense of cancer with Hannah Fry. And I really urge you to watch it if you can. It's really worth it.
Yeah, I'll have a watch that. And like Green Eyes, I've just pinned a comment. She's put, it's all money for the drug companies. That's all. And I saw a very interesting program about cannabis and the healing properties of cannabis, and the fact that for decades and decades and decades, the medical profession has known about, the cancer fighting agents basically of cannabis, the CBD oils, uses of, internal and external application of it. And they just will not release all these findings because they know that, they're not going to make the money, like Green Eyes has said, the money there, the big pharma companies, and Simples have just said it.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly Pat's point in why she won't go down that road, is that it's just big pharma and just making money out of anything. You know,
Free
everything
just
that they
made a
can.
very good point there. She's put, when I was a child, I hardly heard of anyone having cancer. Now it's so common. What has increased, what's caused the increase? I heard it could have something to do with Chernobyl. Very, very, very probably, Frida. I mean, I'll actually tell you something. If you, I mean, I don't remember it, but apparently there was some form of, I don't know what had gone on at Seascale. There was a nuclear power plant at Seascale. And this is a family story, and this is what my nan had told me. My nan went on holiday there. There was, I think it was a caravan site or something near to Seascale in the UK. And she went there with my granddad and her sister, my Auntie Maggie, and her husband, my Uncle Peter. Oh, Uncle P will know about this. I always say Uncle Peter was from the south of Ireland, and he talked like that all the time, and his teeth never, ever opened. His teeth were together all the time. You never saw his lips move, and his teeth just stuck together, but he talked like that all the time. So they all went.
Because the Irish don't want to give you nothing, including their teeth.
So basically they went on holiday, they went away, and it was about, I think we had about a fortnight, and this was in it's either the late 60s or the early 1970s, and they went, the four of them, away for a little holiday, and within 10 years 3 of the 4 had got cancers of different types, and my nan ended up with a dramatically weakened aorta. That they didn't know why this would have occurred. She had this thinning of the, I don't know what they call, like the valves in her heart. Very, very weird. And my nan always said, I think it was staying near Seascale. She said that's what did it, because my granddad ended up with prostate cancer, my Auntie Maggie ended up with breast cancer and lymphatic cancer, and Uncle Peter ended up with lung cancer. He'd never smoked a cigarette in his life.
No. Well, that's what they say about all areas that have nuclear power stations around. That cancer's a massive thing in that area, but of course it's so localized that it doesn't get spread. Not the cancer doesn't spread. The kind of dangers of it doesn't get spread to other areas. But I guess it's also just in the news more, and it's also just more widely advertised, and it's also, again, big pharma, isn't it?
Oh gosh, look at Mrs. Mercury's put, our 4 siblings and all of us have had one form of cancer. Wow.
Blimey.
Where are you from, Mrs. Mercury?
Near where I'm living now.
Ah.
Wild. Jules, did you get my email? No, I didn't, sweetheart. Have you right, if you've sent me an email, I'll have a look, because I haven't checked email since I came home. I had them switched off on my phone, so I wasn't using my mobile data too much while I was on holiday. I'll have a little look. Green Eyes, Mrs. Mercury. It's a machine that runs on frequencies to heal or treat anything. Dr. Rife discovered it many years ago, but it was hid due to its healing cancers. Oh, Mrs. Mercury is originally from Salford.
Okay, so a Rife machine, I've never heard of that either, Green Eyes.
No.
33 in a turd. 33 in a turd.
I know, that's what we used to get him to say, that. 33 in a turd. They used to like that with the Richard III thing, the Irishman saying, the king before Henry VII, he goes, was it Richard III or Dickie the shit? I can never remember.
But where I come from, back down in Kent, and a lot of you might know Dungeness. It's quite a famous place. Anyway, there's Dungeness Power Station. So that was obviously within the vicinity of where I lived. And I knew a cab driver, and he used to say that the amount of people from the marsh, which is what we call the place where we were from, which is next to the power station, the amount of cancer patients he used to take to the hospital was unreal.
Right.
Yeah. You see, it could be anything, I mean, I'm not one of these people who believes in like the chemtrails. I know a lot of people do, but you've got all this talk about chemtrails in the sky as well, haven't you? And what's being put in water. Because I know for a fact, when I've gone down, one of my friends lives in London, and occasionally, well, actually, no,
Someone's fucking got her, isn't they?
she's in Chigwell. Well, now she's in the posh part. She's in Chigwell.
Fucking cunt. There's nothing posh about Chigwell, babes, I promise you.
Oh no, her place is bad. Oh, it is swimming pools and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, that don't make it posh.
Well, no, you know what I mean. Though. She's expensive. Well, she's originally from the East End. She's the one who I think.
Well, it's posh to her then. Chigwell's well posh to her.
Well, listen to this though. She's the first person that I ever heard of as an adult getting an ASBO.
Oh my god!
Were you not in the live that night, Denny?
Yeah.
She hit the neighbour with a baseball bat because she was.
Me.
No, she was in her garden. She has a swimming pool, as most of them do along where she lives. She actually had a washing hanging out because you can take the girl out of the East End, but you can't take the East End out the girl. She wasn't going to use the tumble dry. She's having the sheets all blowing and the knickers and everything on the washing line. Lovely day. And she's having a float on an inflatable in a swimming pool. And as she describes him, I'm sorry, these are her words, not mine. The old cunt who lives at the back of her he was burning all the leaves in his garden and all the smoke was blowing straight over the fence at Tina. So it's blowing over the fence, it's blowing into her, blowing all over the washing. So she shouted at him and said, mate, can you please stop burning things because I'm outside? And he ignored her. So she went and dragged the hose pipe and she stood up on the fence panel and got the hose pipe on the jet and sprayed it to put it. He basically lit the fire right near the fence. So she sprays it to put the fire out. So he shoved her. He came over to the fence and pushed her. So she fell off when she came up swinging because her son's baseball bat was on the floor about 5 foot from her. So she picks up the baseball bat, jumps up on the fence, straight round the head, knocked him over. I think she knocked him out for a couple of seconds. But yeah, the police came round and yeah, she was the first person I ever heard of who got an ASBO.
Wielding a bleeding baseball bat at her neighbours. Jesus.
Yeah. She didn't think. She just literally came up swinging with it. Bang.
Jesus, have you read Green Eyes' message?
What?
What's that? Let me have a look. Where are we?
I got pregnant in the 1980s. My partner's on a nuclear sub, ended up having medical termination due to deformity. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, ma'am. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Sweetheart.
Oh, that's dreadful. That is awful. Yeah, I did. I've just seen the last message put there. Obviously got something to do with it. It absolutely has, Green Eyes. I don't doubt that for a second. Oh, Suzanne's here. Hiya, darling. Can't believe I made it. Hope everyone is well. Well, yeah, we're kind of... We were supposed to be here to keep Green Eyes happy, but we've kind of taken a dark turn with the conversation.
Well, I fucking made everyone miserable when you weren't there, so you didn't. Honestly, mate.
You didn't.
Have you finished your fucking picnic yet, you cunt?
Who's having a picnic? Oh, listen. Speaking of picnics, although I did try and eat a sandwich in the garden before and I got dive bombed by a seagull.
Only you, mate. Only you.
No, listen, the big bastards. I'm out in the garden. I've got the cat that's like
that cat.
He's basically at the side of me going like with his motor running. I'll feed the cat, I'll give him his antibiotics and I'll have a sandwich and I'm sitting on my comfy moon chair outside and the next minute I thought a brick had landed on the conservatory roof. No, it's a big F-off gigantic seagull that brought all his fucking mates. And I got dive bombed. I threw a brick, well, not a full brick, it was like a fist-sized brick. I threw it at it. So yeah, the neighbours will think I'm a psycho because I was literally in the garden going, fuck off!
I can see why you were friends with your mate Tina with the baseball bat.
Yeah, but I only threw it at a seagull. Yeah, horrible.
Yeah, don't tell me you wouldn't fucking take it back to someone who didn't deserve it, mate. I know you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but yeah, seagulls. But anyway, I'm doing a full garden makeover at the moment. I've gone full on Alan Titchmarsh, or I might have been Charlie Dimmock because there was no bra on. Obviously, I'm not working.
Oi.
I'm going Charlie Dimmock. I've seen you.
Yeah, I'm doing the full Charlie Dimmock. I was going to tell you all what my colour plans are, but I don't know if Porky is listening. I think he might not be because he's over at his mum's. They're him and the porklet are looking at his mum's away for the weekend, so they're looking after her dog, and they've gone over to her house. So I'm thinking they may not be online. So if they're not,
Dun,
I could.
dun, dun. Okay.
Well, I've started doing the painting today. I bought a load of paint for the garden, and I don't know. You might all think it's a bit minging. However, it looks pretty cool so far. I'm going for black for the woodwork, for the shed and the fencing for a good contrast with the plants, and I'm going black with cream trim. So I'm doing little films of it so you can see it progressing.
Okay.
That sounds a bit. It reminds me of old Hollywood, like Paul Burns' house, black and white.
Well, not seen that.
Yeah. Obviously, it was ways back. It won't look like it now. But no, it sounds pretty cool. It's good to have a DIY project anyway.
Yeah, well, I was going to do it country cream and sage green, and then
Country
country cream, and then I'm
cream.
dressed, and I thought, actually, I like Tudor black timber, so I'm going to do that.
When I picked the colours for the house here, I thought I'd try something like a bit different and go for something a bit bold and a bit, a bit fucking like just something a bit different. Anyway, it arrived and it was fucking Cabri-Land purple, and I shit you not, it was the exact. But I just didn't like it. That's all I could see was Cabri-Land, and like a real minion yellow.
Oh, mate.
Just horrific, really.
Oh,
So we
mate.
watered them down, but I was like, I felt like I did.
You felt like a bit of a cunt, didn't you?
Chart, and it was just shit. What shit choices, but nah.
When we were growing up, my mum had really, really fucking bad taste in colours. And we had a really lurid orange toilet upstairs because we didn't have a downstairs toilet growing up. Oh my god, I'm too posh. But we had a really bright orange, lurid orange, tiny toilet, and then she painted the skirting board black.
Oh my god, that is awful.
Yeah, honestly, she had the worst taste. God love her and God bless her. And rest in peace, my darling mother. But Jesus Christ, her taste was awful.
Gosh.
Well, who was I talking with? It might have been my sister, or it could have been Denny. So you'll have to stop me. We were talking about bathroom suites, and I said when I was a kid, I remember one of my friends, her mum and dad thought it was really cool, and they had the most disgusting colour of bathroom suite, and it was like this. It was like pus yellow.
Yeah, I've seen that. Almost like a mustard yellow. Yeah.
It wasn't. It was kind of between yellow.
Mustard would be better, but it's not even that, is it? It's like mustard, and then someone's pissed in it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And they've got a bladder infection or something.
Yeah.
And then her grandma, we went round to her grandma's house because we used to go on a Sunday. Her grandma, up to the day she died, had this pink bathroom suite. It was like, it was pink. Everything was the toilet, the basin, the bath. It was minging. Awful.
Mate, do you remember the colour in our bathroom?
No.
Pink.
Is it?
Oh,
is it fuck?
Totally
Silly
like run a
as if.
down. I mean, wow.
As if.
What colour is it? White?
Yeah, white.
For a vase.
With a Cadbury's purple ceiling.
You know, really.
You fucking cheeky cunt. I tell you what.
I don't like that purple, personally.
It's very dark, isn't it?
It's just so Cadbury's, Ali. It's so distinctive to that fucking brand. That's all I could say.
I've just laughed.
You've been sacked from Cadbury's or something. What's going on here?
Exactly that.
Green
exactly that.
Reader are both saying if that was the next one, they both lived with avocado.
Yeah. Fucking avocado, mate.
What made? I mean, you can't go wrong with with the white. White's just timeless, isn't it? But
Timeless. The timeless colour of white.
It is timeless. Listen. Oh, and I'll tell you what else was funny as well. Pauline knows. Maria.
Who's Pauline?
Who's Maria?
Yeah. It's all right.
I love you, Denny.
I love you more, Uncle P.
Well, Maria, my friend, is like a gardening fanatic. So when I told her what my colour scheme was, she basically was just like, "That's not going to fucking work."
Yeah.
You're so critical. No, it's too dark.
If someone's going to tell you what the score is, it's fucking her.
It is, isn't it?
Christ.
I'll tell you, she'll call a spade, and she pulls no punches. She's brilliant, though, isn't she, P?
Yeah, you seem to attract these people, though.
What brilliant people or weirdos?
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
I'll keep talking. There's a case. Oh, what have I missed here? Green eyes. That's heartbreaking. Oh, what? Oh, I don't know. Let me think.
Oh, about the baby.
Oh, not surprised. It must be ingrained. Oh God, what have I missed here? Having to delete.
It's what we said a bit earlier about.
Oh, she had to. Oh, green eyes. Oh, mate. Oh, and then in between that, she's talking about somebody else called Green Eyes, goes in Dirty Dots and Hoghead Coopers.
Yeah, I've seen another Green Eyes. Is it Green Eyes? Is it the same name?
It spelled differently.
I don't know what Dirty Dots and Green Hoghead Coopers are.
Just be glad of that, Uncle P, because it's just a complete shitstorm of fuckery.
Yeah, Dirty.
Okay.
We all used to mod for her. Actually, we were all mods on her channel. Got her going because she basically started with nobody, and she is the biggest arsehole on the planet. Well, no, she's probably one of the biggest arseholes on YouTube. She's a shady bitch. So yeah, so we call her Dirty Dot, and one of her mates.
If I spoke like that, would that help me along the way? Like,
well, what?
Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Hey?
Accent. Has she got an accent?
No, Boston.
Oh right, no, sorry.
Come on,
I
we're
was
pushing
thinking
you
someone
overseas,
else.
Uncle P. Get your travelling boots on.
Look what Suzanne's put. She spits. Twatted. Oh, hi, Sheila. Oh, hang on.
Oh, can I just say, Jules, I hope you. Sorry if I haven't said hello to anyone in the chat. Personally,
You're making a fucking picnic.
Yeah, I was doing the goddamn picnic, weren't I?
Oh, take care, Jules. I hope you feel better, love. She's got a migraine. I was just reading.
I was going to say good night and feel better soon, Jules.
And we've got Sheila coming as well. Green Eyes is calling a fatty bollocks Dot. Someone
she's had like a meth makeover.
What's this? Suzanne's put. Someone caught her farting and posted it. What? Did actually...
But she let one slip on a live. Did she acknowledge it? Or...
The thing is, she's a dirty pig. She belts.
Right, the thing is, she's a dirty fucking pig. No, go on.
I'm getting the theme here. I'm getting the theme.
She sits there on a live and she'll go, I mean, do you know what? Farting, I don't find farting as offensive as I find belching. She'll be on a live and she'll be going, and oh, that's the other thing. She talks like that. She's like a filly. Oh, yeah. Fucking, come on, bring it fucking here. Suzanne, she's got a thing about Suzanne, who's in 3 flick 3 is our Suzanne. And she goes, Suzanne, fucking rat, Suzanne. Green eyes and kiss my axe, you fucking rats. fuck off. So yeah, that's her, but she'll go, and you're fucking smoking, and then she'll go, excuse me, I'm just drinking Coke, fucking fuck, and you think, you absolute dirty bastard.
Okay, thanks for that, guys. This is a question I wished I'd never asked. Fucking hell.
Just put, the Dusties were dusty bitches. She's like, oh, you're fucking watching us, the dusty bitches. And I have to say, I just caught what Kit just said, and I wanted to put the record straight. I was never, ever a mod for that skip rap Dorothy. All right, Sheila. Sorry, chicken. We'll take that one off for you then.
Yeah, I never modded for the old bitch.
Well, a lot of us. Hang on, I don't lie. I don't chat. Oh God, she keeps a dildo in the fridge. Oh no!
My fucking God! Why in the fridge? That is fucking weird. So there's like cock air. Well, not even cock. Like vagina air circulating around her food.
I wonder if she washes it before she puts it in the fridge.
I just can't fathom that. So the kids are just obviously desensitized to seeing a fucking rubber one sat next to their cheese.
Oh, what's this? Oh, Susanna, I was a mod twice. She has both wrenches jammed up her ass. Well, yes, I shoved my wrench up her ass as well. Oh, did you see that screenshot of her when she allegedly came out of hospital? Gee, she fell out the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. I saw that, Green Eyes. It was you who sent me one, Denny.
I sent you a picture. Well, I obviously thought from the picture I'd seen of her before, I thought she looked more attractive, but obviously we didn't share the same sentiments, did we?
Yeah, she sent it to me. She said, "Do you look attractive?" So she sent it to me. I looked at it. I think I texted you back. What did I say? Something like fucking baghead or something.
You just said you're a baghead. You said you're a lot kinder than I am.
That's it, yeah. She looks like a fucking baghead.
Oh my God, guys. Just hang on a minute here. His bedtime clown just joined us.
Oh! Bedtime. Yes, bedtime. We have Uncle P up on, if you remember, with the old accents.
Hey there, brother, from another brother.
Another. That's, I've never heard that one before. Have I gone again? Oh, bloody hellfire.
No, you're still there.
How's it going, bedtime? Yes, the troublemaker. Yes, she's back in the room. Oh.
But I must say, apart from the initial slip up, which is completely understandable, it's been clean and good, isn't it? I don't think you're going to get a ban on this one.
Well, we've had
this, mate. I haven't finished yet.
Yeah, don't speak too fucking soon.
Let us have a look. What else have we missed here? It's going. Oh yes, and hugs to Voodoo Queen. Yes, please. Same from us as well, from everybody here. I like bedtime's voice. It is very relaxing, Frida. Yeah,
bedtime could be like the guy on the radio, couldn't he?
Yeah, and
speaking clock.
Because he's from Texas, so you had to do the Texas accent, and then his good lady missus is from New Orleans, isn't she?
She's got a great voice. Don't get me started on that voice again.
Oh yeah. You were going into a total meltdown over Voodoo Queen.
Yeah, she's got a great voice.
Yeah,
a lovely accent.
Did you miss it when bedtime played the guitar for us all?
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, missed that.
I didn't see it. No, did I see it? I don't
see it.
So.
He played it for Salty. He'd missed. He was going to go live on, the Salties, like when we did the marathon for Salty. And he missed it. Oh,
no. Hello.
Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, he was going to play.
She's fucking ruined in the kitchen with all kinds of kitchen implements. She's fucking killing me ears, man.
Who is?
We're making a fucking picnic for tomorrow.
Where are you going on a picnic?
She better
Yeah,
fucking be after all the clatter she's been making in the fucking kitchen, like.
I'm so sorry.
She's blocking my fucking ears, man.
Yeah, we're going on a picnic tomorrow, so I thought I want to get out because I've got to work in the afternoon, so I want to get out early. So I thought I'd get the sandwiches done, but Uncle P obviously has heard every step of that process.
No, sorry, where are you going on your picnic?
We're going, without obviously giving away my location, we're going to like the local country park, which has got some nice walks, waterfalls, lakes, and a little coffee shop. So we'll go for a walk, have a picnic, then grab like coffee and cake.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. So I'm hoping it's still going to be sunny, obviously. Fingers crossed. But...
Yeah, because we've been expecting a thunderstorm. I'll keep being told there's going to be this deluge and thunderstorm, and it's never happened. We had thunder the very first night in Scotland, and it was weird because normally you get like blue lightning flashes, or it's like bluey white. These were. I've never seen pink lightning before. It was crazy, but that was it. That's all we've had.
We've had a few thunderstorms of late, and typically in the time I've lived down here, I haven't seen hardly any thunderstorms. But the last couple of months, yeah, we've had our fair share.
Oh, I'm just seeing here, green eyes. That's one thing I miss is pork pies and meat pies. They don't have
Yeah, I didn't buy because I'm still on my diet. So if I buy pork pies, I'm gonna fucking nosh the shit out of them. So I don't buy them.
Fuck your diet, man. Just get yourself some scran down your neck.
I do like a pork. I love the pork pie with pickle.
Get yourself some made, green eyes. Do a bit of watercress pastry, easiest thing in the world. Oh God, have you looked what Sheila's put here? I always remember when I fell asleep on Bam's Live and was dreaming of my dad not long after he died, and I woke up still half asleep and thought it must be God talking in my ear, and it was bedtime clown.
Funny.
God almighty. Oh, Suzanne's put green eyes. My dad missed his pork pies. We hunted high and low. Well, get yourself a bit of minced pork and get yourself some made. Watercress pastry. You can't go wrong. God, I can't believe that. That is hilarious. So, bedtime clown, you obviously have the voice of God. Are you still working bedtime, or are you at home? If you're still there, because I was going to say you're very welcome if you wanted to come and play a tune for Green Eyes and have a sing along with us girlies. You're very welcome to come up on panel. Not that we're pressuring you, but we all enjoyed it last time. What's Green Eyes put? When I came to the UK 3 years ago, binged out on everything I missed, including berry black puddings. Voice of a hick Dan Angel. Right, what's going on in the background? I've got a bit of interference here. Can everybody hear everything okay? Have we still got Uncle P? Uncle P? Right, we've no Uncle P. Denny?
Hi.
Oh, we still got you. Okie dokie.
Hi.
I don't know where Uncle P's vanished to. Oh.
It should flick back in. I mean, it's been a good run.
Yeah, I couldn't hear. I wondered where she's gone. Green Eyes. Oh yes, Scotch. Oh, guess what? I found a recipe for Frida. Tullocks. You know the tea. Poulton pork pies. Oh, are they good, Mrs. Mercury? Let's see what else we've got here.
But mate, I don't mean to be a party pooper. I'm gonna have to jump down and see myself.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Mr. Murphy, I think that the sound's gone a little bit.
Yeah, the sound's gone weird. Uncle P dropped out.
Yeah, it's very strange, isn't it? Not a problem, because I know you're busy trying to get going and everything. But no, thank you very, very much for being up. Are you staying in the chat, or are you going to feck
I
off?
will be wafting around for another 10 minutes or so, just
Well.
tidying up briefly. So I'll say goodnight. Green Eyes, obviously, massive, massive hugs to you. I hope this has been a little bit of a happy distraction. And yeah, hang in there. But to everyone in chat, like, it was lovely chatting. Oh, Uncle P, you back?
Hello, darlings.
Hello, my love.
Yeah, you're
Don't know
back.
what happened there.
I know. I was saying. I thought there was like a little bit of interference, but you'd vanished.
Well, maybe I was the interference and I vanished myself. Like, I don't know.
Denny's just going to jump out. She's got to get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to
Got to get ready for a picnic.
Yeah. I'm going to enjoy those sandwiches.
Have a great time, Denny, with all your
Oh, thanks so much.
stuff.
It was so lovely to catch up again, Uncle P.
Always.
Thanks, Denny, and thanks for you two for holding the fort while I had to take old vomity ass out.
Yeah, no worries. I hope he's feeling all right and settled down now, the poor little bugger.
Yeah, it's kind of all right, but yeah, it's not great.
Oh, poor Coops. I don't know what we can do to help settle him in that initial period.
I've got no idea. And the thing is, I feel really mean because I was dragging him down the road because he was trying to get to the weeds and things, and I just didn't want him eating anything that had weed killer on them. So I just feel really mean.
Well, it's tough love, isn't it? Obviously, he would be very ill or worse otherwise. So
yeah, little bugger.
Little bugger. All right, my lovelies.
Thank you so much.
No,
take care, darling. Lovely to speak to you.
And you, and hopefully talk to you again soon. All right, big hugs
all
and
right,
kisses, guys, and to everyone in chat.
Thanks, Denny. Take care, sweetheart. Tomorrow.
Bye, darlings.
Bye. Good night. Good night, my darling. Good night.
It's just me and you.
It's just me and you, kiddo.
Right. I bet
there's nobody else listening, is there, though? I mean, I'm not making an ass of myself or anything, am I?
No, not at all. Absolutely not. And I know that Green Eyes had said she'd come up as and when the storm passes because they've got a lovely winter storm, and she's freezing. It's 20 odd degrees and she's freezing because it's winter. 20 odd degrees.
I can promise you I would be baking.
Well, I was thinking, 21 degrees, that's like bikini weather here, isn't it?
Yeah, but different bloody climate, mate.
I know. I mean, I do remember when I went to Thailand, I couldn't. It was the humidity that was the killer for me. The humidity, and I was thinking. Pardon?
And you barn it.
Yeah. Oh, just looking at Bedtime Clown. We're melting 105 where Bedtime Clown is.
Yeah, what's that in real terms though?
Is it about 40, is that?
Oh, fucking hell, whatever it is, it's too fucking hot.
What's this here? Still having trouble with lagging on internet due to storms and rain. All right, Green Eyes, don't worry, sweetheart. We shall just keep chit-chatting away, you maniac, because you love the humidity. Simples, I had my tits out in that today. That's getting pinned. No, do you remember Simples? And obviously, you'll be able to do it with your accent. Do you remember this? With the Sid the Sexist cartoon, and
I'm not doing accents anymore. They're rubbish.
No, they're not. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Frida said, "I can't wait till Sunday. It's going to be 21 degrees in Northern Ireland."
Whoop whoop.
I mean, that's like a heat wave for us bedtime. If we get in the mid to late 70s, it's really, 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 really hot. We go on to drought warnings and shit. We just can't deal with it. And Green Eyes is saying it's 21 degrees. She's got 3 jumpers on.
I can't believe that, man.
Simple. The fat slags. Was it the
slags? It was the fat slags. Get your tits out for the lads.
Toot. The Fat Slags, wasn't that the one where was it them that they did the song on for that saggy with a camel toe?
I'm sure it was.
I'll just wait to see if somebody in chat
Yeah, of course you do, Green Eyes.
I'm pretty sure it was that Fat Slags about going to Blackpool. Oh, sorry. Oh, shine a light. Hang on. I didn't realise that bedtime was back. Oh, it's gone. Where have you gone, bed? It just put I'm backstage and you're not anymore. Come back, come back. I hope I didn't knock you off.
Time comes back. All right.
We can have so if bedtime can come back, I'll keep a look on. I don't know why it didn't notify me then, because it usually pings. If you want to try again, bedtime. Oh yeah, right. For everybody, I'm just letting you know we're going to have God in the chat. God is about to join the live stream. Good evening, God.
Don't do that. Good evening.
I'm just looking here. Sheila's just saying bedtime. It's now 17 degrees where she is, and she's sitting in front of the fan. She can't cope when it's too hot. And
now,
you're at
Sheila, that's my girl. That's my girl right there.
17 degrees in Celsius is what in Fahrenheit? That's probably like 60 something.
Yes, Suzanne's just saying to go from Fahrenheit to Celsius, you go 25 C, you double it and add 30 for a double approximation.
Okay, yeah. Look, all I know is 105. Literally, I just woke up from a nap. Voodoo Queen woke me up, and she got home and she woke me up. I only had to work a few hours today, and it's 105 degrees outside. I was thinking about going on my channel and literally seeing if an egg could fry on the sidewalk or possibly the bed of my truck. But I saw you were live and decided to come in here. But yeah, it's hot. Huh?
No, I think the last time. Oh, I've gone again.
No, you're there, Jack.
Yeah, no, you're still there, or were.
Anyway, Mr. Bedtime Clown, are you not going to say hello to Uncle P?
Hey, Uncle P. Has it been a happy new year for you so far?
Yeah, let's move on from that. Yeah, it's been all right. It's been all right. How's it been for you two?
Hasn't it? I mean, it was going fine until our first 100-degree day in May.
Oh, Jesus. That's too much. That I can't even think about how hot that is. I can't even imagine.
And then when you start, you're realizing that holy shit, it's going to do this until October or whatever. We haven't had any rain. We had maybe what, honey, 2 weeks of spring, if that. And it was just straight to the hottest part of summer, and it was gonna be like that for 6 months. It's awful. The only good thing, yes, is that we're not like the Western United States, which has been going through a drought for I don't know, the last 25 years. And a lot of the major reservoirs along the Colorado River are drying up so much to the point that they're pretty much gone. So,
Oh no, that's awful.
Is it that kind of temperature every year, bedtime?
I mean, yes and no. Last summer was pretty mild. We had a lot of 90-degree day, 95-degree days, but it wasn't getting up in, and it depends on what month as well. Usually the month of August and the beginning of the month of September is usually the hottest every year.
Yeah.
It's about an every 10-year cycle where we'll have a severe winter storm. Where if you remember right, in 2021, in February 2021, we had that ice and snow for a week, and everybody was losing power and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And it's usually followed by an extremely hot summer. it didn't exactly follow that pattern in 2021, but that was the same thing that happened in 2021 that happened in 2011. It happened in 2001 or 2002. It happened in 1992. It happened in it also happened in 88. And then 1978, I think, or 77. But yeah,
Wow,
it's not.
fella, you are completely and utterly on point with your timings, aren't you? In terms of when things happen.
Well, I've lived through however many of those since 1977, so I remember them. And I fish, and I pay attention to the weather and the wind, and when these things occur.
You're not a weather reader, are you? You're not a news. You don't actually do it for a living, do you? Because you sounded really professional.
No, I don't do that for a living. Just like to fish in nice weather. That's it. Yeah, which is exactly like Voodoo Queen just said, which is not usually a condition that we get. And like all the nice days to go fishing this year, I haven't even been out this year, and all the nice days have been on days that I have to work and can't take off. So,
Well, listen, my beautiful people, I'm going to take my leave.
Do what?
I'm going to take my leave. I'm going. I'm going to leave you all in
hello, can anybody hear me? No.
Yeah, we can now, Jack. Yeah.
Hello.
Yep.
Ooh.
Well, we could.
Like we've lost our host.
Is she? She's not still in Scotland, is she?
No, she's not. No.
Hello.
Hi, Jack.
Hello.
Are you back? Oh no.
I wonder if there's a huge delay.
I think she can't hear us because we can obviously hear her, but I don't know if we can.
Hello.
Hi, Jack.
Oh God, I don't know what the hell's going on. I couldn't hear you guys. I couldn't hear myself.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. What's going on?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's happened.
There's only one thing to do, bedtime clown.
What's that?
You need to sing a show tune.
I don't know any show tunes.
What's the show tune?
I was just saying, whilst we didn't have our lovely host, bedtime.
Oh, I've lost you again.
Show tune. Oh no.
Are you back, Kiss? I don't know what's happened.
Are you all right, mate? Are you in the room? Oh no.
Hello.
Hi, darling.
Oh, I'm back. Oh God, I don't know what's going on here.
Alla fucking Lulia.
I really don't know what's going on. It's intermittent.
Is there a storm brewing?
I'm wondering. I don't know. I think bedtime's coming back in. I've not got a clue what's going on. I'm just literally. It's like I'm being cut off completely. I can't hear you guys.
Oh, darling.
So I don't do I just keep vanishing, or can you hear me going hello, hello, hello?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. But you obviously can't hear us.
No, I don't know what's going on.
You sound really clear now, though.
Yeah, maybe it's like because sometimes you get these solar storms, don't you? And it kind of knocks things. What have I missed here? Oh, is Raven in the chat?
Don't think so.
Oh, just
hello, Raven.
Saying hello, Raven.
Raven? Listen, mate, I'm gonna hit the hay.
Oh, right. Okie doke. Oh, right. It's obviously gone quiet again. So I'm going to presume that you can hear me because I can't hear you saying anything.
We can hear you, Jack. Can you hear us?
Right. Yeah, you've just come back in again now. I haven't got a clue
Okay.
what's going on.
There's quite a lot of feedback.
All right. Oh, yeah. I don't know whether to close down and come back in it again. But thank you so much for coming up, Pete. I'm really glad you could join us.
All right, baby.
So thank you.
I'll take care. Thank you for everyone for listening to me. No wonder I don't come in very often. And take care, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye, darling. Bye.
Speak to you later. Bye.
Bye.
That was the lovely Uncle P.
Take care, Uncle P.
Gosh, the last time we had Uncle P up, there was lots of C words and C bombs dropping all over the place, weren't there? Nothing tonight. God, I'm sorry, I've lost the volume again. I'm presuming you can hear me. I don't know whether there's something going on here with the signal. I'm really sorry if this is causing any problems because I can't hear you at all, Bedtime Clown.
Well, I'm muting. Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm muting my mic because I hear the clickety clack in the background, and I was getting it from Uncle P's as well earlier, but I know it also comes from my phone as well. So when I'm not talking, I'm muting.
All right, okay. It's just all night I've been having this issue where I'll be talking and we're having a conversation and then everything goes. And I think that I'm muted. You can all still hear me going, hello, hello, but I can't hear anybody else. So I've just got a feeling that something is I'm just going to have to apologise in advance in case we get cut off because I feel that there's something brewing, whether it's atmospheric or just in case I lose connection. But anyway, what's new, Bedtime Clown? What's the 911? What's on?
Yeah, I don't know, not much. All I know is it's the same old shit on the YouTube streets, people abusing each other and hurting each other verbally, and some are doing it just because they're vindictive and spiteful, and others are doing it for money.
And in which case, I'm really glad that I don't go on any of those streets because it's just all shizzle. I mean, Green Eyes did send me a funny video before. It was that one, where Country Joe called out Dot on threatening to go real life. Is it Lycan? Was it Lycan? Anyway, so Green Eyes sent me that and I was laughing at it. But apart from that, I just don't have anything to do with.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I don't exactly what clip or what stream that was from. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. These. I was trying to say last weekend on Jurors panel with Country Joe that yeah, you can go anywhere you want. I mean, you take the internet for what it is, but all week long, it's just been a bunch of back and forth about how people can't actually do that. So,
are you not blocked by Jura?
Well, she blocked me. We had a conversation about that too. She said, I realized that, don't quote me to this, but it was something along the lines of she had a realization that it was like, why did I have all these people blocked? And yeah, she unblocked me. So I didn't ask her to, she just did it.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's okay.
But she doesn't like, she's one of these that doesn't like being criticized. So, and I'm not going to say anything to block you again, but that's why I got blocked, because I just said I thought she was a shit stirrer. So next thing, blocked.
Well, for me, because I didn't know, like Bam explained some stuff that she had done in the past that I had no idea about. And I thought she was somebody that just came along during the whole Lana and Chris Watts 35. You know what I mean? And because she was coming into our chat, hanging out and all of that, and then all of a sudden, when Dot decided she wanted to turn on Bam, Jur did the same thing, and that's when I got blocked. So that was my assumption, but it was like what you just said is like what Sheila said the other day was that she was like, I don't know how I don't know how you could be so civil to her, and well, I didn't know some of the stuff that I was told later on that had happened. So and again, I don't know that I still wouldn't be civil, and that was my whole point of that panel was that I mean, Amber and I went at each other a little bit on what's her name's channel. I don't know, 6 months ago or so.
Yeah,
she's a moderator in several chats that I go into, and she doesn't whack me with a wrench. So what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's it though, isn't it? I mean, the if you've got a wrench, I mean, we all behave, like adults. And I'd done that when I was modding for Dirty Dot. There were people going in her chat I couldn't fucking stand, but all I did was I just didn't interact with them. I didn't abuse the fact that I had a wrench. I just thought, well, as long as they're welcomed by the host, then it's not down for me to decide you can't come in the chat and say, whatever you want to say. So, yeah, but I don't know. It's a pity because there are some chats where the mods will just go bloody haywire on people that they don't like. So,
yeah. And I saw a little bit of the chat just now when I went back over there to before I unmuted again, and yeah, I mean they're right. And Sheila, first Sheila, actually I don't remember what chat it was in, and I saw her get blocked. And they were talking about her name and how it was a dumb way to spell it, and it pissed me off. I don't think it was Country Joe's. It may have been Jur. I'm not sure, but yeah, she gets blocked in every fucking chat. Like, and it's because she is exactly, well, I mean, not exactly like, but you know what I mean? Like, bam, she'll call these people out on their bullshit and say something. And then it's just immediately, it's message deleted and she can't say anything else. That she's automatically blocked.
I missed that Jam. Who are you on about there?
Oh, I was talking about Sheila getting I was talking about Sheila, how she gets treated very rudely in other chats, and then just gets immediately blocked just because they don't want to answer the question or not the questions, but they don't want to answer to the topics that she's bringing up when she's calling somebody out, like Jur, because I remember. I don't know if this is when she got blocked, but I remember her saying, "Oh yeah, you were fine sitting up there next to Dorothy when you were slagging off this and blah blah blah." And then all of a sudden, it was message deleted, and she was just blocked. It's like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. I mean, because I remember that too.
Well, I think when I got blocked, because it was when it all blew up with them, and I did mention, I was on my live here, and I just said, I can't be arsed with that one, because I said, now she's all holier than thou, Dorothy's. I said, Dorothy's bad, and she's done this, and acting all pearl clutching. I said, she had no fucking problem with it and refused to call her out while, all the months she was friends with her. And that's what I find disgusting. You can't suddenly, it'd be like, I don't know, like you being an absolute arsehole to somebody and me laughing along with you, and they're an arsehole. And then all of a sudden, us having a fallout, and I'm standing up on YouTube going, I can't believe that bedtime clown is a shit. He's terrible. I just find it really hypocritical. So that's why she blocked me, because I called her out for being an arsehole.
Yeah. Sheila corrected me. Yeah, you're right. It was Gen X's. But I see Sheila around a lot. I mean, like I even see Sheila in the law tube, and because I was making a joke in BAMS the other day. We were talking about how Sheila gets banned, or that wasn't the subject, but that she was a troublemaker or whatever, and I said that's the only chat. This and Ricada's chat are the only chat I don't see her being banned out of. Because all the rest of them treat her so fucking rude, and she's so. And she's, so, I mean, she's so on point and so smart and so pointed with her comments, I mean, and she was somebody with a backbone, and I admire that.
I'll tell you who I keep getting really pissed off about this, and it's not down for me because I don't. I kind of hate watch a couple of channels sometimes. If I hear there's something going on. But what is really pissing me off is, Fern, Dolls by Fern, and she comes in here and she goes in a lot of different chats. Lovely. I think the world of Fern. She's great. I've noticed a certain chat that she goes into, and there's some sneaky little fuckers in there. And when you're watching somebody and you're thinking, you're a sly bastard. I know exactly why you've asked that question. They're trying to come across like they're just being innocent, asking a question where they're actually really trying to stir the shit. So you'll get somebody going, oh, Fern, haven't I seen you in Bam's chat? Knowing damn well that the whole chat are going to jump on him. And the next time I see it, I don't give a shit whether I get blocked or not. I'm going to be jumping in going, you were one shit. I'll tell you it is, that JD, shit stirrer.
Yeah. She's tried to be a little bit friendlier with me ever since that panel last weekend, and all I can say is keep your eye on that one. Yeah,
I wouldn't trust her as far as I could pick her up and spit her out. There's another one, what's she called? Dark something or other. She's another one, a shitbag. There's three names.
You're talking about Dark Angel.
That's it. But that JD, I always remember because wasn't she the one who Nuff chucked out of a chat, and she kicked her out. She went, "Go on, fuck off, you silly little cunt." And I was pissing myself laughing because I'd never heard Jen swear like that before. But yeah, she's such a troublemaker. I thought you're not clever because anybody with half an ounce of intelligence can actually see what you're doing and why you're doing it. Just behave, leave Fern alone. She can go into who's that. She doesn't run from chat to chat going, hey, Jax, did you see what got said in this chat? She doesn't do that. She just enjoys going into different chats. Leave the woman alone, for fuck's sake. But
the other one, not Iva. It's usually Dark Angel, JD, and what's the other one's name? I can't remember now.
No, I can't. But it's just you see him coming up and constantly pick and constantly. Oh, and I tell you who else they had to go at as well. Emerald Kimmy. They were having another. Haven't I seen you in Bam's chat? You go in Bam's chat. And I'm like, you shit, just leave the woman alone. You can go where the fuck you want, so long as you're not running from channel to channel, tittle-tattling and trying to stir the shit like you're doing.
Well, isn't that what's happening in the Krama community right now? And that's what I was trying to say on that panel, was that, look, and I was trying to say that, well, I didn't exactly try to say this back then when Ginger did her little thing on our friend, but 6 or 8 months ago. But this was kind of what I was alluding to, was that you, as long as you're not going back and forth stirring shit, you exactly what you just said, you can be just fine. If you get along with other people that the creator doesn't necessarily get along with, if the creator does, say, well, I don't want you over there, then that's that. I mean, you can either choose to obey or choose to not obey, and be put out of the channel if that's what it comes down to, I suppose, But it comes back to me to the civility of it all, being on the internet, because you're amongst people that don't like each other, including yourself, regardless of where you go. Regardless of where you go, it doesn't matter. You might think you're on friendly ground, but you're not necessarily always on friendly ground, even when you think you are. you know. So really, what it is it's about the civility of it all, you know. Uh, to me, but you know, I could be wrong, and people can disagree. You know,
No, I'm with you on that one. Absolutely with you on it. I think I don't even know why it's so, the Kramer side of things. It's vicious. I'm not. I'm not a part of it. Like I said, I do hate watch a couple of channels just to see what's going on. But from what I've seen, it's vicious. You know, and they're all like, "Oh, she's such a sweetheart. She's such a sweetheart. Oh, you know, it's all love. We love you. We love you." And I thought, you're all backstabbing. Well, I'd say 90% of them are backstabbing bastards. You know, they'll shit on you as soon as look at you. I'd rather stay. My dad used to have a phrase, and he used to say, "I'd rather." I don't know if you say this in America, but he'd say, "I'd rather have you sugar or shite." Meaning, you know, be one way or the other. I don't want you straight down the middle with two different faces. I'd rather have you sweet, or I'd rather have you nasty, and I'll respect you for being either way. And I'm exactly the same. Be sugar or shite, or F off.
Yeah, my grandmother used to say all the time. She would say, "You're talking out of both sides of your mouth," and it basically means it's.
That's it. Yeah. Or we say here as well, more faces than the town hall clock.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
the town clocks in the UK have 4 faces, so you know. But yeah, I just what I've seen, I'm like, you're a load of nasty, and the acts that people put on, you know, all these sweetness and light acts, and they are acts, you know. They just, I can see it, and I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I've not been trained in any way, shape, or form. But just, you know, life experience and my own intelligence, I look at someone and I can see that they're being two-faced and disingenuous, really. And I don't know how people get suckered in by these two-faced shits.
Well, you know, I don't know if anybody in the chat or you know who that Candy Kisses Forever person is.
No,
but,
not
Dot attacked her here a day ago or so, and told everybody that she's a scammer, and she's, as far as I know, she's not. You know, and I had a problem with how Mrs. P was brought into Dot's community myself. You know, and I told Bam all about it. You know, I feel like the couple, and I'm saying this without saying their names, the couple that brought her in to whatever you want to call it, this community, they did it with malicious intent because they knew the type of person that she is and problems that she has and that she cannot control herself. And now, after 6 months or so, look how it's turned out, and it's actually hurt the rest of the community, because the rest of the quote-unquote community doesn't seem to have as much how shall I put it, empathy or concern for the mental health, you know. And I think that's fucking bullshit. And you know, Dot saying what I mean, Dot, I didn't like what she said about any of the creators, including Jur. You know, I don't. Again, I know Jur is kind of a foe. I don't know her that well, and don't plan on it. But yeah, getting to know her. But I don't agree with anything Dot said in the past couple of days about any of those creators. But Candy Kisses Forever is not necessarily in the same situation, but socially she sort of is. You know what I mean? And what are they always talking about? I mean, I'll just take the most basic topic. They're always saying, "I don't punch them. I don't attack smaller channels." Blah blah blah. And then she took her channel. You know, she took her name and said she's a scammer and this and that. And basically that her little fund that she has going for her grandbaby's birthday party coming up is nothing but a scam. That Dot coming from you, that's fucking laughable, you know.
Isn't Dot
funny? But
I mean, I won't watch. I won't even hate watch her. I just wouldn't give her the view. I don't even look at her incognito because I think she's just scum. But I heard off somebody, I'm not going to name, that isn't she trying to like get teeth out of people now? Her bottom teeth that she reckons she knocked out when she passed out. Well, I think they fell out because of all the drugs she was on. Oh, we've lost him. Oh, hang on, back he comes. Hiya.
Sorry, I booted myself. Yes, she is trying to get teeth out of people now.
Yeah, but it was like my friend was saying, oh yeah, and she's saying that she lost these bottom teeth. She knocked them out when she passed out. I'm like, fuck off. If she'd have passed out, the likelihood is there would have been a top teeth that hit the ground first, not the bottom ones, unless she hit something as she went down. And I'm sorry, but seeing that still, that screenshot of her, I would say that was they kind of fell out through drug use, probably, rather than anything else, because she looks like a meth head.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know how if she was sitting at a desk, right, on her laptop, how is there that much force if you just passed out? I mean, she must have stood up out of the bed or out of a chair, and then if that story is even true, right? But I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I just the whole thing is suspect. But in all frankness, it doesn't seem, after seeing the pictures of her on video when she got out of the hospital, I'm pretty sure she probably looked really close to that going into the hospital. So in my mind, it wouldn't be that difficult to knock some bottom teeth out. It's just how it happened is kind of suspect to me.
Well, Lady Witch has just put there, as we've all said recently, where are the bruises? Right. For those of you who know, some of you may know, some of you may not, my aunt had a bad fall about 6 weeks ago now, I think. Green Eyes has seen the photographs of her. She passed out. She's 79 years old, yeah, so there's going to be, a bit more frailty there and the likelihood of more bruises. But as I said, Green Eyes has seen these photographs, so she can back me up on this. She fell in her bedroom, passed out and hit the floor. And you want to see the state of her: shattered eye socket, shattered cheekbone. She's fractured her arm and wrist, bruising like you would not believe. And she actually went head first into her dressing table. Her teeth are all still there. They're like literally smacked straight in from upright, unconscious, bang, and straight down again. And she is black and blue. And as I said, Green Eyes has seen the photographs and she can tell you she looks like she's gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. There's not a bruise on her.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of those situations that could have gone either way. You know what I mean? Either it's a scam or it isn't. But my thing is that I have a hard time believing that she was capable at that time of staying offline for 8 days straight.
Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, bloody hell.
No, I was saying I have a hard. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time believing that she, at that time, that she was capable of staying offline for 8 days straight.
Nah.
Now it's entirely possible that the teeth were already gone. Yeah, because like a lot of people have said, her speech pattern, like nothing about her speech has changed. Right, she speaks. You don't hear any kind of, I don't know, like maybe a lisp, or I don't know if you that, but something like that. There has been no change in her pattern of speech, so it's almost we're all missing. But I do believe she was definitely in the hospital for something, and I do believe that possibly. What was said about it. the one finding her. So.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that little bit again? I just missed that last bit.
I said I do believe that she was in the hospital for 8 days, and I do believe that her little one is the one that found her. Like, I believe that she passed out on stream. I mean, we all heard that for ourselves. We know that happened, right? But as far as when the teeth and all that, I just don't know that. Like I said, I don't believe that she was capable of physically, like, actually staying off the internet for 8 days like that.
Well, she was back within 3 days, wasn't she, of this heart attack thing? And again, everybody's different. That's fine. But the example I was using, go back to earlier in the year. You all heard when I was in the middle of my live, I got that phone call. My dad had had the heart attack. I ended up flying up to Scotland. And he was, I mean, it wasn't kind of a mega heart attack. It wasn't, the worst of the worst, shall we say. But he wasn't out and home and on the internet within 3 days. He was still in the hospital. Now, I was going to say, I know that our health services are different in the UK to the US, but surely the same care and patterns of care will apply in, the cases of like a heart failure or heart attack. They're not just going to kick you out to go home within 2 days or 3, especially not having an adult to look after you.
Well, I don't, and I could be wrong. Kat, correct me if I'm wrong. She was gone for like 8 or 9 days. She was gone. She was gone for over a week.
Well, she came back on because we were on. I think we were on either My Live or on BAMS. Somebody was saying that she'd had a heart attack, and then they were like, "Oh no, she's actually live now," and she was live. And I think it was like 2 days or 3 days after. She wasn't on long. She was only on for about half an hour.
No, there was an 8 or 9 day break in between the last, when she passed out on the live, and then she went and did that half-hour live where she was crying and Natasha Cooper came up. Dorothy was not online that entire 8 or 9 days.
Oh, I've missed that bit. Oh.
Yeah, but what happened was, the way I remember it going is that she basically got out of the hospital, and within 24 hours, if that, of getting out of the hospital, she was back online, and she did that 30-minute live.
You see, that's when you've got a bit of an issue, isn't it? It's different if it's literally just a 5-minute bob on going, guys, I'm all right, I'm alive, I just need to recover for a bit. So it's just a quick hello, letting you all know I'm here. I'll speak to you all in a few days. To actually go live, it's the last thing you should. It's the last thing I would be thinking of.
But actually, now that you mention it, it's kind of funny now that I think back to that 30-minute live, because she said that she was in a coma for, I think it was 3 or 4 days. Yeah. And she also said that she had internet access at the hospital and tried to make it work to where she could go live, but she couldn't make it work. So she didn't go live, which means that she was watching. Now, if she was in the hospital that entire 8 or 9 days, then that means at least half of that time she was, because she said in that 30-minute live, I saw this and I saw that, but I couldn't comment, just couldn't make it work, blah blah blah. That she was watching what was going on. So that's interesting.
Sorry,
I didn't make any comments in any chats about that whole thing because I don't want to. I'm in recovery too, and unlike some of these other creators that claim they're in recovery, I'm not gonna kick a dog when the dog is down. I mean, I'm not gonna kick a dog. Period. That's the bottom line. That's not what we people in recovery do. If you catch me kicking a dog when they're down, well, then you know that there's something going on or wrong with me.
Especially when you're supposed to be recovery support.
Right.
You
So, did I kick myself? No.
And she was just jumping all over them, and I'm like, hang on a minute, you profess to be this on on the level that you claim to do it. I just found it quite shocking.
Well, so it doesn't matter if you're Narcotics Anonymous or Alcoholics Anonymous. The thing is that we have a thing in both of the books where it says, if you find fault with anyone around you, the problem is within yourself, because you're seeing something in someone else or something else that you see within yourself that you don't like. And when you really sit back and think about that in retrospect, it's true. That anytime I had a problem with a person, place, or a thing, it was something about that person, place, or a thing that I had within myself that I didn't like or that I hated. And then out of that grew a resentment. And to me, that's what I see going on with all these creators and these channels. And it has to do with the acceptance of that fact. Until I can lay down that resentment, because I had that very same resentment against myself. Until I can lay that down, I can't move forward. But unfortunately, on YouTube, that makes people money. And the way it makes people money is because other people suffer from the very same afflictions, and they'll pay to watch it and watch it play out.
I've just seen Suzanne. She stole money from a church. What the fuck? That's low. If that's true, that's well low. That is.
Yeah, I think that was when she was possibly a teenager, or maybe even younger.
Right. I've not heard half of these. I mean, when we all ended up handing wrenches back and then getting blocked, that was the last I had to do with it, other than taking the piss, when we're all having a chat. But other than, having a laugh, I have no interest in that woman at all. I think she's absolutely vile. I actually feel quite, I don't know how anybody else feels, those of us that were mobbed or that were helping her out. I actually feel quite disgusted with myself that I didn't realize what kind of a person she was. Has anybody else felt that about themselves, or just taken it that you just got suckered and the fault's on her? But I feel quite bad that I didn't see it.
Well, we had been talking about it behind the scenes, that like, look at what she's doing and look at what she's saying. And this is, I made my opinion very well known about how, about what I thought she was trying to do. Because at one point, I felt like she was trying to pit Natasha Cooper against another creator, like almost as if she was infiltrating and trying to get that whole thing going.
Well, like she Salty, didn't she? She tried to use Salty as a, don't you mess with Salty, she'll come at you. And Salty's like, the fuck?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, that did happen. She also tried to basically use the Rucheks to get into another channel as well. And it's like, well, how can you be using them as your like way in, when you're best friends with Dr. B and Lana and all of that lot too, So she basically was, what she was doing, and what we were talking about behind the scenes, was she was basically using whatever angle she could to try to get in, and then whichever provided the path of least resistance, that was where she was going to go, because that was what was going to make the most money. And look at where she's at now. I mean, she's probably got $300 to $500 a month at least in membership extra. So now she doesn't have to buy her cigarettes. Her members do it. Now she doesn't have to buy. There's a bunch of shit she doesn't have to buy. I mean, she got a couple of new computers out of it. She's gotten toys for her son. She's, you know what I mean? Maybe some money for some extracurricular activities, as we call it in AA or whatever. But, there's a whole bunch of stuff that she no longer has to pay for. And it's ironic to me because she chides Jur and she chides Helen Schaefer as well, saying that I'm the one that built your channels. And she's basically following the exact same business model as Natasha Cooper. I don't know what makes her think that she's going to be any different. If she continues down this path and keeps going on the way that she is, she's going to get banned just like Natasha does.
Yeah.
Natasha can't hardly make any money off of YouTube. And I've said for a long time.
Wait, no, isn't she?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Natasha's over on Twitch now. Sorry, Mrs. Mercury. Yes, the friends now, the best buddies, BFFs. Yeah, she's on Twitch, but she doesn't make the money. I mean, it was like she was on YouTube. And see, that's where, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, okay? And I'm not trying to give these people any a leg up or whatever, but that's where AD has actually been smart about what he does, right? He doesn't do what they do. They got greedy. Like Natasha got greedy with drama. I said this the other day in, I think it was CJ's chat. I said, if Dorothy is following the wrong business model, had Natasha been smart, she would have viewed, and this is just my opinion. I don't know if this is how AD actually views it. I just base this based on what I see him do. Mm-hmm.
He farms YouTube for subs, right? For his other platforms. You farm YouTube for it. Yeah, you can get super chats. Yeah, you can get, you can post your PayPal or whatever on YouTube, but you farm YouTube for the subs. And then you don't bully people on YouTube, although everybody's got their differing opinions on what AD does on YouTube as to whether or not it's bullying. But we all know what he does behind the paywall, don't we? Right? Because there's just as many people that pay for Patreon that are gullible, that don't know that there's no Watts case. There are people in the truth community, maybe not just as many, but there are people in the truth community that will pay him as well to go to Patreon and watch everything he says and does over there, which he can get away with a hell of a lot more over there than he can on YouTube. So if Natasha was smart, what she would have done, because she modeled her channel and her whole shtick after everything AD has done, pretty much, right? The gambling, right? The sad fishing, right? The PayPal because I lost my luggage. She needs a hot tub or a pool or whatever it is. She sits in a chair. He's now known as the armchair detective. She sits in a fucking recliner. Don't tell me she didn't model her chest after armchair detective, right? If she was smart, what she would do is come onto YouTube, cause a minor shit stir, name any names, blah, 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 spend very little time, maybe an hour and a half. Again, not give away too much information and say, join me on Patreon at 10 o'clock tonight and I'll tell you the whole thing. That's what she would have done. She's doing this now. Too late. Dorothy is following in the same footsteps. Going to make the exact same mistake because she actually doesn't have the self, in my opinion, the self-confidence that Natasha had when her head got all big after the Gabby Petito thing.
You see, the money making side of things with YouTube. Do you know what? If people can make money off it, fine. I've got no problem with that. When it's begging, I have a bit of a problem, you know, and trying to what's the word I'm going to use? Kind of pity shaming your subs into, you know, like Green. I think was it Green Eyes before us, or Sheila. One of them had just said about, you know, like fuck, does that money go on her son? You know, but using that, and like Mrs. Portland had done, you know, all the fucking shit about we want presents for my son and he's in bed at the minute. Turns out the son's never lived with him since he was, you know, he was a tiny baby and has never lived with them since. But using that kind of emotional blackmail on people, that's what I disagree with. I get really pissed off with it. And then hearing this now that she wants some teeth because they got knocked out. Well, fuck off. You know, sort yourself out. You're getting enough money through Patreon and members and what have you. Sorry, guys, that was me just having a wee rant.
Hang on. I want to put these headphones in. Voodoo Queen's going to kill me. Give me 1 second, because they're saying I'm roboting.
Yeah, just a little. Give her time, it will happen. She's expanded the platform. The infamous sympathy cash. That's right, Lady Witch. That's absolutely right. Mercury, I'll have to have a look because I don't know if I'm still sub to Dorothy. You'll probably find that she she kind of booted us all at the same time. Let's have a look. Yeah, Frieda. Yeah, it's nice to help people on YouTube, but understand what you're saying. Yeah, do you know what? It's not. It's kind of. It's how do you decide, really? It's down to the individual, isn't it? I do not have a problem whatsoever with helping. You know, we all have a mutual friend. Don't have a problem with that. Don't have a problem helping Lady Witch cover things for kitty cats. Oh, incidentally, Lady Witch, if you want to drop your link, I forgot about that. For the cats, I don't have a problem with that. I wouldn't have a problem if, you know, say Bedtime Voodoo Queen had like something had gone wrong and they didn't have a vehicle and they needed some help with it. I wouldn't have a problem with that either. But it's this where instead of just saying, you know what, I've actually got no money, I need some help with the basics of everything because I'm living hand to mouth. I'd have more respect for somebody saying that than giving this whole sob story with wish lists for kids and saying that they've injured themselves, this, that, or the other, when they probably didn't. That's what pisses me off. I don't mind helping anybody out, but be real about what it's for, you know?
Is this any better?
Oh, loads better bedtime, yeah. Oh, hi,
Okay.
Sid.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I don't know how much of everything I was saying you missed. I was just saying that you know, Dorothy's following down. She wants to do is make money on YouTube. She's following Natasha's stupid, greedy business path. You know. By just slamming everybody because she thinks that, well, drama sells, and that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah. You know, so.
But she's right. It does, doesn't it? People want to go. Well, look, here, use for an example. Let's use Bam's channel for an example, right? Look how, and she's got what, 2,000 plus followers or subs, I should.
Oh, now I just lost sound.
Saying because I keep losing sound here.
I just lost I lost your sound, Kiss.
Oh, right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Right. I'm really sorry about this. So what I was saying was, so using for an example, we'll use Bam's channel. So she's got over 2,000 subs. When she is going off on somebody for whatever they've done, and it goes a little to the drama side of things, the chat's full, isn't it? And if not just a chat, she's got, you know, tens upon, you know, hundreds. In fact, she's had pushing on 1,000 at one point of people watching. because it's, you know, to them it's drama. It's not the fact that she's been offended by somebody or somebody's done something shitty or what have you. It's the fact that they've got somebody shouting or going mad and people find that entertaining. When she's done educational stuff that's really interesting and she's put a lot of thought into it and work and everything, and there might be 30 or 40 or 50 in the chat, and that shows people like Dirty Dorothy and NC and whoever else is on it. They watch these formats of these larger channels that they are quite envious of, because, you know, Dot didn't have a channel the size of Bam's. Bam helped to grow that channel of hers. And then she watched, so she's obviously been observing what Bam does, and it's like, no, if I actually put some thought into content, if I actually do something and study and do some research and throw this out, it's not going to make me any money. However, if I sit here and start tearing shreds off everybody that I dislike, I'm more likely to get people coming in, and I'll start aiming at some of these larger channels like NC's and, you know, and Kelly the Advocate, because people are going to want to come in and hear what I've got to say. So she's been very clever over it, but it's sad that that is what's selling on YouTube, because I did YouTube to listen to all that shit. I wanted to, you know, do what we're doing now, you know, get educated, learn something new, speak to interesting people, have good discussions.
Yep, you're 100% right.
Oh, let's have a look, Sid. Oh, yeah, how was Bulgaria, Sid? Sid's been on holiday, the lucky bugger. And how's Nancy? Hope she's well. And did you bring us all a present back? What would you actually bring back from Bulgaria? It's not like sticks of rock or anything, is it? Just wondering what you would, you know, if you go somewhere, like if I went to Texas, I'd come back with a Stetson, because that would be the thing. And if I went to Australia, I'd come back with a boomerang or a didgeridoo. And if you come to the UK, you...
Chat helped me out. She said, if you come to the UK, and then it cut out for me. What would you come back with?
Oh, let's have a look. Frida. Bam is very good at her true crime. Yeah, she did help Dorothy grow a channel. And I think a lot of that as well, Frida, was that people were watching Dot's channel because Bam was on there, because they were expecting some form of something, you know, whether it was a bit of drama, whether it was hearing a bit of effing and jeffing, and we were all in that chat as well. So, you know, she had full chat every single live that she did. She'd have 20, 30, 40 people, which for a new channel is, you know, that's, and probably more actually, for a new channel with what, 200 or 300 subs, that was bloody phenomenal, wasn't it? And it just kept growing from there. So yeah, she needs to thank Bam for that.
Yeah, that's true. Because I'm not exactly sure why she latched on to Bam when she was going after Kelly, other than Kelly had said some shit about Bam when everything blew up between her and the family.
Yeah, I think it was the thing about her and HC talking about the IRA thing.
Oh yeah.
So that's why Bam had gone off on Kelly, which then suited Dot down to the ground, didn't it? Because she had, in her eyes, she had an ally, you know.
Yeah.
Her on and like, because I think she's a coward. I think that she knew damn well that if Bam's got something to say, she's going to fucking say it. And she's going to rip you a new one if you deserve one to be ripped. And you're not going to out-talk her, because you can't, like, I can get tied up in knots if somebody's arguing with me. Bam's never short of a word, you know. You can throw whatever you want at it, and she'll come back quick as a flash with a comeback. Yeah. Dorothy doesn't have that skill, so I think that's what she was, you know, she was enjoying having that on her channel. But yeah, she's a sneaky one, she is.
Yeah. And like I said, we were talking, you know, quote unquote the themes about what he was doing, and turned out we were right. You know, she was being a snake in the grass.
Oh yeah, yeah. And there are a lot of them on here. And sorry, I just noticed Lady Witch, she's under Kitty Love attack. So can she please have some sympathy money? The link is there in the chat. Send Lady Witch sympathy money. Oh, missed this. You missed our sing along as well, bedtime.
Oh, you guys had a sing along.
It was shit, but you know, we did it. It was for a good cause. It was.
Shit, she's gone again. Can you guys hear me when she goes, or does my audio go out too?
Right, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, it's so weird. I think there definitely must be something like a solar storm going on, because this has been happening all night. Yeah, I was saying.
And there it goes again. Can you guys hear me when she goes out like that? Okay.
Oh, for God's sake, what the hell is going on?
I don't know.
Oh, this, you know, it's just this damn. I really don't know. Singing, we sang, Sheila. We sang. You know, Patti Page. I don't care if the sun don't shine. We were doing a little bit of a sing song from Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Hmm.
We weren't on a par with Bedtime Clown and his guitar playing at all. Don't get excited. It was pretty shit, to be honest. But I watched. I'm sorry, Bedtime, because this is for those in the UK. It's just reminded me because one of my favourite songs. Nobody's ever heard. Has anybody heard of Irma Thomas?
No,
Singer from the
not.
late. I think she was like the 90s.
Oh God, StreamYard, what the fuck?
Oh, is it still fucking about?
Yeah, it is.
Hello. Oh, right. Yeah. I was just going to say, has anybody heard of the singer Irma Thomas?
No, I haven't.
No, she's not particularly well known, but there's a new television series here in the UK, and it's called Sherwood. If anybody's watched it, and on one of the episodes, just at the end of the close of this episode, they played this one song by Irma Thomas. It's one of my favourite songs. I've never heard it played ever on a film, a television series, anything. And it just reminded me when we were doing our sing song, because I was going to sing that with Pauline, and I thought she's not going to know it. Nobody's ever known it. It's called I Need Your Love So Bad by Irma Thomas. So if anybody's interested, look it up. It's got some real bluesy guitars in it. It's a lovely song.
Nice. I have to look that up. Yeah, your live you did from Scotland the other day. I was listening, but I didn't even bother chatting because you were cutting out so much.
Oh my God. Right. I'll tell you a tale about that. I didn't even remember doing that until the next day.
Yeah.
Because I was.
No, I knew what was going on. But
I was shitty ass drunk, and I didn't know that I'd gone live. The next morning, I kind of woke up and I was like, was I online last night? You know, when you're thinking to yourself, and I thought, I seem to vaguely think I went on YouTube last night. And then I looked and see I'm live.
Oh shit.
So I went on, listened to the first couple of minutes. I'm like, oh man. And I got rid of it. Not realizing until I came in chat earlier, I'm making a laugh and a joke saying, oh yeah, I rang Denny up and I did a like a FaceTime call with Denny and showed him my friend on the lawn, unconscious. And Green Eyes went, yeah, we saw it. So I'd obviously showed it on my live as well.
I must have missed that part. So I think you were already on for like 15 minutes or something when I came in. That's hilarious.
No, it was really bad. I had to take it down. I was like, oh my God, I'm shameful when I've had a drink. But yeah, my friend had got very drunk like I was, but she passed out and puked up on the lawn and was lying on her side with her nose virtually touching a pile of purple sick. So apparently I put the camera on and I was showing everybody my friend unconscious on the lawn. Didn't remember it. So.
Thank you, Green Eyes. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh,
Green Eyes. Oh, thank you. Have you heard that song before, Green Eyes? It's got you know when some really good blues guitarists like Eric Clapton, some of his blues stuff, if you've ever listened to From the Cradle, that album.
Fuck you, StreamYard.
Right at the beginning of it, you know. Oh, hello.
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Did you lose me again, or was I there?
Yeah. What happens is it cuts out for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then you come back, and I miss what you're saying. I don't know if everybody else can hear it or not.
I'll try it again. Just let me know. Jump in if you miss me. I was saying it's very similar to the Eric Clapton stuff. His blues guitars on the album From the Cradle, and it's that really sexy blues guitar that's on that song, and it's so good. It's a really good one. It's worth listening to, even if it's just to learn how to play the guitar side of it.
Yeah. That when I do Layla, that solo I wrote is not his exact solo, but I tried to keep it to the spirit of the song, not only the acoustic version, but the original version. I am not a fan of the original version. I like the acoustic version better, or the unplugged version, I guess is what they would say. But yeah, that solo, it some of it is his, but not much, because I can listen to stuff and I can follow along, but I don't do a whole shit ton of solo work because a lot of guitarists have a hell of a lot more talent than I do, and it would take me forever to sit there and listen to it and try to figure it out, but. I thought it fit the original acoustic version of Layla very well.
Yeah,
but
your guitar playing is really good, really good.
Thank you. But I do love his. I do love a lot of his slower blues stuff that he does, and he improvs on other people's blues work as well. You know what I mean? In fact, he's not even the original artist, I think, of Layla. It was written by somebody else. So
he's done some live work with one of it probably is my favorite singer, Paul Carrack, and he's done some live stage work with him, and what a couple they are, because I think Paul Carrack is, in my opinion, the best male vocalist in modern times. He's just not as well known. He's pitch perfect, but he's just not as well known as a lot of the other singers. I think somebody had made a comment in a newspaper article about him. It was a music critic, and said that if skill and talent were, if you could weigh that up in money, he would be a multi-billionaire several times over and leave the likes of Michael Jackson and Eric Clapton and all these huge stars, Sinatra and everything. He'd leave them standing because his voice is second to none. and it's just a shame that he's not as big a star as you know he deserves to be.
Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible. There's a lot of guitarists out there too that are that way, that just blow everyone, including Jimi Hendrix, out of the friggin' water.
Yeah.
You know, but their voices were not you know, what the music industry would say up to par. So, you know,
Yeah,
they had to
that's
make
right.
some other kind of gimmick out of playing guitar as opposed to singing songs.
So tell us, what is your next musical goal? Are you working on any songs to perfect to sing to us all next time you're either on your channel or coming on here or on BAMS? Oh, gosh, the main mention of, are you coming up to sing? And he buggers off. Just while I'm waiting for bedtime to come back. Sid, sorry, I was watching your comments in chat, and I really hope that Nancy's okay. Just get bedtime back up. Hello, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that. What was the question?
I was laughing, saying, "Oh my gosh, the main mention of music, and you've run away." I was saying, are you working on any new? Have you got any new project, learning any new music that you're going to be performing for us any time in the near future on your own channel, or this one you're welcome to, or BAMS or anywhere?
Well, I want to get back into trying to figure out Doc Watson's what's it called? Old River Blues, something River Blues. That I was about 75% through that song, and I quit playing it. And I think what happened was I got frustrated with it, because, and I don't know why, other than I was just frustrated with myself, because Doc Watson was what's called a Travis. He Travis picks, which means that on his right hand he only uses his thumb and index finger, and maybe from time to time his middle finger.
Uh-huh.
And there's tons of videos on YouTube on how to play that song. There's a bunch of different artists that not just artists, but just regular people that can play it. They slow it down for you. They, you know, but the left hand work for me it's an intense song to play, and it's hard for me to keep the beat. And like I said, I was about 3/4 of the way through it. Not the entire song, just 3/4 of the way of trying to get the beat down and all of that. And then I quit playing it. And now here I am a year and a half later or so, and I can't even remember how to start it off. And the beginning is pretty much the hardest part. So if I start working on anything again anytime soon, it's probably going to be that one, which means there won't be anything else coming out of that. But you know, when I went back and relearned that Eric Clapton song, I went back and I did some Tom Petty stuff that I had learned in the past, and the solos and all of that, and that all came back like riding a bicycle. So some of that more basic stuff, you know, hasn't really gone anywhere. But when I do get back into it, it'll probably be the Doc Watson stuff, and then ultimately my goal would be to learn how to play. God, I can hear it in my head, but I can't think of the title. Let's see. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. While you're thinking, I'll just answer Frida. Frida, he actually did Layla live on here, and it was ace. He did the Beatles one, Hide Your Love Away, and then Layla, and they were really good. So you missed that one, but it is on one of my previous lives.
It was actually a song I had posted to Frankie Jr. By Doc Watson. Hang on, let me see if I can look this up without kicking myself out.
Yeah, no problem. If you look it up, I'll just have a little chit chat through, go back through the chat. Look, see. Anyway, Green Eyes, a little question. Oh, here we go. Lady Witch, just a thing for Bedtime Clown. I want to hear your version of Through the Fire and the Flame. That's from Lady Witch. Green Eyes, as it's your Hug-A-Thon, what topics would you like us to discuss? The world's your lobster tonight, chicken. No, we've had a bit of a whinge-a-thon, a bit of a bitch-a-thon. We've had an Uncle P-a-thon. We're doing a bit of a music-a-thon at the moment. So, yeah. So, whatever it's your evening. You tell us what you'd like us to talk about. People of learning blues harmonica. Oh, Sid. Oh, no, I'd be so people come here. I'd be so jealous of that. My granddad used to play the harmonica, but it wasn't blues, it was kind of the old. I'm enjoying this general chit chat with them. No problem, Green Eyes. Well, if there's anything that you suddenly want us to discuss or steer the chat towards, please let us know. Is John at home, or has he gone back to work? I wasn't sure if you were on your jack. And also, what time does your mum get back? Would she have landed in the UK yet? I didn't know how many hours ago she set off. Unless she's got a swap over. See, when I went, we did at the time, it was the flight I went on, it was the fastest of the flights, direct flights to Australia. And it went from Austria. So he's due home next weekend. Cool. Should be home shortly. Oh, bless her. Do you know though? I'll bet you a pound to pinch of shit the minute she gets home. So I'm presuming she's going to get a taxi back from Manchester. And I bet you a pound to pinch of shit she'll get home, and the first thing she'll do is she'll stick a brew on. Oh, 2 hour layover in Dubai. Oh, that's not so bad.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
So I just figured out that you can't hear me if I if I don't kick myself out and I change tabs.
Okay.
Yeah, so the song I want to get back into trying to pick back up and learn is called, by Doc Watson, is called Deep River Blues. And then the other one that I would ultimately aspire to learn by Doc Watson is called Ready for the Times to Get Better. And if you guys have never heard that song, you can either look it up on YouTube, just Doc Watson, Ready for the Times to Get Better, or you can go to my channel and check out my playlist of Doc Watson. It's in there. The version that I like. He said that it took him over a decade to learn how to play that song. Now, Doc Watson was blind, by the way.
Right.
And he didn't that song that Ready for the Times to Get Better, that's two guitarists. That's him, and that's his son, who was killed in a tractor accident many years ago, back in the 80s, I think. That's just them two sitting there and him singing. That's no overdubs, no overlays, no extra editing, anything like that. In fact, almost 100% of his music is that way. But when you hear the picking and the way that song is played, it is, and it's a beautiful song. It is an absolutely beautiful song. It doesn't sound, it does not have the bluegrass sound like you might think it would, because they were from North Carolina. But it is a beautiful piece of music. Yeah, one day I ultimately hope to learn that song. I don't know if I'll ever get there. There's been plenty of other artists, guitarists on YouTube that can play that song by themselves. If that's, it's like, how is that even possible? But they do it. You can watch them on YouTube. They do it. But yeah, those are the two. I sent that song to Frankie a while back, probably about a year ago.
Yeah.
And I guess he was appreciative of it. I don't know. But yeah, those are the two. But yeah, Lady Witch, I've never heard of that song. Through the Fire and the Flames. Who sings it?
Oh, sorry. Green Eyes is just asking where on your channel is your playlist. I just put a thing in saying everybody check out your playlist, but Green Eyes wants to know where to find it.
I should be on. It should be right next to videos because my playlist is visible.
Oh yeah, maybe if you've got yours invisible, Green Eyes, like I had. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Lady Witch. That's Bedtime Clown's channel for anybody, or watchers, lurkers, hate watchers, lovers, fighters, whatever you are.
Bull riders.
Yeah. Toothless wonders. Anybody, feel free. I'm gonna go to hell, Anna. Hell in a handcart.
My grandfather used to have a bumper sticker on the back of his truck that said, "I'm a lover and a fighter and a wild bull rider."
Oh, that's pretty cool. That. There's a van in this street. You just reminded me. They've got a sticker in the back window, and every time I walk down the road, I start laughing because I see it, and it goes, "The closer you get, the fucking slower I'll go." And I thought, yeah, because that's what I do. I'll just take my foot off the accelerator to piss people off if they're hugging my bumper.
Well, I'll check it out, Lady Witch. I'll check it out. I'm interested in that. I don't know how many people that are in here that were in Country Joe's the other day or yesterday, when she was celebrating 6,000 subs, and that one woman went up and sang "Bye Bye Miss American Pie." Drove my Chevy. Is that the name of the song?
I know which one it is, but I don't know if it's. Is it The Day the Music Died? Isn't it?
The Day the Music Died. I have not heard that song.
I think it's called American Pie. I think that's the title of it.
I have not heard that song in probably 15 years. And even though she did part of it kind of crappy and the rest of it was pretty good, I was almost in tears. Because this country has been in such, that song took me back to my childhood, and I was taken aback. I really was. And to hear somebody from the UK, you know what I mean, really belt it out like that, I was like, wow, thank you for doing that. That really made me feel good.
Well, here we go, and that'll actually segue nicely into what Frida's put there. Obviously talk about childhood and what have you. She said, as this is a hug-a-thon for Green Eyes, what about the best advice you got from your mum? Now Frida says hers was 1, keep your face out of the sun. The second one was don't go where you're not wanted. The third one was not everyone thinks the same as you. And 4, if people don't like you, frig them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think personally, if I do mind Frida, I can't really say with my mum because obviously, as you'll know, she died and I was quite young. All my mum ever used to say was, just be nice to people. That was my mum's advice. And so basically it was my grandma, my nana, who brought me up. And her favourite one was always make sure you put clean knickers on in the morning in case you get run over by a bus. That's the only one that I can always remember us saying. So I don't know. What about yours?
Same thing. Always put on clean underwear just in case you get in an accident.
Yeah. Well, it's the same the world over then, isn't it? And the funny thing was, and this is no word of a lie, when I was 16, I actually was hit by, it was a removals van. Their fault. They came flying up backwards up a road and hit me. Didn't know I was there. And I'm lying in the street. I'm trapped under this van. Wasn't serious. I broke my hip, but apart from that, I'm trapped under this big van, waiting for the ambulance and the police to come out. And my nan came running up. A neighbour had gone down and said, "Oh, your Jack's, she's unconscious in the street. She's been hit by a car." which it wasn't, it was a van. She came running up. I'd just come to, and the first thing she said to me was, "Now do you see why I tell you to put clean knickers on in the morning?" Because I think she was in shock. But I've never forgotten that. Go, Nan.
You on her side?
Oh, I've lost everybody again.
No, you're still there.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, it seem like it's kind of ridiculous advice to do that, just for the simple fact that if you do get in an accident that bad or worse, you're probably going to pee or poop yourself anyways.
I don't know why mothers had this obsession with, of course you're going to put clean underwear on, unless you're a dirty skank, but it always seemed to be the one thing that was the go-to. I never got any other advice, really. I'm trying to think. I don't think that's just the one thing that sticks in my head. And like I said, it was the first thing she said, obviously in shock and trying to make light of the situation. But yeah, now do you see why I always tell you to put clean knickers on?
I think it was more about them than it was us.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Green Eyes is her mum's love is unconditional, especially from a dog. Green Eyes, you get totally unconditional love from a dog. Let's put some of Frida's up there. Anybody else got any mummy good advices? How about Voodoo? Has she got any bedtime? Oh, he's gone. I'm doing absolutely appalling at this live tonight, aren't I? With this stupid phone. Well, anyway, just in case you can hear us, Voodoo, if you've got any good advice from your mum or your grandma or anything, a female figure in your life. How about you, Lady Witch? Who else is here? Mrs. Mercury, Sheila. What was the best advice you got for you? It's actually a really good question, this, Frida. If it's clean and no holes in it, Frida, no. Oh dear. Hang on a minute, we've got bedtimes back. Hello.
I swear I hate that shit. As soon as you go back one page and then boom, it's just gone. You're just out. Done.
Lady, I don't know if you could hear while you were off. I was saying, has Voodoo got any good mum advice that she was given, or grandma advice?
I don't know. She's eating right now. She went inside to eat.
Oh, Lady Witches, don't tell everything you know was what my mum told me. And Frida said her mum also said if it's clean with no holes in it. The knickers thing, honest to goodness. Do you know what I think that was? Like you said, you think it was more about them than us. I think it was a case of, if, say, you had an accident and you had dirty underwear on, that the neighbours would all, they'd look on your parents that they were scruffy, rather than it being the fact that you just hadn't changed your drawers, that you'd be looked on as a bad family, maybe.
Well, I mean, maybe if the accident happened first thing in the morning, but and I know you ladies are way cleaner than us guys are, but I mean, if it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and I was a health worker and I looked down there and I was like, oh, dirty underwear, and it was a male, I wouldn't be so surprised.
Well, that's it. I mean, after about 7 or 8 hours on, there's most men, especially if they're wearing white underwear, there's at least one skid mark in there, isn't there?
I worked with this woman when I worked for Raytheon years and years ago, and her husband worked there too, but they didn't work in the same department because the company wouldn't allow it, right? And I heard her say one time the same thing. And they were I mean, they were close, both of them were close to retirement age. And I heard her say one day, she said, every man has always got skid marks in their underwear. I wanted to say something and be like, bullshit, but I was like, no, she's not wrong. I mean, she's just not wrong. It's like,
I'll be honest.
I don't know what to say. It happens. I don't know what else to say.
No, I know my ex. I'll be totally honest. I'm not just saying that. Porky has got to be one of the cleanest men I've ever been around. And whether that was because the army are really fastidious, aren't they? They drum it into them from young lads that you've got to be fastidiously clean. So I don't mind. I wash his, it's everything's twice a day in underwear and it's all clean. But I remember my ex, oh my Christ, I used to throw his stuff away. I'd go, there's more Japanese writing on that than there were on the bloody orders for Pearl Harbor. Get him in the bin or get him boil washed because I ain't touching him. And that's what I always used to say, either down the toilet bowl or in his underpants. Japanese writing.
All I can say is thank God for flannel boxer shorts.
You see, first world problems, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look. What else is going on here? Yeah, I tell you what, we've had some. I think we've had a few hate watchers in here tonight. When we were talking about the drama stuff, I don't know if anybody noticed, the viewers shot up, and now we've gone back down to our normal kind of sub count. So yeah, we might be featured somewhere else. You never know.
I can't. I couldn't see it. Yeah,
well, because I'm using my phone, it's there on the screen in front of me, so I can see when the figures are going up and down. So yeah, we seem, again, and it just proves the point, doesn't it? When you're talking about drama, even though we weren't getting involved in the drama side of things as such, we're not arguing with anybody, but it shows that topic is what people want to watch. People want to listen to, somebody will have been listening and get onto someone else and go, oh my God, go over to that live. They're ripping somebody to pieces here. And yeah. Yeah, probably Green Eyes.
I'm sure something will get clipped. Oh, look, here's Clown being a hypocrite over on this channel or something. Who the fuck knows? These fucking people.
Yeah, but again, and that's something else. You were talking about Sheila. She's getting banned because she will just say what's on her mind, and there are a handful of people that I know do this. So you're one of them. Sheila, Green Eyes, she's not, shy at opening her mouth. Lady Witch. Who else? I've seen Frida on occasion as well, not being, and that's the whole thing, isn't it? You need to be able to just to have the courage of your convictions, say what you feel, and not have to then feel that you're going to get ostracized by a huge section of the community because one creator's taken offense at something that you've got every right to voice.
Well, not even the creator necessarily, but just other subs as well.
Oh, just looking at Lady Witch said, I'm sure the topic of some conversation we're in to see about themselves. CJ is good for that. Do you know what, Lady Witch? I've got no opinion on CJ either way because I don't know the person. Just that obviously she gave Dot a really good serve of the gob, which, kudos. Oh, and also there was a song, flipping heck, that I got sent. She did a song about, to Whiskey in the Jar. I don't know who it's about. Somebody called Whiskey, a man, I think. Does anybody know who it is?
Oh, yeah, it's a dude, Whiskey OG over here in the States. She did Whiskey in the Jar about him.
All right. Well, I did listen to that, and that was actually really funny. But I didn't know who it was about, so I thought, well, I'm finding it funny anyway. I'm having a giggle. But yeah, she's very good at the lyrics, isn't she? Putting lyrics to songs. So yeah. But that's all I know about CJ. I've not watched the channel or anything.
Yeah, I don't have any problems with CJ. I don't know her history. I don't care. What else can I say? I either like you or I don't, and if I don't, I'm not going in and talking to you. That's just it. I'm not a blocker. I did block somebody recently, but that was just because I didn't want any trouble with them anywhere else. You know what I mean? And like I was saying on that panel last weekend, I've gone at Dark Angel, I've gone at JD before, and some of those other ones, and they see me around in other chats. They don't give me any shit, and I don't give them any shit. I don't necessarily disagree with what they say, and I don't necessarily agree with it. I mean, in my opinion, we can all peacefully coexist, but that's just my opinion.
Just because you dislike somebody or you don't get on with them, and I think this is where you have to be adult enough to rise above your personal dislikes of somebody, which is what you and I've always been impressed with you doing that, because sometimes I'll go, oh my God, they've just been really horrible to bedtime, and he's still able to go in and have an adult conversation with them, whereas I'd be like, fuck off, and I can be really childish, but I'm an Aries. But that's what it's about, isn't it? I can absolutely 100% dislike somebody to the soles of my shoes, but if I see them on a panel or something and they make a point that I agree with, I'm not going to be so churlish that I'll deny actually agreeing with what they're saying. I won't cut my nose off to spite my face in that respect. I will say, yeah, you know what? They did actually make a really good point. They're still an arsehole, but I can agree with them. I just don't have to agree with them about everything. And I think that's where you actually manage to do what I can't, which is you can rise above your personal feelings about somebody, like that juror. I could not have gone on a panel with her, but I'm too childish. Whereas you can rise above that because you've had all that experience on your Craigslist chats and facing off with knobheads over there. So you know how to handle things, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I still go into Craigslist from time to time in one of the forums, and I see one of my old nemesis, I guess, or I don't know what the proper term is, but that dude went at me for years hard. I mean, hard, and I was at a place in my internet life at the time when he was going at me hard, where he thought that, by me ignoring him or just telling him, hey, it's okay, you can ride my coattails to your whatever internet fame, it's totally fine, blah, blah, blah. I never resorted to name calling. I never, in my early days, late 90s, I would get pissed off and call people names and blah, 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 and do all that shit. But that doesn't get you anywhere. That just makes you look even worse. But what I did for years after that was I would sit and I would debate with people over whatever topic it was, and I would not resort to name calling, and I would not resort to low down insults and low hanging fruit and all of that kind of shit. And I would let them do that first. And then I would say, oh, well, that's nice. You've just lost the argument. You're calling me the F word or telling me I suck dick or whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. The deal for me was that I was in those places whenever I had the time, because I liked bringing positivity as opposed to negativity to people that I don't know, that I will never meet in real life. And especially when people get on anonymous forums like that and say that they're thinking about hurting themselves or something like that. And, I would be one of the ones to tell them, please don't do it. Like, no matter what it is, I would much rather have done that, or just been there for everyday, just light banter whenever I had time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not insulting each other just for the sake of insulting each other, but lifting each other up. And to me, I found that to be a much better experience, not only for myself, but from people that I have talked to in real life off of those forums, a better experience for them as well. And so that's how I just kind of try. I'm not perfect. I mean, I think I did call JD and Dark Angel knuckleheads a while back, but I try, to bring that wherever I go. So, it's just a much better way to be. I mean, Lycan and I were going at each other here a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, he told me to shut up, and I told him he was an idiot or something. But we've been in chats together, not chatting with each other, but I don't have to go attack him every time I see him.
Yeah. No, it's like I said, it's just about being adult and kind of weighing up a situation for what it is, and obviously the chat you're in as well, that can dictate how you react to another person. Like say in here, if somebody came in being a bit of a dick, you know damn well you've got free reign to give it them back. Whereas you may go, I'm not talking about you specifically, I mean a general you may go into another chat that's slightly more hostile to you as an individual. So you are going to tailor your responses to a certain extent, because you want to be able to get your point across without getting booted by either the mods or the channel host. But sorry, hi Julia, sorry I hadn't seen you come in there, chicken. But you were far nicer than I was. You said knuckleheads. I've just put a post on and called them knobheads. But yeah, I just don't like two-facedness. I can't stand two-faced people. Be honest and be straight, or just leave me alone.
Yeah, I exactly. I agree 100% with that. And that's the way I try to carry myself. I mean, not gonna lie about where I've been. There's too many people watching, or where I go, or whatever. Because I know a lot of people have feelings about that in particular creator, but I like to stay abreast of the situation and see what the hell is going on. I mean, look at my subscription list.
Oh, I'll have to go and I'll have to have a nosy. Mine's hidden, and it wasn't through any. I think it was when I first set up, or not long after I set my channel up, and I think because I was used to being quite private on places like Twitter and so on. So that's why I privated mine. And then when I look at who I subscribe to, you'd all think I was my brain is chaotic. I go from baking channels to DIY to Viking death metal. Then I'm watching Ghosts and Aliens, watching history programs, and then I'll watch something completely, random, like advanced mathematics. So it's a good job mine's hidden, because you'd all just be thinking, what the actual F is she on?
Oh, Voodoo, she hates my channel list, or not channel list, but my subscription list. She's like, sometimes she goes, you see what she'll tell the chat the other day, you see what he puts me through listening to these crazy ass people. She's like, I don't know how you found half of the people that you listen to. Not talking about you or Bam, but you know what I mean.
Sorry, I just completely lost the volume then. It's a good job nobody could hear me, because I was standing here going, fucking YouTube and StreamYard, you bastards.
No, I was saying Voodoo Queen hates my subscription list. Whenever I'm checking out what some of the people I mean, I like to watch the train wreck, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, like Natasha and but I don't give her views anymore. I just watch clip channels about her. But Shani and Rev and G-Man and some of those guys, Von Helton, Rick Crude, all these internet weirdos that are just effing train wrecks to watch.
Here's a question, right, for you and for the rest of the chat. And I'll tell you what mine is. I'll start the ball rolling. What is the most random channel that you watch and subscribe to on YouTube? Now mine is I'm pleased.
Now, how did we make it this whole time without her cutting out?
Metallica, but in the style of like a 10th century minstrel. He's brilliant. I absolutely love him. He plays Queen and all sorts of stuff. So he's my random. Gal the Bard. Please check him out. Come on, fire him at me and let me know who your random watchings are.
Man, I don't know. I don't know who mine are. Just a random channel. Trying to think.
Oh, sorry, Green Eyes said Gal the Bard. AL. Hang on, I'll type it in and then you can watch him.
Sometimes Voodoo gives me suggestions to watch. There's one with Bateman and what's the other guy's name? Sean Hayes and Will Arnett. But that's not so. I mean, that's not random stuff, though.
It's a little random.
I guess it's random.
They're just interviewing people and they're just talking with them and cutting jokes.
Oh my God, Sid watches The Naked Watchmaker.
Okay. I got one. The guy is called The Lock Picking Lawyer. If you've never seen The Lock Picking Lawyer, check that channel out. That's the most random one that I watch.
Oh, brilliant. There's also another one for other people as well. Dan Hurd. In fact, he's in America and he pans for gold. He's got like different claims dotted around mountains and he goes gold panning. I just watch him. And the thing is, when Porky and I met each other, we found out we were looking at our watch lists and our subscription lists on YouTube, and we both followed this same guy. So it's very, very random. Oh, Lady Witch watches The Lock Picking Lawyer.
Yeah, I saw that, Lady Witch. Yeah, dude, he can pick any lock in under 3 minutes. And supposedly he's a lawyer, so that's cool. I've never heard him give legal advice, though.
But no, I'll definitely check him out. But yeah, so everybody, we need to all check out The Lock Picking Lawyer, The Naked Watchmaker, and please check out Gal the Bard. And while the rest of you... Oh, and I don't know if you noticed, but apparently I'm the most random person that Julia watches because she came on me by accident.
The other one I watch that's not so random, but is just probably the most down to earth out of all of the ones that I watch is Catfish Dave. And
oh yeah,
all he does is just film himself going fishing. And I've been watching him for, I don't know, I guess going on about 5 years now. I've seen his channel grow from like 500 subscribers up over, like I think he's over 60,000 now. And he doesn't do live streams. He just does videos. And he's made enough money on YouTube to where he, I mean, he's older, so he was probably close to retirement anyways. But he recently quit his job to do YouTube full time. But his videos are about maybe 10 to 20 minutes long. They're not very long. He usually uploads a video every 2 or 3 days. But let me tell you, that guy has got a way of complaining. He likes to, he's in Tennessee, and he likes to make like cute little rhymey, songs about, when the fishing is bad or when the fishing is good and whatever else, hopefully I can get a catfish, something, but whatever, but yeah, he's pretty funny too. I like that guy. He always keeps it lighthearted, and he's a good dude. He's a good dude. He doesn't catch and keep the fish unless he thinks, the fish is gonna die before he can get it back in its habitat or whatever. So if that's the case, then he'll, utilize it and eat it. But like I said, catfish are a hardy fish, but when you're fishing for catfish, there's a lot of other large fish that you end up catching that can potentially die, and he'll take care of them. But yeah, he's a good dude. That's the only other guy I can think of. To me, my entire subscribe list other than those two are the most random. But I do listen to them all the time.
Well, I'll ask you a random question then, just following on from that guy you're talking about. So, have you, or Voodoo Queen, or Lady Witch even, or anybody else who's listening in the States, have you ever done, is it catfish noodling? Where you catch them with your hands? Oh, have I gone quiet again?
Whoops.
Did I
Oh,
go-
no. I was muted. I'm sorry. No,
Oh.
Voodoo Queen would never do that ever in a million years. I don't even know if I could get her out of the boat to swim in the lake. I think she just said no. Yeah, she just said no. And I sure as shit am not going noodling. Get me in 20 foot of water and I may go down to cool off, not letting go of the gunwale of the boat, and then I'll get back in the boat. But no way am I going noodling. Fuck no.
Oh, Lady Witch has done it once by accident. Let me guess, did a catfish grab your hand or something? Because they can do some damage, can't they? You know, especially, and some of these big catfish as well, like the Wells catfish.
Yeah.
They're evil shits. I mean, I watched a video and I can't remember who did it, but basically it was an English guy and he was over in America. It was really interesting. It was in one of the southern states and he'd gone with this family who were noodling and they were going to, have a feast afterwards with the catfish. And this guy was giving him a bit of the history and he said, we started going, the catfishing became a big thing doing this noodling around about the time of the Depression, because he said people couldn't feed the families. They had no jobs. They had no income. People were starving. He said, so they learned, they were coming down to the rivers and they were pulling out catfish to feed the families. He said, and that's how we survived through the Great Depression. I was in a friend's pond checking on a turtle and the fecker grabbed my hand. I thought that would be how it happened, Lady Witch. Oh, is Frida going? Oh, kiss and chat. I'm going to head to bed now. Cat duty in the morning. Daughter's on a cruise, so looking after the cats now. Oh, night, Frida, and thanks so much for coming in, sweetheart.
Good night, Frida.
Yeah, I'll do my next time. I think I'm going to do the Paul Jones story. I don't know if you caught that bedtime. I kind of touched on him very briefly on my little. I don't know if you saw my live from Scotland. Not the live, the recording that I did from Scotland, Cooper's Travels.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I did catch a little bit of that.
Yeah, so were you aware? Did you know about Paul Jones?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, where we were staying, very briefly, because I'm going to do a live on this. It was so interesting. I knew there's a hotel in the village, and it's called the Paul Jones Hotel. So I knew it was somebody local because there's also Robbie Burns. He's in the area, and so there's a lot of these very famous people in Dumfries and Galloway. So I just thought, oh, it's just a famous person. And then I heard that he'd been a ship's captain. So automatically, I'm thinking 1700s ship's captain. He's probably been famous in the Napoleonic Wars. Well, no, he's actually one of the founders of the United States Navy.
Wow, I didn't know that.
No, and so I've got quite a bit of history. I went to the local stately home. He was born in a tied cottage there. His father worked at this stately home. And I found quite a bit out about his life. He was a very brutal guy, really, really brutal, and ended up going to America and rebelling against the English, even though he was one himself. So I'm going to actually do a live on Paul Jones because it was so interesting. The things that he got up to and what happened during that period of time. So, yeah, coming soon to a live near you.
All right, well, that sounds good. Well, I'm going to hop down off of here. Thanks for having me up.
No, thanks as always for coming up bedtime. I really appreciate it. It's been great.
All right. Yeah, appreciate the chat and appreciated talking to you and Uncle P and Denny, and hope everybody has a good night. And I'll hop back down and chat.
Fantastic. In fact, love to voodoo as well if you can hear us, chicken.
Will do. Will do.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh, so there we go. Thank you to the lovely bedtime clown. All right, let me have a little look in the chat and see what I've missed. Oh, you've got sausage fingers, have you, Sid? Let's have a little look. I'm just coming back up. Now, Julia, how was your holiday? Because you were going to the Crop Circle Museum, weren't you? And you were going to tell us all about it. I know it's very late and, you know, well, in the UK, because we are now 1 a.m. We've done 4 hours. That's quite good going for me. But yeah, how was it? Did you enjoy it? Did you see anything that you didn't know? Oh, Julie's saying, great voice there, bedtime clown. Love the accent. He has said, yeah, always like clown getting up. He's got a top radio voice. Well, you missed it before, Julia and Sid, because Sheila came up and she told us a little story. And she said she remembered one time she was on BAM's Live and bedtime was a guest and Sheila fell asleep. And she was having a dream about a dad who'd recently passed away. And she woke up midstream and because she was like not quite awake and she thought bedtime clown was God speaking to her down her ear, which I think is brilliant. That's probably the best story I've heard in a long time, Sheila. That was great. So, what has everybody got planned for the weekend? Anything good? I know it's obviously morning in Green Eyes World, but it's 1 a.m. or just gone in the UK. I know, Sid, I was howling, laughing. I thought it was a brilliant story, that one. So I'm dreading tomorrow because although it's very cold as far as Green Eyes is concerned, but we're probably about 20, 21, 22 degrees here. We've got a guy coming out to sort the central heating out tomorrow. And my instructions are, bear in mind, I'm on my own because Pork is over staying at his mum's house with Porklet. The instructions are at 9 a.m. tomorrow, I've got to put the heating on full blast so that it all warms up in time for the heating engineer. So please pity me because I am going to be boiling. Julie, great, but I will fill you in next time. Did not have any sightings as such, but nearly. Wow. Oh, Julia, right. Well, sorry, guys, just dropped my damn phone. Well, we'll have to sort out a good live, get you up on panel, Julia, next time. Green Eyes, you've got a lazy day for me today doing feck all. Well, you see, the likes of you can have a float in your pool, can't you? I might take the dog down for an early morning walk onto St Anne's on the Sea beach. Yeah, Lady Witching over, she goes, no, it's me, Sack the Juggler. Absolutely crazy times. Right, bear with me a second, guys, because I'm going to make myself a cup of cha. I'm still horrified that I actually showed my friend live. Did I show myself with my my sunburnt face? Because I don't like showing myself live on camera, so if I did, I'm so sorry. So tired, I'm going to have to close my eyes. Good night, kissing everyone. Oh, night, Sheila, lovey, and thank you very much for coming and keeping Green Eyes company. Said, I was hoping to go up to Lee near Manchester for the unveiling of a street mural tribute to Pete Shelley in the bus. From the bus. Yes, I know Pete Shelley. My dad is well, I told you, didn't I? My dad loved Sex Pistols, Buzzcocks. I can't now with Nancy being in. Oh, no. I know where Lee is. Well, you see, you've said Lee near Manchester. I would have said Lee near Wigan. I suppose it depends which side you come from, doesn't it? Don't think so. You were showing us how much you had drank. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I think we had a bottle of Prosecco, a bottle of red wine, a bottle of ginger wine topped up with rum. That's what I can remember. I can't remember anything else. But I know I was very drunk. Julia, I'm sitting for grandson. My youngest having surgery tomorrow. Gallbladder. Oh, Julia. Well, do you know what? It'll be a doddle if they can do it by keyhole, because I had to have my gallbladder taken out. It seems to be a bit of a problem in our family for the women. So I was I 21? I was either 21 or 22, and they took my gallbladder out. And did it by keyhole surgery. And do you know what the worst of it was? I didn't feel any pain from the surgery. The worst thing was having the little injections in my tummy to stop blood clots after the surgery. That was it. Green Eye says, night, Sheila. Thank you for coming. Sid Vicious, night, Sheila. Lady Witch, take care, Sheila. Ginger wine is lush with JD. I've never had it before, Sid, but I tell you what, do you know what it reminded me of? I didn't find that it tasted of ginger. It reminded me of port. Oh yeah, Kale, it's a problem in ours. Oh right, okay. It's only affected the women in my family. My nan had it. My sister's all right, funnily enough, but me, both my female cousins, my first cousins, so my uncle's daughter and my aunt's daughter, and I think two of my nieces are showing, getting pains after eating certain things. Now, they took mine out because I actually had, it was really weird. I actually had a bit, they were like little bits of gallstones, but they were actually stuck in the entrance to the bile duct. And apparently, when they went in to do the lap surgery, so they were saying it should have only been 20 minutes. I was an hour and a half in surgery for it, which isn't long in the grand scheme of things. But they were thinking that they were really struggling to get my gallbladder out for some reason. And they were thinking they were going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with the scar right the way around my back. And luckily, the surgeon was persevering because he knew how much trouble I'd had, and managed to get it out. Trapped wind is the worst. Yeah, get the lock-picking lawyer to sort it out. That's a keyhole is a problem, yeah. Oh, see, I was getting, do you know when mine started off? And I think I told you all that I got post-op pancreatitis, and it was after that. So I'd actually had, my appendix had ruptured. So I'd had to have my appendix out, and I was really ill. I was in hospital for quite a while. Then I got the post-op pancreatitis, which was awful, which is another reason why I don't drink usually, because I've always been frightened, because you know when something sticks in your head, and I heard that alcoholics could get it, or people, heavy drinkers could get pancreatitis, not realizing it's different. You're acute and you're chronic, completely different things. But it put me off. I was too scared to have any drinks in case I ever got pancreatitis again, because it was so painful. But yeah, so after that, I then started getting this pain all the time, and I kept thinking it was the pancreatitis coming back, and it wasn't. It was actually little gallstones. So out it went. But like I said, I think I was either 21 or 22. It might have been 22. Yeah, green eyes. Yeah, well, we had this discussion, didn't we, about Shitlord saying that he had pancreatitis, but obviously he can't say it right. So he's going, I've got pancreatitis. I've got pancreatitis. You illiterate shite. Yeah, but obviously mine was post-op. But because I'd heard, because I'd never heard of pancreatitis before, and then the doctor had come in and a couple of the nurses, they were trying to explain to me what it was, and the surgeon was saying, it's one of these things, and heavy drinkers can suffer from it, and blah blah blah, and that just stuck in my head. Because like any other young girl at late teens, early 20s, I was nailing it on a weekend, so I just stopped drinking because I never wanted to feel like that again. So that dickhead having going out, having his, even if he's blagging, saying I don't drink, I'll just have a pint. I wouldn't have even had that. If I was suffering permanently from pancreatitis, there wouldn't be a drop of alcohol past my lips. Oh, right. So she was 23. Yeah. Well, do you know what? She'll be better. And I'll tell you the other thing as well, Julia, I've never had to follow, which is funny because it's never affected me. But they say you've got to go on a low-fat diet after your gallbladder comes out. Well, obviously I eat keto, so it's high fat, high protein, and I've never had an issue with it. The first 6 months or so after my gallbladder came out, I was quite careful eating a low-fat diet, but then it just all went out the window, and I've been fine ever since. Yeah, he was able to speak pretty well for that, considering how much pain it involved. I know, Lady Witch. Do you know what? I can't tell you how it was the worst. It felt like someone had a knife, a red hot knife, right in my side, shoving it under my ribs and twisting it, and there was no relief. Painkillers didn't sort it. There was no relief at all from it. And like I said, not a spot of alcohol went past my lips for years. And it's only recently that I started having a little sneaky drink here and there. And like I said, mine wasn't caused through alcohol, but it frightened me that much. I didn't want to risk, ever getting that again. So he's just full of shit. So yeah, it's not a nice thing. But yeah, and I think as well, they can link it to she likes the food too much to stop eating anything. Well, I think that they will anyway. Once a gallbladder's out, though, they do tend to put you on a low-fat diet straight away. And then you can introduce things gradually. But, because what was her name? Rosemary, is it Rosemary Connolly? I think it's her. She did a book. There was a diet that she did, and that was because she had gallbladder issues, so she had to go on a low-fat diet. Just found Nancy's chocolate. Oh, that's evil, Sid. No, you can't eat those. You can't eat them. I eat those, but I kind of melt them. I get the nut out and throw it away because I don't like nuts. But the rest of it, the toffee and the chocolatey bit, I like. Yeah, you can't eat those. That's shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah, I think I raided Porky's, and all that I left was a box full of the nuts because I sucked the caramel and the chocolate off, just spat the nuts back in the box. One daughter's too big, one daughter's too thin. Oh dear. Isn't that funny? My sister's quite heavy though. And I don't know why, because she's very active. She's got a very active job. She's a carer. And plus she's running around with my niece as well, who has to have another surgery, unfortunately, on this leg. Just awful. Such a shame. But yeah, she's and she was very thin you know, she was very, very slim before she had her children. Haha, evil Bond villain laugh while rubbing hands together. Do you know what? You'll just be thankful. If that was me, you'd be thankful that I was laid up in a hospital bed, because I'd be serving you up your knackers for breakfast if you ate my chocolate stash. No lie. What's the one thing, everybody, that your other half knows they're not to touch? That's your thing. You know, that there would be a complete meltdown or a tantrum if you were to come in and find that they had eaten this particular thing of yours. Have you got one of those things? Mine's Nutella spread. Oh, because I do like just occasionally going with a teaspoon into the Nutella jar, getting a great big spoonful of it out, and then just walking around with it like a lollipop. There was only 3. I'll buy her another bag. Yeah. We don't believe you. Stop trying to, you know, don't play it down, Sid. Anyway, going back to, I didn't realise any of the buzzcocks were from Lee. That's quite a claim to fame. Oh, your dressmaking scissors. Oh, right, yeah. I just knackered our kitchen scissors up, actually. I didn't have any, I've been out in the garden because obviously I'm doing the whole Charlie Dimmock thing this weekend. We didn't have any, secateurs or anything, so I was using the kitchen scissors to chop down branches off the hydrangea bush. I think I'm going to need to buy some new ones. Sorry guys, just putting a bit of milk in my cup of tea. Right, let me see what I've missed it. My daughter would commit for a moider. Do you know, I say moider as in, you know, well, round here, instead of saying mithered, you said moidered. I'm moidered. I don't like Ferrero Rocher, so they're safe with me. Right, guys, you're going to have to come to the toilet with me. I will mute it. You won't be hearing me sprinkling and tinkling, but I'm going to bring the phone upstairs and we'll talk for a second. I've got no idea where the dog's gone. I think he's gone hiding somewhere. Just going to mute you. Oh, it's murder in New York. Oh, moider. And do you know, and I don't know where he got the sock from. That's the thing. No, he's not eating another sock. He's calmed down. But I felt really mean because I was kind of dragging him away from, you know, from eating anything outside. And yeah, he's obviously settled down now. Little shit. But I think I'll take him down to the beach in the morning for his morning walk, give him a little treat. And then I'm going to have to get back. Hopefully, I'm not going to burn to death with the heating on full whack. So I'm hoping that it would actually be quite cool tomorrow. Because I really am not looking forward to having full heating on and it being as muggy as it's been at the moment. I don't know what the rest of you are like in the, you know, the different parts of the UK, but it's just so humid here at the minute. And it's not a good humid either. You know, you can cope with it abroad because it's different, isn't it? Let's see what else we've got here. I'll keep posting the link in case anybody wants it, but nobody has to take it, or everybody can. It's entirely up to you guys. So is Sid, is because I was trying to, I kept getting going to be boiling tomorrow in Wales. Oh man. And the thing is, I can't open the back door to let any air in because we've got the old cat who's, you know, got the run of the conservatory in the garden, you know, to stop Cooper eating him. And we don't have a door on the kitchen. So, you know, it's kind of open. There was a door, though. We are going to have another door put on it. But, yeah, you can just get straight through. So I'm not going to be able to let any fresh air in. We have got fans, but then it's kind of a waste, isn't it? You know, you're letting, you know, running electricity and gas at the same time. I've not seen any weather reports for here in the northwest, though, Sid, so I don't know how it's going to go. But what do you class as boiling? Are you North Wales back? You're. I was trying to think. You're North Wales, aren't you? It did start specking a bit of rain before because I was painting a little bit of the shed, and I was like, oh shit, you know, because it takes 2 to 4 hours to just get touch dry. But it was literally just spot, 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 and then it stopped. But it feels like it's going to absolutely pee down. So, how's your storm doing, Green Eyes? Is it still going? Oh, Llanelli. That's how you say it, isn't it? Llanelli. Yes. I know Llanelli very well because I spent a little bit of my life in Bridgend. Not a lot, not for long. I'll tell you that story sometime. Not one of the happier moments or prouder moments of my life. It's passed over, but still more to come later. I think, oh, Green Eyes, wow. Yeah, I was trying to, now I've got to think on the south coast now because because Llanelli is where we used to go out for a night out. To tell you what, saying that is just dredged up some shitty memories, I tell you. Oh dear me. I went out, I may as well tell you, I went out with a Welshman for quite a while, and he was from Bridgend, and he needed to go back down to South Wales. So I was like, yeah, I'll get a transfer. Called Bridgend Ropes End, because there was a spate of teenagers hanging themselves. I'm not surprised. Well, the guy I was with was originally from the Valleys, ended up in Bridgend. I met him up here. We lived up here, and then he had to go by some family stuff. And I went, yeah, no problem. I'll get a temporary transfer and come down to one of our offices down in Wales, which I did, who I was working for at the time. And I lasted all of, I don't even think it was 6 weeks. I hated it. And his friends were awful. They were just so, it wasn't so much the lads, it was the girls. They were awful. So I was just like, nah, I want to go back up north, not staying down here. So yeah, it wasn't, it just, I'll say no more about it because Wales as a whole I do like, but that was not a very nice, it wasn't a happy period of my life. I'm just glad I never kind of packed up and moved permanently. Yeah, it's just one of those things, Sid. It was, I think he unfortunately, his friends, I'll say the girlfriends, I don't know whether it was just because it was me, I don't know, but they were very anti-English. His friends' girlfriends, a couple of his mates were a bit as well, and this went on and on and on and on. Every time we went out, on and on and on. And this one night, because I'd already decided at this point, you know what, I'm not staying down here. I am going home. And this one night, I'm sitting in the pub and I'm listening to this shit. And I just went, you do realise I might speak with an English accent, but I'm actually Scottish. And they were like, oh, right. Oh, well, that's all right. Then I went, oh, fuck you all. And I just left because I thought, well, I don't have to be polite to them all now. I'm going back. I'm leaving. But I just had enough of it. It was really offensive. Yeah, they were just so rude. They'd all talking Welsh, so I couldn't understand them just because they didn't like the English. And yeah. And that's not everybody, but that was just my experience. So, and it was a shame because I think I could have been really happy down there if it'd been a nicer atmosphere. So I'm glad you guys enjoy it down there. But Llanelli was a good place. I think though, when you're saying like calling it Rope's End and you know, suicides, but there's not a great lot. Was it? It's the Sony plant, wasn't it, down there going into Bridgend? But as far as industry goes, you know, it's like anything, you know, Wales and the rest of, you know, most of England, it was mining communities that were no longer there. What made you go down to the south of Wales, Sid? Was it anything in particular? Is Nancy from there originally? Quite surprised because it's usually North Wales who are like that. Yeah, and do you know what, Sid? I know, and that was why I didn't think anything about going down, but a lot of his mates were from, Swansea. And for some reason, that little group, but it was the girls were worse. A couple of the men made, a couple of offhanded comments, but the girls were the worst. Yeah, because remember, North Wales, hasn't there been a spell years and years ago? I remember hearing about it somewhere that there'd been a lot of when English people were moving into North Wales. All right, okie dokie. I'll not ask anything else then, Sid. I'll not ask anything else. We'll leave that one there. But yeah, I remember that there'd been, with new settlers, wasn't there? And was it in like the 70s or the 80s or something? But I think it's how, but the same thing goes on in, certain areas of Scotland. You know, there's an area that I go to. I've got one of my cousins works in a hotel in the Trossachs, and I'd gone to, and he's from Glasgow, and I'd gone to see him just when I was on my travels going up to see my dad one year, and called at this pub, met him in there, and the staff was I can't even tell you, they were being so friendly to everyone. It was more of a locals pub. They heard my accent, they were so rude. And I just happened to notice that the name above the bar, above the door, for the landlord's name, and it was Smith. So as I was leaving, he kind of got a mouthful from me, and I said, I just noticed you've kind of got the most English of surnames up there, and if I give you my surname, which I did, and I said, I was born up here, my family have lived in Scotland for thousands of years. So, you know, next time you're going to be really rude to English speaking people, think twice. I was so disgusted. So it happens everywhere. Don't mind talking about it. It would take me an hour to type it. No worries. We could do it another time, Sid. You know, you're always welcome to come up on panel anytime. Julie, I got some of that at Inverness. Yeah, now that again, that's another thing as well. Where I come from, in the northwest of Scotland, not quite as high up as Inverness, but the village that, you know, my dad's from and that I was born at, they can be quite hit and miss. It's about 50-50. So 50% of the people are fine with English people and 50% aren't. It's just one of those things. And it's a shame, really. But then again, you know, it's kind of old old offences, isn't it? You know, this goes back over 1,000 years. A bit Kajagoogoo, too shy. There was I remember, this is anybody who was into Kajagoogoo. He was from Wigan, wasn't he, Lamal? My dad, obviously being a bit of a kid. I mean, he's only, what's my dad now? 72. So how old would he have been? When was Kajagoogoo out? Were they in? Was that the 80s? Whenever, anyway. So my dad would have only been, you know, 20s or early 30s, late 20s, mid to late 20s, early 30s, and you know, so he knew all of these groups, and they were the ones that he'd have gone, you know, singing along to and dancing. And I remember at my dad's 50th, he wanted all songs from, you know, songs that he'd have gone out clubbing to. And one of them was, oh God, Utabiya by Kajagoogoo. And him and his mates, must have been a thing when they were in the army, but you know the words to that, and it was to be a jet setter, to be a jet setter, be a head start, to be a. Right, my dad and his friends were singing to be a red setter, to be a bum fart. So it must have been something that was very funny to them when they were drunk in the 20s. It was a hairdresser. Oh, was he? I don't know anything about him. Just that it is Limal. It was his surname backwards, wasn't it? I think. But yeah, my dad was a bit like we were talking about that Country Joe earlier. You know, changing lyrics. My dad was famous for doing that. He used to change lyrics on most of the songs, which wasn't great as kids because we'd sing them, and I think he found it quite funny. He'd teach us songs and we'd be singing the wrong lyrics, thinking it was the right song. So, yeah. Never trust my father for anything. What else have I missed? I don't think I've missed anything. I think I'm quite up to date with the chat. So how come you're all up late then? You know, Julia and Sid. Obviously, Green Eyes, it's morning for her. So what is it? Let's have a think. Is it about midday there now? Late morning or midday in Queensland? Not doing too bad actually, because normally I will be flagging by now, and I think I had a little snooze on the sofa earlier though, just to make sure that my batteries were charged for tonight, because I didn't know how long we would be staying on for. Oh, 10:30 there. Cool. Yeah, my plans tomorrow will be heating engineer's going to come, hopefully get that sorted. We need to get a price from him because I want a range cooker in the kitchen. Then I'm going to go out into the garden and continue with my garden fest. I can't wait. I'm really hoping that it comes out how my colour scheme looks okay. Julie, you're always up late. Yeah, I do that. But do you find yourself having a little, like a granny nap in the daytime? I don't really sleep when Nancy's not here. My mind wanders if I'm not occupied. All right, okie dokie. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry then. I was just thinking, it's because I'm really weird. I can stay up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm still going to wake up at 4:30, probably earlier actually. And I'm going to have to clean that carpet properly before I go to bed. We don't want it stinking where the dog threw up on the stairs. It was like a waterfall. It puked up on the top stair and it kind of rolled down another 2. And it contained all the milk I'd given him to settle his poorly tummy. So that's going to really be nice, isn't it? So have we got any more gossip from the tubes? While I was trying to catch up on shizzle that's been going on. It's not pride, it's just, oh, well, thank you, Sid. Thanks for taking it that way. No, but you feel it in a morning. Oh, do you, Julia? You see, I don't. I'll kind of have 2 or 3 hours sleep now and then bang, I'm going to be up again. Or I might just not go to sleep at all. I may stay awake. I'm frightened of moving in case I lose signal though. I don't know, shall I risk it for a biscuit? Because I thought what I could do is take you guys upstairs and you can join me in bed. Do you remember In Bed with Madonna? You can be in bed with Kiss. Except I won't be doing any, videos in bed showing me with like my chest, from my chest up. Won't be happening in this house. Sorry, I just heard the weirdest sound then. Hang on, I'm going to have a little look what that was. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to check that I've locked the front door. That sounded like someone was turning the front door handle. No, I'm hearing things. Nobody's tried to break in, so we're all right. No one's tried to break in the back door either. I mean, the dog's not made a sound, so obviously I should have presumed that everything would be okay. Right, I'm going to take you guys upstairs with me so that I can get comfortable and I can plug this phone in. So if you lose me, I will be coming back on, so please don't go anywhere. I'm just going to try and get us settled down in a more comfortable spot. Right, let me see. Everything off in the lounge. It's really weird being here. I mean, I'm used to being here on my own when Porky's working, but I've never actually been here on my own all weekend. So that's going to be quite interesting. Just feels a bit weird. Right, sorry for any background noise for the moment, because I'm going to plug my things in. Right. How's that? Can everybody hear me? And I'm going to put the television on so I can see the screen. Yeah, Super Cooper, although he's in a sulk now because I wouldn't let him eat grass. Right, I'm going to be 2 seconds, guys. Please give me 1 second. I'm just going to go and turn the light off on the landing and find where Porky's put the controls for this telly in the bedroom. Hi, Coopy. Hello, my darling. Hiya. Come on. Come on. You can come up with me. You're going to come up with me. Come on. Good boy. You get comfy on that bed. Good boy. Let me sort this out. Right, sorry guys if you can hear background noise. I'm just trying to set this telly up, which is a nightmare. Oh, there's my babe. Did you check the back door or just the front one? Oh, hello, darling. No, I checked both. Give me a sec. What you saying? Sorry, I'm trying to put this television on. Porky. My Porky, seriously. No, I didn't tell him to get comfy on the bed. He's been sick. He was sick down the stairs. He's poorly. He's on his bed at the side of me, feeling very, very sorry for himself. I'm just trying to get this. I'm just trying to get the telly set up upstairs. I've had a few issues. It's just been losing signal all night. Right. Okay, I think we're set it up. How's your night going, Porky? With the porklet, and how come you're up so late? I have an excuse because I'm doing a live. I thought you'd have been in the land of Nod by now. Oh, you're watching films, are you? Okie dokie. Oh, do you want to drop your link in, babe, for Julia? She's saying she's lost your channel. Me sick. What the heck? There we go. Got you. You had a couple of people asking as well about your paranormal night, if you knew what it was. Flipping heck. Techno Deck. No, you're not at all. Not at all. I'll pop it in, Julia, into one of the comments. Although somebody like Green Eyes or Lady Witch are usually, as I'm half. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Lady Witch. And you know, I knew she'd do that. She's brilliant. Lady Witch has put the link in there. Now, Lady Witch, you weren't in when we discussed this before. Have you heard of the Majestic 12? Pork chop. The night that didn't happen for personal reasons, not mine, I must add. No, I did explain. I said that there'd been a bit of a personal issue for one of the people that was joining you, and you'd had to postpone it temporarily. I didn't go into any other detail than that. But yeah, we were talking earlier about Majestic 12. Apparently, I heard that it had been covered very loosely on an episode of the Umbrella Academy. Oh, Sid, right. Here we go. A new listener. Thanks for that. I subbed again. Don't know why it went. Oh, don't worry about that, Julia. He's very grateful for all subs. Oh, and before I tell you, Sid, Porky, that's it, Lady Witch. Yes, the UFO people. Porky, my friend Kelly subbed to you as well. I think you got about 3 subs in one night. There were people who I'm friends with who aren't on YouTube. I got them to come on and sub to you. So I think you were on 40, and then I started begging for followers for you again. So I don't know what you're on now. Yeah, so Sid, basically, when so there was President Truman, wasn't there? President, and when President-elect Eisenhower was, I know I'm great at begging Paul. Eisenhower was coming, obviously he was president-elect. He then got this documentation sent over to him via President Truman's office, which was related to UFO contact and scientific experiments concerning UFO technology, and also about Area 51. You name it, it was that type of thing. So basically, this documentation appeared in the 1980s, and it had been provided to a British ufologist who made it public. There was a lot of effort made by the American security services, shall we say, to debunk the validity of these documents. And Linda Moulton Howe, who you know is the investigative journalist, she's the lady who investigates the cattle mutilations and the crop circles and all the rest of it. Stopped from doing so. And then you waited from Eisenhower all the way through to President Trump. And this has been information that's been handed to each consecutive president since Eisenhower, because this group of people, this Majestic 12, had been set up under the Truman administration. So from then on, each subsequent president was given this information that had been leaked eventually in the 1980s. Oh, you lost us, Julia. Sorry, guys, which bit, what have you missed of me? It looked like it was still, my little circle was still moving on screen. So I don't know. But yeah, this has been happening all night, Julia. It's a bloody nightmare. Sound's been coming on and off. so basically, since Eisenhower, 12, this think tank really, they cover everything. As I said, it is alien contact, sightings, crashes, technology, anything and everything. And then what happened when Trump got into power? And President Trump, love him or hate him, he finally went, no, you know what? That's how we all came to then finally hear. I mean, he's not made everything public, but basically the alien contact with the United States Army, you know, when their pilots have been buzzed by or have had close encounters with while they've been flying with alien crafts or unidentified crafts. And, you know, as those of you who may have seen those reports and read what they had to say, will know that they've said it's the contact that they have with extraterrestrial life forms and vehicles and crafts, shall we say, is pretty regular. You know, it happens 1, 2 or more times each month. So on a program that I watched about it was involved a granddaughter of President Eisenhower, and she has been trying to, you know, basically make public this information about the Majestic 12. So I want to cover this on a live, just talking about the Majestic 12 and everything, but it's going to take a good week. From what I could read, and I've had a little look at stuff, and there's so much information. There's a lot of debunking going on. Greenhouse, I'm going to have to pop out shortly. Need smokes. No problem, sweetheart. No problem. I'll just keep going as long as anybody wants to stay on here. And you know, and like we said, it was to keep you company tonight. So not a problem. We can hang around till you come back, or bog off if you've had enough of us all. Juliet, we have had help in the past 100 years. We advanced so quick. We did actually, didn't we? Very quickly. I think that, you know, because we kind of plodded along as a species without making great advances until, like you say, the last 100 years or so. Thank you all for coming in. It means a lot. See you shortly. No problem, Green Eyes. We all loves you, and we're keeping you company. I'm going to put that up on the screen. So yeah, it is quite thought-provoking, isn't it, when you think that you know, as Julie's just said, the massive leaps and bounds in the last 100 years or the last 200 years. I mean, start from the Industrial Revolution starting. So, you know, for the sake of argument, let's even go 300 years. But up to then, there hadn't been any massive leaps in, you know, there weren't any great technological advances, were there? You know, there were things like, yeah, let's make faster sailing vessels. You know, we might have made a better way to grind wheat. You know, artists might have started to get more realistic rather than, you know, the different types of artwork. If you see portraits painted in the Middle Ages compared to portraits painted in the 1800s, then yeah, they're vastly different. But you know, that's down to perspective and the artist and what people class as a talented artist at that particular time. I mean, look at Picasso. I personally don't like Picasso. But at that time, Picasso was a very favoured artist. I like Impressionism. A lot of, you know, people like Monet, they were very fashionable at that time. Not everybody likes them. So it's the same type of thing. That type of artwork at the time was just acceptable in the Middle Ages. as being very lifelike. We look at it now and it looks, we wouldn't look at something and look at the real person and go, wow, that looks so like you, because it just didn't. But then you go to somebody like Leonardo da Vinci and you see his drawings and sketches, and they're fantastic. Whereas the art of the day just wasn't, as a whole. So yes, Sid, that was the long version of what the Majestic 12 is. But I will, I think because people are enjoying the UFO alien-y aspect, I think we'll do something on that. I want to do that. I want to cover Paul Jones and, you know, the story of him and the starting of the United States Navy. Oh, pardon me. I think there's somebody drunk in the street. I don't know. I've got the bedroom windows open. I don't know if you can hear, there's like background talking. I don't have a man in the house. There just seems to be somebody a little bit drunk having a very loud conversation up the top of the street. Yeah, I'm finding it quite interesting, Sid. I find it quite intriguing because I probably wouldn't have paid it that much attention if it hadn't have involved Linda Moulton Howe, because I do respect her as an investigative journalist, and I do respect the work that she's done. You know, kind of no stone left unturned, if you will, regarding things like the cattle mutilations and the crop circles and sightings and so on, all the Skinwalker Ranch work. So yeah, that kind of piqued my interest because I'd never heard of it before, never. And the fact that this paperwork had been sent to a ufologist in Britain, you know, and try as they might, they have tried to debunk, you know, debunk. And the program I watched, which is where I heard of this, they'd actually got a former head of the state security, national security. He was retired, and he confirmed that the seal on this documentation was accurate. Even though it was a copy, he said it's accurate. The signatures were accurate. There were certain redactions made, and he said the way that they'd been done was authentic. So, you know, he was quite happy that this was authentic paperwork. It wasn't a forgery. It wasn't a fake, or, you know, some crank trying to, you know, pull this ufologist chain. It was none of that. He said, this looks to me, he said, other than getting my hands on the original documents, he said, these copies, yeah, I'm happy that these are authentic. And he had nothing to gain from it, you know, and some of the information that was in this documentation, there were people named. And one of the cases they covered was, Green Eyes is going to kill me because she loves all this UFO stuff. But one of the things that they covered was, can't remember the name of the ship. So as I said, I will do this properly, but it was a US Navy warship, and they picked up on their radar a cluster of, sorry, I'll just read what the FBI said. It was a hoax. Lady Witch, you know what? I don't believe anything the FBI or the CIA is saying about, you know, the hoaxes and the debunking. This guy who was the you know, the national security fella, he had nothing to gain from this whatsoever by saying that he believes it to be authentic. So yeah, well, I want to really look into it. But yeah, one of these stories it was basically a US warship, and on their radar, they picked up, I think it might have been an aircraft carrier. Anyway, they picked up on the radar this cluster, a massive cluster of craft flying at speed. They watched them come down the coast. They had no idea what they were. And then they headed towards, well, just before they lost contact, and then they realized that this cluster, it wasn't, aircraft, that they were UFOs. And this cluster then was heading outwards towards a cluster of islands just off the coast of California. I don't know the names of them. Lady Witch may do. Somebody else may know them. I don't. They basically then went off the radar round about that last known point, and they got the lats and longs of where these were last seen and the direction they were heading, and they were heading towards these islands. Okay. Also, another vessel picked this up. Another naval vessel picked this up. Right. The senior radar operator, because he didn't know what this was, he went to have a look, and try and have a closer look at the paperwork. And apparently there were printouts and so on that used to occur when things had flashed up on the radar. So he went along to the deck or whichever part of the ship that he would obtain this paperwork. Sorry about that. I just completely lost. It just kicked me off. Don't know what the hell happened there. I don't know where you all caught me at, but basically that story, the senior radar operator for the Navy went along to try and get the paperwork, and in this matter of minutes, it had all vanished. There was no explanation as to where it was. He didn't know. Then the other guy, the other radar operator on the other vessel, they had a similar thing. They were also tracking this cluster of UFOs down the coast. But they identified which of these islands off California that this cluster of UFOs, but they then went under the water. There's also been signals detected under the water at these spots, same as one down the bottom of the Mariana Trench. But anyway, that's another story in itself. This guy, he said he knows exactly what happened. Same thing again. All of the evidence, all the documented longitudes and latitudes, the speeds, the numbers detected and where they were last seen, what happened to them, everything that they had. And I think this was it was either in the 1980s or the 1990s. Everything that was on that ship, that also vanished. However, he explained it because he said a helicopter came, like a fighting helicopter, not a normal, a pleasure helicopter, one like a Black Hawk type of thing. This came peeling in from the mainland, landed on deck. A lot of suits got out. They went down into the comms rooms and everything was taken. No explanation was given to him either. So, and as Lady Witch says, I doubt anything the government says about it. That's true. That was all documented. Basically, all to substantiate these sightings by naval vessels, everything that could have been used to prove that this was contact, albeit only visually, with alien craft, was removed. Everything was taken. And this, they were saying, was part of the role of the Majestic 12. So, yeah, I don't know what you all think of that, but I am finding it very, very fascinating. That I was looking at, there are also some tales of missing farmers in America. That's quite odd. Brief one. One of these occurred in the 1870s. There was a family living on a farm. Water supply. So the eldest son, it was supper time, did a drink of fresh water. So he was going to walk down. He got a clean jug, and he was going to walk the short distance to the creek, fill the jug up with water, and bring it back into the farmhouse. And off he tootled. And as I said, it was snowing lightly, but November, and it was a bit nippy. But he'd actually been gone too long. So the father lit a torch and took his eldest daughter with him, and they went down to the creek to see if they could find him. No sign. Though they saw footprints, and they followed the footprints, and then the footprints vanished. Now, the creek, there was no sign, there was no broken ice, there was no sign of the jug, there was just no sign of this boy anywhere. They shouted, they searched. Eventually they had to go back in. There was just no sign of him. They thought maybe he's got a bit turned around outside. We'll resume looking for him in the morning. Or he could just, he might just be wandering around and head back to the house. They left a light burning for him so that he could, find his way back in the dark. Don't forget, this is the late 1800s in rural North America, and but there's no sign of him anywhere. They looked in the woods, they looked along the creek bank. They looked in case he could have wandered back and gone past the house. 3 gone in 4 months just now near Skinwalker Ranch. Just found boots, very strange. Well, I can tell you about something about that, Julia, as well. The boots thing. And I think that's that lad, isn't his name? Is it Dylan or something? He's one of them, isn't he? Dylan, can't remember his last name. So yeah, with this one. So eventually, after days and days of searching, they just had to face the facts that this after his disappearance, the mother is also going down to oh, am I? Oh, sorry, Julia. It's a bloody nightmare, this sound tonight. It really is. I'm so sorry, everybody. So if there's any of this story that you're missing, please let me know. And I'll try and, well, go back to where it's cut out. So the mother this is several weeks. I think it was about 6 months. Dylan Rounds Sorry about that, guys. It's I'm losing connection here. Happens quite a lot. I'm so sorry. I'm presuming you did you all hear up to the bit where I'm talking about the mum going down to the creek, going to get water. So she's walking towards the creek, and she said, now don't forget, this woman, she has been distraught. Her son's gone missing, her only son's gone missing, and is never, never to be seen again. So she is going very anxious. And excuse me, she's feeling very anxious, and she's getting closer to the creek, and this feeling is just getting, which is very sad, very anxious. She's thinking it's because obviously she's already been in an anxious state over the past, several weeks because of her son going missing. And as she starts getting nearer to the creek, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger and stronger until eventually she said she could hear her son's voice. And it was weird because she said he was shouting it was kind of a muffle, but it was like, help me, and she could hear him, but it was clear. And this is where it gets really confusing, because she said it was clear and she could hear what he was saying, but then she said she couldn't make out what he was saying. It was very, very strange. She could hear him, but then she can't hear him. She can hear him, but then she can't hear him. So she's looking for her son, and she said he sounded quite close. So she's looking up trees, she's looking around, she goes back to the house, she tells her husband, he's out looking again, the daughter's out looking again, and they can hear these voices and it's definitely the son, definitely him, they can hear him, but they too are having what he was actually shouting. They're like, I don't know, I couldn't tell. So it's one of those things where you hear this story and you're thinking, what? That doesn't even make any sense. But it obviously did to all of them. Anyway, over the following weeks and months, this voice, every time anybody went down to the creek to that spot, and it was always where they saw these footprints had vanished, so as I was saying, this voice was carrying on for the next several weeks going into months. Every time anybody went down to the watercourse, this same thing, they'd hear the voice, they could tell what he was saying, but then they couldn't tell what he was saying, blah blah blah. And then it started getting, the calling for help started to get less and less. It started sounding further away, not quite as clear as it had before, until eventually it stopped altogether. And that was the last anybody ever heard of this boy. Now, it sounds a bit Stranger Things in the Upside Down. Well, Sid, I've not watched Stranger Things, Sid. Although we have that on a doormat because Paul Click got it. It says "Enter the Upside Down" because I looked at it and they both think I'm a Martian because I don't watch Stranger Things and I've no idea about anybody in it. But this is where it gets weird. So bear in mind, okay. I got the dates wrong. I'm so sorry. I'd said the late 1800s. It wasn't. That was the late 1700s. I think it was about 1780s, something like that. Right. Fast forward to the I think it was the 1890s or the 1880s or 18. I've got the dates confused. There's another case, and again, I'll get all the details properly when I do the Majestic 12, and I'll give you names, and you can actually check all these people lived. There are records of them. There's a guy, and he is walking across. This is in America. He's at his farm. He is walking across his field, just checking fencing and what have you. His wife is watching from the porch of the farmhouse and she's just watching him. At the same time, two neighbours are coming down. So there's a trackway down the side of their fields. They're coming down in a horse-drawn carriage. Now, this story was relayed by his daughter. So you've got the mother. She's sitting on the porch with the daughter and son. They're watching their father, her husband, walking across the field just in front of the farmhouse. To the side, down the track, I don't know why, but for some reason I'm thinking it was the right-hand side. To the right of the farmhouse, down the side of the field, there is a couple of neighbours are coming on a horse-drawn carriage, and they're coming from town, going back to their own farmhouse. And the way the angle that they're at, they are pointed at this time directly at, they're not from the side on, they're pointed directly at the farmer walking across the field. And what happened next shocked the lot of them. And the daughter said that when she relayed this story, she still was suffering shock. This is as an adult, because she relayed this story back in the 1950s as an old woman. All of them, wife, both children, the two neighbours, saw this guy literally put one foot in front of himself and vanish. He literally vanished. They were all in complete shock. They then organised, they were looking for holes in the ground, they just couldn't comprehend what had happened to him. Where did he go? They saw him vanish. He took a step and vanished completely right in front of their eyes. So they're thinking, is it a sinkhole that's opened up? Maybe he's gone, trying to look for a logical explanation. And then several days after he'd gone missing, they never found any explanation as to where he had gone. But several days after he'd gone missing, exactly the same thing happened as had happened 100 years earlier in a different state, is that the wife started to hear his voice. And the same thing again, calling for help, help me. But then again, her and her children, when they were questioned, yes, they could hear what he was saying. Well, what did he say? We don't know. Was it? Was he shouting for help? Yeah. How did he shout for help? We don't know. It was like they could hear him, but something was making them confused. And again, this went on for quite, and it was always at exactly the same spot where he'd gone missing. The tracker dogs came out. Don't know. And again, like the previous case, the longer time went on, this voice they were hearing sounded like it was getting further away and fainter, further away and fainter, until in the end it stopped altogether and they never heard it again. He was never found either. Nothing was ever found of him or heard from him again, the same as the previous case. Now, to me, when I've heard these, the thing I've thought, which you guys may or may not, I'm just thinking portal. You know, another dimension maybe. So, you know, you imagine the farmer, for example, he could be walking across that field. He takes one step, he's gone into another dimension. He looks around and he can't see his house anymore. He can't see his children. Hi, Green Eyes, welcome back, my darling. Can't see his children, can't see his neighbours, can't see his fences. But all he's done is take a step forward. You know, imagine that. And it's the same with the son going to the river. The same thing's happened. His footprints just stopped. No sign of him anywhere. Gone. They can hear him shouting. And is it a case that maybe if they were in another dimension, they were just shouting for people? You know, can anybody hear me? Can somebody help me? Is anybody there? Where am I? Or could maybe they see their family and friends? Maybe they, you know, I don't know, through a bit like a two-way mirror, they can see people, but they just can't get to them, and they're shouting to catch their attention. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. I get your faglit Green Eyes. I'm here on my lovely vape. Ah. I'm pretty sure I could hear yes, Julia. Yeah, I think it's a portal, Julia. Yes, Sid. Yeah. But there's also a case in the UK as well that I need to look at. And this was, oh God, where was it? I feel like I want to say Essex. I feel like I want to say Essex. Right, we'll go with Essex just for the sake of argument. Elderly gentleman, elderly farmer, again. This is why I was saying they're like the farmer's disappearances. Elderly gentleman, he is grape juice at last. Oh, right, brilliant. Oh yeah, Porky was talking about that with you, wasn't he? He's still on that Hyson White. Right, so this cocking bloody oh, there was two of me. I don't know what's going on tonight. Do you know, that was quite scary. That would be me if my twin had lived. Lucky you guys. Right. Sorry about this, but while I'm back, I will make the most of it. There was the English case, and like I said, I'm going to say for the sake of it, yeah, you would have been seeing double. We're going to say Essex. So this elderly gentleman, very old, he was an invalid. He was unable to move unassisted. He couldn't walk. He was basically, the only way he was mobile was in a wheelchair, and that was with assistance. He couldn't wheel himself. He was cared for by his equally elderly sister, who wasn't, you know, she had fine mobility and whatnot. She was getting on, but she was his primary caregiver. So that's the background. He's an old ex-farmer cared for by his sister. Now, this particular day, he used to like having a sit outside, you know, and it was sunshine. So she gets him in his wheelchair. She wheels him out to the front of the farm. As I said, this is in the UK this time, not America. She wheels him outside. He's sitting outside the farmhouse in the sunshine.
in his wheelchair, the brakes on the wheelchair, and he's got a light jacket just covering his knees. Okay. And she checks on him out the window. He's quite happy. And she nips inside while he's, perfectly happy, just sitting out, listening to the birds sound and soaking up the sunshine. And she nips back in the house to do some chores. Now, neighbours saw him there sitting on, outside the farmhouse, enjoying the sunshine in his wheelchair. When she came out to bring him in for a spot of lunch, he'd gone. The wheelchair was still there. The light jacket that had been covering his knees was in. And despite searching for him, neighbours confirming that they had seen him sitting there. Nobody had been seen coming up the road to or from the farmhouse. No strange people had been seen. And he's just vanished, never to be seen again. There was never a trace found of him, no scent, no nothing. Now, that one I'm not so sure about. I mean, because it's not like he walked through a portal, unless a portal opened up near him. I may be thinking more of an alien abduction. I don't know what you think, but that's what I'm thinking with that one. Julia, there have been some came both ways, though, I think. Yes, yeah. And like Sid's just said, then I think dogmen come through portals. I think dogmen come through portals as well. And I also think that Bigfoot come through portals. I think they're all interconnected because, the stories about Bigfoot seeming to kind of cloak. Whoa, bedtime clown's back, for fuck's sake. Go on, what's for fuck's sake for, or is it me talking shit? Not you all frustrated about something else. Do you want to come up? Hang on. Let's see if that'll post. There's a link if you want it, my chuck. You can come up and have a vent. I do keep vanishing, though, which is not my fault, but... Shield Live, who's not turned up for it or something. Said, yeah, portals are it. Yeah, I think they are as well. I think they are. Here, prime example, Glenn Miller. What happened to Glenn Miller? I think that could be like the Bermuda Triangle as well. Oh, have I disappeared again? Oh, for God's sake. Bag of shite. It's honestly, it's been doing this non-stop, but it keeps kicking me off as well, and I'm having to re-enter the flipping studio. Definitely think that is. I think Glenn Miller's plane flew because you've got what, 20 miles. So in a straight line, he flew across the English Channel, 20 miles or so. Yeah. And it ain't that deep. But he's never been God, this is an absolute bag of turd. Oh, and you've got two of me as well. Lucky bastards. No, I don't think we killed him. I think he flew through a portal. We're just talking about portals and things, you know, talking about missing farmers' bedtime, like all the missing farmers cases. And Julia's been talking about, I've forgotten his name again, Dylan. Oh my goodness. I've got to try and remember his flipping name. Dylan Rounds. Thank you. Yeah, missing farmers in the US bedtime, and then one case in the UK just vanishing. Oh, go on. Do you want me to let me try that link again? Let's see if that works. And hopefully it's not going to knock me off StreamYard again. All I keep getting is this stupid error message, and it's saying StreamYard's disconnected, and then I try to get back into it, and yeah, bloody nightmare. Why did the farmer get all the attention in the town? Oh, I thought you were coming up to tell us a bit of a missing farmer story. Go on, why did the farmer get all the attention in the town? Yeah, we all want to know. Julie wants to know as well. No, Cooper, don't bark, chicken. God, just while we're waiting for bedtime to come back, there are some drunk people. He was outstanding in his field. You should have told that one when I told the story about the missing farmer going across his field and vanishing in midair. I still like those with the accent that Voodoo Queen does. Was it Thibodeau? Thibodeau? Is it Thibodeau? She just did it so well. Yeah, so as you see, we've gone completely off topic. We've been talking about the Majestic 12 bedtime clown, you know, with all the cover-ups with the US military on contact with UFOs. And then I've moved on to missing farmers. Boo. Nancy's revenge got heartburn now. Gavis gone to the rescue. Well, you know what? I'm going to pin that one up as well, because that serves you right for thieving. Thibodeau and Boudreaux. Thank you, bedtime. I couldn't remember the names. I still laugh about that joke she told. You know, with the was it Thibodeau being asked to be the godparent for the newborn babies, the twins? Oh, did she? Was that so you didn't feck it up? Yeah, so you're going to call the little girl Denise, what you're going to call the boy the nephew. I liked that joke. I think Julia probably would have missed that one. I don't think you were a member of our channel at the time, Julia, when Voodoo Queen came up and she was telling us her jokes. It was great. So who's late, bedtime clown? Who isn't turning up when they should do? We need to know. You can't spell it, but you still think she spelled it wrong. Don't be so critical. Oh, gosh. I tell you what, I'm really surprised. It's now 25 to 3 in the morning here. Dragnaut Silvers. Oh, I've not heard of that. What kind of thing do they discuss bedtime? Who's Shani? Shani and Rev. I don't know who they are. See, I'm just out of the loop. I don't know a lot of. I think because I kind of pal on with most of you guys who know, you know, Lady Witch and Green Eyes and yourself, and you all kind of know all these, and Sheila, all these different channels, but I don't. And I think because I know all of you guys, I think people also think I'm going to know all these other people, and I haven't got a clue. Sometimes I surprise you, and you know I will know people, but it's quite rare. Quite rare that happens. Oh, you weren't Julia. Oh well. Voodoo Queen is bedtime clown's lovely lady, and she's got. And she came up and she was telling us some jokes, like in oh, what's the accent? It's an area, isn't it, that you got a special name, hasn't it? The accent. I can't remember what name you use now. Oh, clown put us onto these two. They are fecking mental cases. Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of them, Sid. But I trolled the shit out of her today, and no one was chatting but me. I have already gotten dishonorable mentions. Cajun, thank you, bedtime clown. Yeah, Cajun accent. It's really, really good, Julia. I could listen to her talking like that all day. But do you know how we do, which we shouldn't do, but you know, there's always those jokes, an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman. Pick out the Irishman to be the silly one or the thick one. Well, it's like that with Voodoo Queen's Thibodeau and Boudreaux jokes, and I think it's Thibodeau is kind of made out to be the thick one. So it's very similar to our Irish jokes, and also the Australian and New Zealander jokes, and the Tasmanians, you know, because they all kind of take the mickey out of each other, don't they? So it's just one of those. Well, I've never heard of those, so I might have to check those that channel out. So what is it called? Let me have a look again. Dragnaut Silvers, right? And they're worth trolling the shit out of. Evil. I wish Clown would come up and tell everyone about Rev and Shani. Well, yeah, because I know nothing about Rev and Shani. I don't even know who they are. Bedtime Clown, if you're from Texas, both of them are thick. Oh, I can see a domestic starting here. So yeah, Julia, you would have. It was just lovely listening to this Cajun accent and Voodoo Queen. She's got a lovely voice anyway, her own accent, and then she puts this thicker Cajun accent on, and it's brilliant. But yeah, she tells these great jokes. Oh, you've got me interested now, Sid. I'm presuming, are Rev and Shani American people, or are they in the UK or something? Not like Reverend Shani, that's for sure. Oh, I'm feeling left out because I don't know who they are. Green Eyes, do you know? Because Green Eyes know Old Lady Witch. They normally know everything, don't they? They're American. Okay. So does this Dragnaut one, are they dragging this Reverend Shani? I'm guessing, or have I got that wrong? Lady Witch knows. Okay. Bedtime is Cajun Mexican. No, it's like like what do you call it? The Deep South, like New Orleans-y, like in the backwaters type of thing, I think. He inherited $750,000. They spent it in a year. What? Who did Dragonaut? They're poverty now. $750,000. Oh my God. Oh, Shani and Rev. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Got you. See, I'm getting, I'm getting lost. That's like that lad though, isn't it? Sid, who, do you remember he won the national lottery over here and it was like a lot of money, but he was a bit of a thick arse. I think he was a bit of a pikey, a chav down south, and he was just like throwing mad shit up parties and buying sports cars. He just basically spunked it all up the wall. And he was a friend with, oh God, what was the Irish guy's name? Mad Dog. Was it Ahern? Mad Dog Ahern, was it? He was it UDF in Northern Ireland who had to come over here to he had to leave Northern Ireland. Yeah, I can see you, Lady Witch. So basically, this chavvy lad who'd won the lottery, he became like really good friends with this Mad Dog Ahern. I think he was like a bit of a fanboy, and just pissed all these millions. I think he won about 16 million. I think he's the same. I think he's got nothing left. He's skint. So it's exactly the same thing. God, there's some party going on in this street. If you can hear anything, I was going to say it's the partying going on outside. I think somebody's having a barbecue. I'd like to be proved wrong, but I have a feeling there's going to be wigs on the green in the next hour. Yeah, the thing is though, bedtime at people's houses in the UK, and there's a lot of alcohol involved. There's usually some form of a drama before. With beers, and they're getting louder and louder. It's like 2:45 and they're getting louder and louder and sounding slightly more aggressive. So I'm thinking at some point in the next hour it's going to spill out into the street. Hi, you are still live. Oh God, I'm back as twins again. Oh, sorry about that, Danny. Yeah, I keep getting knocked off and coming back on again. Yeah, I had to go offline. Well, I had to go off slightly and leave Denny and Uncle Pete to it because Cooper was poorly. And then he puked up in the house. I was having to clean that up. So we've just had just a bit of chit chats about different things. I can't believe I've done nearly 6 hours though. Wow. So it's 2:45 in the morning. What's is this the one with Paul Cast, is it, Danny? And just for anybody else, Danny uploaded earlier today, and it's about a famous British murderer, Mary Bell. Sid'll know who that is. Julie'll know. Lady Witch may not, or Bedtime, you may not have heard of Mary Bell. She was a child who was convicted. She actually was convicted of manslaughter. She was a child killer as opposed to a murderer. There is a difference. But Danny did an upload on that earlier. Oh, did you watch it as well? Yeah, she covered it really well, didn't she? Watch that on Danny's channel. Double the kiss, double the fun, Lady Witch. I know. Yeah, but the thing is, as I keep saying, I was an identical twin, or I should have been. So when I go up double like that, it just makes me think, this is what you could have had if my twin would have lived. But yeah, I think I put in the comments for that, Sid, about, Mary Bell. She's basically every house in the UK knows who Mary Bell is. She's infamous, isn't she? It's a bit like Hindley and Brady and Jack the Ripper. Obviously not to the extent of Jack the Ripper, but it's one of those household names in the UK. Everybody's heard of Mary Bell. They may not know the full story of what she did. I know, and you'll obviously know, but yeah, but people have heard of her. So it was actually quite good because she's not really well known outside of the UK. So it was really good hearing Danny cover that. So yeah, anybody who does sub into Danny, like she said, she's going doing a live shortly, and I'm presuming it's going to be on the Paulcast channel. So if any of you want to catch up and have a watch of that, you're very welcome to go over there. They're a great little channel. Well, little channel, they're bigger than mine. Great channel. Very friendly, very welcoming. Just put Danny up there so that you can see her comment. Can't wait to listen to Uncle P. Well, the thing is, Uncle P was very well behaved this time. She did do a few accents. I don't know what happened while I wasn't here, because I did leave them alone for about 15 minutes. I had to see to the dog because he was doing one of his licking the carpet and being sick things. I really don't know why this internet keeps dropping out, though. It's a bloody nightmare. But if it happens again, let's have a look. Bedtime, you got me for one more cigarette. Oh, okay. So are you going to go on there and start trolling? I think I'm going to have to check this channel out. Oh, and it's bedtime. Oh, what time? So hang on a minute. Is it about 10 p.m. there? Or have I got that wrong? Lady Witch, Danny's channel, sub because it's a lot of fun. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Lady Witch. Let's give that one a highlight as well. Green Eyes is just having some cheese and bickles. What's bickles? Or was that supposed to be biscuits? We might wait for the running commentary on the fisticuffs. Yeah. No, apparently it's members only. Prissy prick. You see, you've ruined it for everybody, haven't you? Going and doing some bog on trolling. Can you? Oh, so is it not subs only? Well, I didn't know if it's cheese and pickles and you'd put bickles, or if it was cheese and biscuits. That actually sounds quite good. I'm feeling a little bit. But don't be sorry. I think it's quite funny. Bedtime. You need to set up if it's like if it's subs only, just set another account up and go in and troll the shit out of them again. Prick set it to members only. Does this prick have a lot of followers then, Bedtime? Oh gosh. I think I've actually gone past, you know, where you hit the wall. I think I've kind of gone past that. I think. I ain't paying for that. Fuck that guy. Do you know though, it's if you think some of these people who had, say, even if like you have like me, what have I got? 100 and something. So let's say for the sake of argument, let's say I've got 100 subs. Okay. So even me with 100 subs, if you had a members thing, members only, even for like £1, like £1, so you don't have to be like £5 a month or £10 a month or whatever, or $1. So £1 or $1. It's and everybody paid that to be a member of your channel. It's still like £100 a month that you didn't have. I just don't know why people are so greedy, especially when there are souls. Anyway, I meant to ask, how is her husband doing? Because I saw she was I thought she'd come in the chat, but when I looked, I couldn't see her. And then I got distracted because I kept getting cut off and couldn't hear the damn chat. How's she doing, Lady Witch and Green Eyes? Because I know you two are in pretty regular contact with her. I know her husband had been poorly. He was in hospital last time because he'd had a fall. So hopefully she's all right and he's okay, on the mend. She's fine, just busy. Hubby's doing well. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. Thank you. Oh, that's good to hear that he's recovering well. Thanks, Lady Witch. Oh, I've not seen her in so long. Yeah, as I thought, the arguing started. Imagine if Russell Brand charged £1 a month. He's got 5.7 million subs. And that's it, Sid, isn't it? Do you know what it reminds me of is my friend's mum loves doing car boot sales, right? Loves it. when I moved house a few years ago, she came, I mean, she's dead now, God rest her soul, but she nails. And when I was moving house a few years ago, she came and she basically, all the stuff I would have thrown away, she's like, I'll take that, I'll take that. And it was shite. I'll take that, I'll have that, I'll take that, I'll have that. I'm like, really? I was going to throw this in the tip. She went, no, there's always somebody who wants to buy something. And her philosophy was that she went along, no matter how much she had, everything she used to put with the price of 50 pence on. So she didn't have to fart about with change or anything. It was everything 50. So everything that she had for 50p everything, because she wasn't being greedy, and there was not going to be, yeah, if you know, yeah, no, it's bloody shite bedtime. I literally keep getting kicked out of StreamYard. It's not just the audio that's going. I'm being kicked off. I don't know whether it's telling me I've been on too long. So yeah, so you know, she would guarantee that she would sell everything and she would make quite a lot of money, you know. So some of the things that were worth a lot, people got a good bargain for, but she said all the things that were shite that she probably wouldn't have spent 2p on, everything went. It was just 50p, no haggling, no asking, no whatever. And it's the same thing with your subscriptions, you know. If you were all £1, you'd guarantee, well, you know, you'd more or less guarantee that people would pay that pound, because it's nothing, is it? $1. It's nothing in this day and age for the entertainment value and what you're getting out of being a sub on a channel. So paying £1, but I wouldn't go pay more than that. You know, if it was an interesting channel that I got a lot out of, you know, say something like mine here, where I get on with everybody and I know there's not going to be any falling out, and I'm going to have a good laugh with people that I've got to know. Yeah, I'd be quite happy to go, do you know what, £1 a month, I'm going to pay that, because I know it's a safe place and it's good fun. You know, it's the same principle as my friend's mum's car boot philosophy. But for free, absolutely was a profit, Julia. But yeah, so it's that same thing. Don't try and be greedy with people, and you will get something back from it. Bloody tears of, you know, yeah, and that's what you were saying. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, bedtime clown. You know, like Sid's just said then, Russell Brand's a prick. And a lot, well, I think he's a prick anyway. I know he's got a lot of 5.7 million fans that they obviously, I'd say the majority of them are his fans. He'll have a few hate watchers, but not that many comparatively. But, you know, oh, excuse me. Oh. Even as a hate watcher, if you wanted to find out or take part in, I would pay £1. A lot of people, oh, have they stopped paying for cable? Oh, right. Is there any reason for that bedtime? Is it because just because it's shite? Or because they're watching, you know, they're living on Netflix, and because that's what I would have done. We don't actually watch here, although it, you know, Porky's got the television license sorted. We don't actually watch terrestrial television. We don't watch live TV. Personally, I think you should fire off the television license, because all we watch is Sky Cinema or Netflix or YouTube. The arguing's getting louder outside. I don't know if any of you can hear it. Yes, they want real people's opinions, not mainstream media's. Right. So yeah, so we're the same. Don't watch real TV. No, do you know what put me off it, Julia? It was I mean, I haven't watched, I haven't had a television license prior to coming here. I hadn't had a television license in, well, years. At least, I'd say at least 5 years. And they kept coming knocking, trying to get me to, oh, you don't have a television license? No. Right, well, can I just take your name? No. Oh, yeah, okay, well, we just need it to put, no, you don't. Yeah, well, we need to put it, say that you don't need one, or can we come in and have a look? No, absolutely not. And you just have to keep telling them no. Don't give them your name. Don't give them any of your information. If they ask your name, or if they say, you know, are you Mrs. Say your name's Smith. Oh, so Jackie Smith, and I'd go, no. Oh, right. Oh, well, who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Just get them to take your name off any correspondence that they've got, and don't pay them. Oh, that's why drama's so popular. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a bit entertaining for a short period of time, isn't it? Bedtime. But I find myself getting quite stressed out, you know, when there's a lot of drama going on. I don't know how other people feel. Well, I think we've discussed this before sometimes, haven't we? I mean, although having said that, I am finding it quite entertaining listening to how this little argument's developing out in the street. I think it's up the top end of the street. It kind of starts, and then it stops, and then there'll be a little bit of like muted talking, and then it's something starting again, and it is a woman. Oh, Dogman Encounters just uploaded a new one. The Man-Wolf Files. That's a half an hour or so for me tomorrow. Oh! Take your guns or take your TV. Which do you want? Because the Americans want both. You see, we have to pay over here for terrestrial TV bedtime, which I remember watching something where an Australian guy who was visiting the UK, people were trying to explain to him that we actually have to buy a license to watch the television over here. This isn't cable or anything. This is like on normal channels. And this Australian guy was like, "Fuck off." He thought it was a joke. I'm like, no, we actually have to pay to watch live television. Yes, Sid, that's it. You need your guns. You can do without TV. Yeah. If I had a choice in this country, the way you guys have over there, to have a gun or a telly, I'd have a gun. I'm exactly with Sid on that. Little drama, but don't like when they rant over and over. Oh yeah, you want that Dorothy one. Oh my God. But again, you know, but people are enjoying it, aren't they? Because she doesn't actually have any content. It's literally just her hate watching live for her own subs, she'll hate watch other channels and stream for her viewers their content. So it's not actually her own. But, her subs are happy to, and members, I should say, are happy to pay for it. Good luck to them if they want to throw the money away like that. I would rather do several days of research. Sorry, I'm going to yawn. Oh, I think it's hitting me now. But I would rather do several days of research if I was in that position, and go, yeah, drop us a super chat in for £1 or something. Show your appreciation for the hours I've spent in the library or online or reading books or something to bring you an interesting live. Not kind of basically having no content and robbing it off other people. Because that's all it is, isn't it? You're just robbing it off other people. Why doesn't she get struck if she's using someone's content? I actually don't know. I mean, I think you can strike, can't you? I don't understand the whole strike thing, Sid. Bedtime's probably better qualified to answer that one. Because I don't know if it's under fair use, or is it that you can play it if you keep stopping it? Is it like 10? Oh God, it's seconds, isn't it? I think you can play so many seconds, but you then have to stop it. So you'd like pause it and do a bit of commentary, and then you can play it again and you won't get struck, I think. I need to just stop the chat a sec. Oh, hang on. Because we all need to give Green Eyes a hug. It's a hug-a-thon. Everybody give Green Eyes a hug in the chat, please. And I'm just going to get Bedtime Clown up on the panel.
Okay, so I know my audio sounds like shit. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to fix it. I just don't know. To answer Sid's question, basically, if you're talking about a copyright strike, right? That's not necessarily the most common, but it is the most common across many different topics and subjects. So if you not restream a live stream, but maybe you're going to use someone else's content, the best thing to do is to stop it every so often and commentate on it, and just at least try to transform it in that content into something that it otherwise isn't. In other words, if I was going to restream parts of this in particular live, right, when Kiss was talking about dog men, I would stop it. You put cartoon characters and whatever else. Even if I was making fun of it, like, right? I mean, not just, I mean, you provide commentary on it. It could be educational, it could be entertainment, it could be whatever else. YouTube has guidelines on what they consider educational and entertainment and whatever else. As long as you do that and you transform whatever you are restreaming, transformative is the key word there, then you can do that. You might still, and probably would, get struck, and you have every right to fight that, right? The strike. But your chances of success on winning that strike are greatly accelerated if you can actually transform whatever it is you're critiquing or educating people on or entertaining people with, if you've transformed whatever you are streaming into something that it otherwise wasn't. That's
Yeah.
the way I understand it.
Right. See, I just, yeah, I wasn't sure, and I was thinking, is it like the music where you can stop it and play it and stop it and play it, and then you don't get struck? But I'm not a. I've not had strike. Well, yeah, I have had strikes, but I've just ignored them. But I'm not
Well, that's
monetized.
that's the thing with music. You can't just stop it and start it and not say anything. If
Right.
you're transforming it into something that it otherwise wasn't, who wants to listen to a 4-minute AC/DC song, right? Like with my case, which was talked about on Bam's channel, a while back. Who wants to listen to a 4-minute AC/DC song, and I'm interrupting it every 8.5 seconds to give my commentary on why I thought this was like a genius move on, whoever's part, or you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
No, they're not going to listen to that. People don't want to hear that. I mean, unless I'm, one of the members. I mean, if I'm, I don't know, I can't remember their names right now. The dude that wears shorts, or his brother that died a couple years ago, or Bon Scott, or who's also dead. Unless I'm one of them, who wants to fucking hear that shit? Nobody.
Who was the one? Was it Angus? There was an Angus, wasn't there, in AC/DC?
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Angus Young.
Yeah, there you go. Because he used to get shot. I remember my dad had an LP of it was a live version, Whole Lot of Rosie. At the beginning, and they've got the guitars like da 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 da, and all the crowd are going, Angus, do 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 do, Angus, like AC/DC, and Iron Maiden as well. Oh, bedtime. Sorry, I've just noticed. Sid has said, could you explain Reverend Shani while you're up?
Well, I'll give it a shot. I'm sorry the audio sucks so bad. It's my phone. Can I explain Reverend? You know what? I don't know that I can. They are two people, I suppose, a man and a woman who, 6 years ago or so, made their way on YouTube. They found each other on YouTube. They thought they were going to make tons of money on YouTube. And they're both train wrecks of like individual people. Neither one. They thought they were going to make tons of money on YouTube. That didn't happen. Rev had a lot of money, $700,000 worth of money, and she basically on YouTube over from 2016 or so to about 2020 or so, she blew through all that money.
Wow.
Of his, and he did nothing to stop it. It's an abusive relationship. They both abuse each other. They're both. I mean, best way. I guess the best way I can explain it. They're both vloggers.
Okay.
And they're both abusive to each other. Who abuses who more? That's up for debate, in my opinion. But I would think that most people would say that she's probably more abusive to him. And of course, because she is the larger of the two physically, that's why most people believe that. So, and then she has, or had, I should say, not has, had. She had two sons that are not his, removed from her care, last week or the week before, by Child Protective Services, and she doesn't seem to give two shits about it. So, listen, please, whoever's in this chat, please don't judge me if you see me in her chats. Listen, I'm just, all I'm saying is, well, what I said today. Yeah, sometimes I sit by to myself, or sometimes I sit while I'm by myself, and I think to myself while she is by herself and should be thinking to herself, what has become of my life? I'm not trying to be a dick to her, but at the same time, I am trolling her. So please don't.
I like Lady Witch has put a good description. She put, a flaming train wreck hurtling over a cliff into a hurricane is an apt description, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with what Lady Witch said about that at all.
Now I've got a visual. When you said that she's physically the larger of the two, I'm guessing you don't mean height.
No, she's taller and heavier.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's yeah, I don't know what to say. I really don't.
Well, I'd never even heard of either of them, so thank you for that. I might look them up just for entertainment value.
If you want to be disgusted, angered, and hate-filled, then yeah, go ahead. If you don't want to be any of those things, then don't. Just don't. Look up kitty cats or puppy dogs or sunrise or something like that. Yeah.
Seamus ugly cousin. Oh, Shamu's. I thought I was thinking Seamus then. Shamu's ugly cousin. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they are not a they're not a hair of the dog situation, if you know what I mean. they're not. Yeah, it's not that. It's not. Lord. It's not even close. Not even close.
And I see Julie is saying he's being gentle. I think. Yeah, I think bedtime has been incredibly tactful. I've got a feeling. Oh gosh, about 25 stone. Oh, Sid, is it one of those farts and give us a clue?
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah. Julia. I mean, they're all right. They're all right. Everybody that knows anything about it is right. They're being right about that. And yeah, I'm doing my best. And if you want to go to her Twitch, because she's banned off of every other social media platform, and check it out, go right ahead, and you'll see me right there. Just remember, I support neither one of them. That's all I'm saying. That's
hell yeah. And is this the other one that what is it? Dragnaught? Is that one on YouTube or is that on Twitch?
No, he's on YouTube. Yeah, he's actually a good dude. He's just a clip channel that chronicles.
Just laughing at what Sid's put. They both look like they stink.
They do. They do. Listen, Sid's not wrong. Yeah, I'm telling you, there are people that live here in America that have run into them or sought them out or whatever, and been to their apartment or run into them at a convenience store or whatever over here in the States, and they do smell exactly the way they look.
Nice.
So, and they do have Twitter. She's banned off of almost all social media platforms. She still has Twitter. I think she still has Instagram. I know she still has Twitch. But she doesn't have, like, she's not allowed on YouTube. Rev, her boyfriend, is still on YouTube, and he's ridiculous. But I mean, if you like watching train wrecks, those are two good ones to watch, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'd only watch them if there was something fun, like the clip that Green Eye sent me today. Showing Dirty Dot having a meltdown when CJ called her out and said that she'd been talking about doxing, setting up fake accounts in kids' name, and she's going, play it. I have never. That I'll watch because that was funny. That just had me laughing. But yeah, the usual day-to-day train wreck of a channel that is hers, I'll stay well away from. So I'll just I'll live vicariously through you guys. You can just feed back to me what fun you've had trolling.
Well, I did have some fun trolling her channel today, so on Twitch. I don't know. We'll see what happens when I go in there. If she goes live tomorrow and I go in there, I don't know. Like I said, one of the people that streams her, he's late, and I'm not. I don't care. If you're gonna make me wait more than 10 minutes, I'm out.
Oh, I thought you'd had a big fight with someone when you came in, going, for fuck's sake. We're like, wow.
No, yeah, it's just like, God damn it. I mean, you can be late, whatever, but I'm not gonna stick around. I'll catch up in the morning, But I guarantee you, I chatted more in that chat today than anybody else did. So, and I like drag. I don't have any problems with drag. I just think that was bullshit.
I mean, the one that I do laugh about it. I know people will think I'm mean, and they'll say that I'm a terrible person. But because I cannot stand the woman, I know you brought her up early, that Mrs. Portland.
Oh yeah.
Now calling herself the famous Mrs. Portland. Fuck off.
But this is what I was saying earlier about, like, I didn't look. I know there can be some vindictive people on the net, right? I don't know how to exactly say this. I don't care how vindictive she is. I really don't. Maybe the stance that Robbie takes might be it might be the best way I can explain it.
Yeah.
He's professed his undying love for her.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily do that, but I'm not going to engage with hateful behavior either. All the time. I know she's got some problems, and early on in her appearance on this side of YouTube, I did tell her on one of her very first community posts, I said, hey, just to let you know, maybe like Zav Girls community, maybe a better place for you to go. And she blocked me. She had me blocked for like 6 months, which I didn't necessarily care about. It's just I could see that, she's pretty much going to always take things the wrong way.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, I don't necessarily hold her near as accountable as the very cognizant people have their own channels and have tons of lots of subscribers and
Yeah.
their very own mental health, if you will, as opposed to mental illness. I don't hold her near as accountable for things that she does on the internet or says on the internet as I do those people who weaponize her.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned before, I think. Oh, sorry, I just said it's 3:30. Yeah, I know, mate. It's going to rest his eyes. Lady which I'm blocked because I'm friendly with someone she doesn't like, who doesn't take her crap. Well, the thing is, like Bedtime had mentioned earlier, I think she was kind of brought into this area of YouTube by people with not pure intention, shall we say. I think a lot of people did it because she was a train wreck, is a train wreck. From a cruelty perspective, now, I'm not one to mock the afflicted. However, I think she uses her whatever disability she has as an excuse for appalling behaviour. I think she is a shitty person. She'd be a shitty person with or without any disabilities. So I don't watch anything she's on. I did do initially, and I just thought, oh my God, no chance. No, absolutely rotten. I think she's a damn liar. And that's nothing to do with having an illness or a disability or mental health issues. That's just you're a liar or you're an honest person. She's a shitty human being. So that's just my opinion, guys. Sorry, but that's how I feel. So I just don't watch her.
No, I'm with you there. I just don't. In my opinion, she can't help being that way.
Yeah.
And to manipulate and weaponize her and unleash her, or to unleash that type of behavior when certain creators supposedly have the same type of people in their own lives, their own kids, right? In this case, to me, that's even uglier than what Mrs. Portland does. I expect a person like
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
you know what I mean? I expect Mrs. P to do what she does, considering the internet and today's environment. What I don't expect, or well, what I do anticipate, or and that's why I feel the way I feel, is that people will troll using people like that on the internet. I mean, look, I'm not saying Mrs. P is a tinfoil hat wearer, but for years on the internet, you'd see people respond to other people, or I may have done it, from time to time. Put your tinfoil hat on, you fucking R word. You know what I mean? Like, we've had enough of this. You keep coming in. You keep coming in here under this profile, and you're talking about gang stalking and this and this and this, and nobody engages you ever. And I'm not saying that's what she does, but I'm just saying that it's the same type of behavior, right? Everybody's out to hurt me, blah blah blah. At some point, the somebody, I don't care if it's the person wearing the tinfoil hat or if it's the people calling that person the R word. At some point, somebody has to realize this is fucked up what's going on. on the net. And Bam talks a lot about this, talking about people needing um, mental evaluations before they're allowed, not only, let alone the internet, a goddamn gun, and I feel the same fucking way. It's like, I mean, but again, people like, I feel like people like me don't go and engage people like that over and over and over again to trigger their mental illness, because clearly you can see that something's wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if it's just in text and not necessarily on video, YouTube. I don't know. That's the way I feel about it.
No, I think you're bob on the money there. Bedtime with that. Hey God, just realising you were going to bed, and we've kept you up with more questions.
Oh no, it's fine.
Oh, I don't know if have you gone? I can't hear you.
No, it's fine. Again, it's like I was trying to say last weekend on that panel. We can go most places we do or don't want to go. I don't understand it. The arguments between people, well, you were over here, blah blah blah. I can see if there were individual arguments that kind of make their way down into I can't stand this creator or that creator, and you're always in that chat, or you're a mod for that person. I can't support that, but at the same time, it's like I said on the panel. Well, you have to get over the fact that if you're that person saying that I like that person. So, I mean, if somebody comes in here and says, well, Bedtime Clown, I don't like you anymore because you mod for Kiss My Axe. What do you expect me to do? I mean, it doesn't affect my real life.
Yeah.
I don't make money on the internet. Sometimes I do, but not in this way. So what do you want me to do? And on top of that, what do you want me to do if I like that person that you're talking ill about? Just because they did something once and they haven't done it since, and you know what I mean? And I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. That to me, that has never happened to me, but that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. But that's going back to what I was discussing earlier, wasn't it? About Fern. Were you on here at the time, Bedtime? And I was saying, the shit that she's getting or she has got in some of the other channels, just because of whose channels she goes in. And she doesn't go in other channels to cause harm. She doesn't come tittle-tattling. She doesn't bounce into one channel and then come into here and go, oh my God, did you see what happened? She doesn't. She just goes in different channels because she likes the conversations.
Yeah.
It's just live and let live. It's, I mean, I know, and without going into detail, I know that there is somebody in here who I get on with brilliantly, but has had a little bit of a tiff with someone that we all follow, and we just don't discuss that on this channel because it's that's separate. That happened over there. We're not going to discuss it. This channel's a completely different kettle of fish. you know, and yeah, and that's how I deal with things on here. But oh, Julie said, like saying, choose me over them, but it's not your right. Oh, flipping out, bedtime's gone again. Ah, eek, what's happening here? Oh. Oh, guys, I don't know what's going on here, but everything's frozen. Oh, gosh, give me a second, guys. I don't know what the hell is going... I don't know what the heck is going on with my screen here. Bugger. Sorry, everybody. I'm having a few technical difficulties. I can't... I don't know if you can hear me there in the background. I can see bedtime's backstage. I can't... Everything's frozen. Oh, knackers. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Oh, bugger. Oh, sorry about this, Green Eyes. I can't get bedtime back. Bedtime, bring him up. Shitbags. This is just not good tonight. I don't know what the heck has gone on. Oh. Bollocks. Try again. Bear with me a second. Ugh. Yeah, I've got you back. Sorry about that. I couldn't get you back up from backstage. Sorry, bedtime.
No worries, no worries. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think people in chat will be able to as well. Yeah, everything froze. God knows what's going on tonight. It's like the gods don't want everybody to chat.
Well, not not only the gods, but all the people on YouTube as well.
Yeah. All the gremlins, all the pixies and the imps, Satan's imps. I cannot believe I've actually lasted so far, and it's 20 to 4 in the morning here. I think this is unheard of for me.
Well, if you got to get off, I gotta get off too. So
Yeah, no worries at all. No worries. I mean, I don't know what time. Oh, and he went. Oh gosh, I'm wondering whether I might need to get a little bit of shut-eye Green Eyes, because I literally have to be up in, what time are we on? 20 to 4. An hour and 20 minutes. I'm up at 5 in the morning and gone. Bedtime's come back. Let's just get him back up again. Hello.
what the heck? Like, I didn't even push anything. It just took me right back
Can you
to
hear
it
us?
took me to StreamYard's homepage.
Oh, no, I don't know whether you can hear us or not. Bedtime.
So hello.
Yeah, we've got you back. Hello.
So yeah, like I didn't even push anything. It just took me back to StreamYard's homepage.
Well, that's what keeps happening to me.
You know what they're doing?
What?
Ads. Because the page that my phone just went to was an ad.
Oh, and do you think that's why I keep getting kicked off?
Possibly, yes.
Oh. Oh, Green Eyes, yes, you need to go to bed. Thank you so much for tonight, all of you. Well, I'll stay up as long as you want. I mean, I'm wondering whether I even need to go to bed now. It might just be because sometimes I don't know if you like this bedtime. Sorry, I'm keeping you chatting because you needed to get off. But do you ever, if say you've got an hour and you think, well, do you know what? I'll just have that hour's sleep. You feel shittier than if you'd have just stayed awake. If you just have that hour's sleep and then wake yourself up.
Well, I mean, that's not a fair question for me because I'm only an hour late going to bed.
All right. Oh well, maybe what I'll do then is, shall we call this one to a close? And if that's all right with you, Green Eyes, are you okay, chicken? But we've managed to do 6 hours and 40 minutes, which isn't that bad. It's not a shabby attempt at all, that one. Right, okay then. In that case, if you don't mind, can I thank everybody for... Thank you. More hugs for Green Eyes, please, everybody. Hugs, hugs, hugs. And Bedtime Clown for being up on panel, and Denny earlier, and Uncle P, and everybody who's been in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, and I hope to fix my shitty audio soon. God, I hate it.
I don't know what you said then, Bedtime, but nothing came through. You kind of made a bit of noise, but that was it. Julie says, night. Thank you, everyone.
Good night. And I said thank you for having me up. And I hate my shitty audio. I hope to have it fixed soon.
Oh no, it's not shit at all. It's lovely. Thank you so much. Thanks for being up here. So, as always, thank you one and all. And in my usual style, I shall see you on the bright side. Night, everyone.